jury and spending a lot of time trying to sort out an issue that I'm not sure that is in either side's interest ultimately to get into. The prosecution could not allow those kinds of allegations and rumors to be placed before the jury without trying to put them into context. And I'm sure the court would allow us the opportunity to do so, and that's going to involve additional witnesses and explanations that are really going to get us away from the issues in this case, which are related to the evidence collection, testing results, and the defendant's guilt or innocence. And I don't see how putting these kinds of rumors before the jury is going to help resolve them.
All right, thank you, counsel. No, thank you. I've heard both arguments. All right, I'm going to allow Mr. Neufeld to ask a question, whether or not Ms. Mazzola recalls having a meeting that involved Ms. Kessler, I think she was then the interim head of the lab, and 2 investigators from the district attorney's office. He'll be allowed to ask whether or not the subject matter of that discussion was in fact the collection of evidence with regards to this particular case. He'll be allowed to ask those questions as to those issues, whether or not she recollected those discussions, since that appears to be inconsistent with her prior testimony. All right, let's have Ms. Kessler, let's have the jury, please.
May I also ask you just about the vial, because that's one of the items of collection.
I'm sorry?
May I ask you about the vial, because that's one of the items of collection, just to be more precise when I ask that question.
You can ask her if the discussion involved the vial, if it involved the vial and its booking.
I may not ask her whether Michelle Kessler said something specifically to her.
You can ask her that question, whether or not something was said to her about that.
Okay.
Without suggesting what that was.
Without suggesting?
Specifically what that was.
Will he be precluded from suggesting that this was any kind of an investigation, or she was the subject of an investigation?
I've just outlined the 3 items I'm going to allow.
Thank you.
All right, let's have the witness, let's have the jury, please.
I'm sorry, I would just ask for 1 minute so I can change my questions here so I do not say anything that's inappropriate and that's outside what...
Be my guest.
Thank you.
But let's cycle them in since it takes a few moments. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Mazzola is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Neufeld. And ladies and gentlemen, we're taking just a moment to allow Mr. Neufeld to make a few adjustments before we resume. But I thought we'd get you in here and get you settled so we can get started. Take your time, Mr. Neufeld.
Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that on November 22nd, 1994, you discussed your involvement in this case in the presence of your boss, Mrs. Kessler, and the presence of 2 detective investigators from the district attorney's office?
We had a meeting, yes.
And at that meeting, you discussed your actual involvement in this case, didn't you?
Overruled. Collection of evidence.
You discussed your involvement in the collection of items of evidence in this case, didn't you?
No.
Did you discuss how you became involved in this case with those detective investigators?
That's vague.
Did you discuss what role you played in the collection of evidence, both on the 13th and 14th of June?
No.
Isn't it a fact that during that meeting with the detectives that you said to them that your job, didn't you say to those detectives during that meeting that it was your job to collect blood stains on the 13th and to collect stains on the 14th from the Bronco? Didn't you say that during that meeting?
Overruled.
I don't remember saying that.
Now, at that same meeting, Ms. Kessler was present, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
And at that meeting, didn't Ms. Kessler indicate to you and to the investigators that you were present when Van Atta passed the blood to Mr. Fung?
Was anything discussed about the collection of the blood vial?
I don't remember, Your Honor.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that during that meeting with the 2 detective investigators and Michelle Kessler, your boss, Michelle Kessler said to you, let me fill you in on a couple of points.
Sustained.
At any point during that meeting, did Michelle Kessler suggest to you that you actually saw the pass-off of O.J.'s blood to Dennis Fung?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't remember if she mentioned anything about that or not.
Well, when you say you don't, may I have a very brief sidebar, Your Honor, so I don't go into something that...
No, proceed. You can ask her what she means.
All right, well, you said you don't recall whether that came up, is that right?
That's correct.
Have you ever listened to a tape recording made of that meeting?
No.
Are you aware of the fact that a tape recording was made of that interview with you?
I seem to remember that a tape recording was made.
Were you told at that meeting that a tape recording was made, or were you told that sometime later?
I was told at the meeting, yes.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that that tape recording of the meeting was made surreptitiously?
Speculation.
Your Honor?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
They told me that it would be taped. That was all right with me, and I had no problem with it.
What's next in order?
11:20.
I'll show you this document.
You show that to Mr. Goldberg?
Sure.
Well, there's no foundation for showing that document.
Showing it to see if it refreshes your recollection
All
at
right,
this point.
show it to her.
No showing that recollection is refreshed.
Take a look, okay, at this paragraph of the report in that sentence.
Okay.
Mr. Neufeld.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that that interview on November 22nd was surreptitiously recorded by the investigators from the DA's office?
Overruled.
That's what the piece of paper says.
Does that refresh your recollection as to that fact?
Not really.
Proceed.
I'd ask you to strike the witness's comment based upon what the statement said.
Overruled.
This morning, when I asked you about the subject matter of all conversations you had regarding this case where Ms. Kessler was present, you said that the only discussions dealt with giving you pointers for when you became a witness. Isn't that correct?
That states the testimony.
Overruled.
The meeting, excuse me, the meetings that we had at SID were about the courtroom testimony.
Well, this meeting that occurred November 22nd, ma'am, was Ms. Kessler present at that meeting
Yes, she was.
with the two detective investigators in the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
And where was that meeting held?
At a restaurant near Piper Tech.
And when I asked you what discussions you had with Ms. Kessler about this case, I didn't limit it to the discussions that you had at SID, did I?
I do not believe so.
Right? So this discussion that occurred on November 22nd, 1994, which was tape recorded, was not limited to pointers for you to use when a witness in this trial, correct?
I was not having the discussion with Miss Kessler. She was present, but I was not having a
Ma'am.
discussion with her.
Let me see counsel sidebar with the court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, there has Dennis Fung testified that you were carrying the blood vial of Mr. Simpson's in a black trash bag when you left Mr. Simpson's home in the late afternoon of June 13th. Let me ask you, ma'am.
Your Honor, that comment is improper. It's not a question.
Sustained.
Motion is
All right. Well, Ms. Mazzola, at any time, did you ever carry or handle O.J. Simpson's blood vial?
Not to my knowledge.
And that's still your position as you sit here today?
It was not to my knowledge at the time. I was not told that I was carrying the blood vial.
Okay. Did there come a time subsequently where you believed that you were carrying the blood vial?
Overruled.
Not carrying, but had carried.
Okay. Did there come a time where you learned that you had carried the blood vial?
Yes.
And did you learn that in the discussion that you had with Dennis Fung after you had testified on August 23rd?
No.
Isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that as late as November 22nd, 1994, you were taking the position that you had never carried or handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
That I had not personally handled it.
That was the position you were taking as late as November 22nd, 1994, correct?
That I did not personally handle the vial itself.
Well, let me ask you this, Ms. Mazzola. As of November 22nd, 1994, had you already come to believe that you had personally carried Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
Overruled.
I had found out that I had carried it, yes.
And when did you find out that you had carried it?
I am not positive, but I believe it was on the 14th of June of '94.
Ms. Mazzola, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that handling the vial and carrying the vial basically mean the same thing?
Overruled. You can ask her what she means by that.
Ms. Mazzola?
Not really. To me, they do not mean the same thing.
So when you tell someone that you never handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial, that didn't mean to you that you had never carried Mr. Simpson's blood vial. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you were asked by someone whether or not you ever handled Mr. Simpson's blood vial, and you knew that you had carried it, but not actually put your hand on the tube itself, you believe that it is fair answer to state that, no, I never handled it?
Overruled.
If I had not physically manipulated the blood vial, I did not handle it.
Well, that's my question, ma'am. So if the person asked you whether you had handled it, but in your own mind you had carried it, do you feel that it's fair for you then to answer that question in the negative? No, I hadn't handled it.
Yes.
And do you feel that that answer is an honest response to that question?
Yes.
And so when these detective investigators asked you on November 22nd, 1994...
This is hearsay.
Well, didn't you state to the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood sample? Didn't you say that to them on November 22nd, 1994?
Overruled.
I did not handle the blood sample.
And so is it your testimony that you in fact said to the investigators on November 22nd, 1994, that you had never handled Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
Overruled. Do you recall saying that to the investigators?
I don't recall.
All right, let's move on.
Let me see if this will refresh your recollection.
Showing her defense 1120.
Ms. Mazzola, having looked at Defendant's Exhibit 1120, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you told the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood sample?
That says that I did not handle Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
I'm not asking you whether or not you handled it. I'm asking you whether or not seeing this document refreshes your recollection as to whether you told the detective investigators that you had never handled O.J. Simpson's blood vial.
Motion to strike the witness's last answer is not a response.
Overruled.
That does not refresh my memory, no.
Ms. Mazzola, since you testified on August 23rd to not seeing the blood vial given to Mr. Fung, has anyone suggested to you that your testimony poses a problem for the prosecution?
It's compounded.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, didn't you testify on August 23rd that you did not see a blood vial passed to Dennis Fung by Detective Van Adder?
This states the testimony.
Sustained. It's also hearsay.
Asked these questions and did you give these answers?
Does Your Honor have this?
Referring to line 8, beginning on line 8.
On 762.
Yes.
Eight to what?
27. I'm sorry. To 763, line 7. Do you have it? Do you have it? Excuse me. Will you ask these questions and did you give these answers? Question.
Your Honor, I have to check
And-
the grounds that it's not inconsistent.
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, when you were asked this morning about sessions you had where Ms. Kessler was present, had you simply forgotten this meeting with Ms. Kessler and the two detective investigators?
Asked and answered argument.
Sustained. It's already been asked and answered.
When was the first time, Ms. Mazzola, that you saw the videotape of you carrying the black trash bag from Mr. Simpson's house?
I believe I saw it on TV, on regular news.
And when was the first time that you saw the videotape of Fung standing in the foyer holding something in his hands?
I don't know, maybe a week ago or so. I'm not positive the exact date.
And when, Ms. Mazzola, was the first time that you told the prosecutors that you had left Mr. Fung's side and sat on the couch with your eyes closed?
That was a while ago.
When?
I don't remember exactly when.
You don't remember which meeting it was with the prosecutors?
No.
Who was present?
I don't remember the exact people.
Well, as best you can recall, give me the names of the people who were there.
I can't recall.
Do you recall where this discussion took place?
Yes.
Overall, take place in this building?
Yes, it did.
And Ms. Mazzola, you say now that you collected items 15 and 16 later than 1,700 hours. Is that correct?
I collected one of those items, yes.
And that item was item 16?
Counsel, we've been over this.
It's just foundation. I'm going to something else, Your Honor. And then actually I'm going to be finished with this subject in about 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
16.
Okay. But you were present when Mr. Fung collected item 15, is that right?
I was not in the exact room with him when he collected a 15.
After he collected item 15, did he give it to you to hold?
Yes.
And so you were holding items 15 and 16.
Yes.
And what did you do with items 15 and 16?
The detectives and Mr.
It has.
Not this, Your Honor. This has not been asked at all. What she did with items 15 and 16 at the point that she collected them in the house.
Court stands corrected. Do you understand the question?
I believe so.
Go ahead and answer the question.
They went looking for a bag that we could put the items in because of all the media outside.
And you were present when a detective was asked to do that?
There were several looking for something to put the items in.
And were you present when somebody came back with a garbage bag?
Yes.
And was that garbage bag handed to you because you had those items?
Yes.
And what did you do with the items after you were given the trash bag?
Put the items in the bag.
And the items you put in the bag were items 15 and 16?
Yes.
Then you continue to hold the bag?
For a short while.
And during that short while you were standing in the foyer?
I don't recall where I was standing exactly.
Well, you were with Dennis Fung, weren't you?
At that point, yes.
And then there came a time when you said you sat down on the couch.
Yes.
And you would agree that your testimony about sitting down on the couch and leaving Dennis Fung's side is inconsistent with your testimony on August 23rd when you testified that you were with him the whole time. Isn't that correct?
Overruled. But you need to give us page and line and testimony, counsel.
Page 762. Beginning at line 24.
As phrased this question, the state's testimony.
No.
Why don't you read the question and answer, but we've already read this question and answer before.
I know, that's why I'm saving time, Your Honor. I'm trying to save time.
Well, I object to this answer.
Read it. It's brief.
I'm sorry?
Read it. It is brief.
Okay. On August 23rd, when you testified under oath, were you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question, were you with Mr. Fung the entire time after you picked up that last item at 1700 hours until you departed for your next destination? Answer, I believe I was, yes. Were you asked that question, did you give that answer under oath on August 23rd?
Yes.
And you're saying now, at this trial, that that's not correct.
At that time, I believed I had been at his side the whole time.
And now you believe that you left his side, is that correct?
Now, I know I was not at his side the entire time.
And did you see any photographs to help you to change your recollection with regard to that?
No.
Did you see or review any reports or documents to change your recollection as to what you did vis-a-vis staying by Mr. Fung's side the entire time?
No.
Did you talk to any person who suggested to you that you had left Mr. Fung's side and went into the living room and closed your eyes?
No.
So, is it fair to say that there were no external documents, reports, photographs, videotapes, or conversations with anyone else that helped you to change your mind from your testimony on August 23rd, 1994? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it fair to say, ma'am, that on August 23rd, 1994, your recollection of where you were at Mr. Simpson's house at approximately 5 or 5:30 was better than it is now 10 months later?
Not necessarily.
Do you believe, ma'am, that with the passage of those additional months, your memory becomes sharper?
Up until the Griffin hearing, I had not really thought of the case at all. Since then, I have been thinking about it.
This case, Ms. Mazzola, was, as you said, the first case where you were primarily responsible for evidence collection, correct?
Correct.
And this case had received a tremendous amount of publicity from the very day that you were involved in the collection until the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing, didn't you? Didn't it?
Yes.
And you followed that publicity because you were involved in the case, didn't you?
No.
You didn't follow any of it?
I tried to avoid it.
You didn't watch it on television?
If I could get away with it, no.
You didn't read about it in the newspapers?
No.
Even though it involved your own personal involvement?
Yes.
Now, in your current memory of what transpired back at Mr. Simpson's house, after you left Mr. Fung's side, where did you go?
I went into the living room.
And was that after about, what, 5 or 10 minutes standing in the foyer with Mr. Fung?
I don't recall where I was standing with Mr. Fung, and I don't recall how long.
Well, you said that you first came into the house, and on the way in you picked up item 16, right?
Correct.
And then a couple of minutes later, a few minutes later, Mr. Fung picked up item 15. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And then you were standing in the foyer with Mr. Fung and with other detectives. Isn't that right?
I did not believe that we were standing in the foyer. It could have been in the kitchen. I don't recall.
And you were standing there with other detectives.
Correct.
And during those minutes that you were standing there, you asked if someone could get you a trash bag to put items in.
I believe Mr. Fung and others went looking for a bag.
And then someone brought a bag back for you.
Correct.
And you put the items 15 and 16 into that bag.
Correct.
And did you also put the cards, those photo ID cards back into the bag at that point?
Yes.
You put them in.
Yes.
And you held that bag.
Yes.
And then you walked into the living room to sit down.
At some point, yes.
And didn't you take that bag with you when you went to sit down?
I don't believe I had the bag at my side when I went to sit down.
Why did you give up the bag, ma'am?
There was no reason to carry it with me.
What'd you do? Did you put it on the floor?
I believe I had put it out where we had our kits previously in the foyer.
Where were your kits?
In the foyer.
And you simply left this bag with evidence in it next to your kit in the foyer?
The kit was not there, but that is where we had the kits before, and the area was secured.
And you simply left it there and then walked into the living room?
Yes.
And after you went to the living room, you then sat down on the couch?
I sat down, yes.
And as you sit here today, ma'am, do you have an independent recollection of your eyes being closed while you're sitting in that living room couch?
I believe they were closed for a partial period of the time.
Ms. Mazzola, did you invent this notion that your eyes were closed so that Mr. Fung could testify that he received the vial without you seeing it?
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, do you have an independent recollection, without the help of a videotape, of you picking up the hat and the glove at Bundy without seeing that videotape?
Not a clear recollection, no.
Yet you have an independent recollection that while you were sitting on a couch, you closed your eyes? You have that recollection 10 months later?
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to the other items of evidence, I have to suspend the cross-examination at this point.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of physical evidence items that are not available to the court at this moment that Mr. Neufeld wanted to ask questions about. Rather than waste additional court time waiting for those items to be brought to court, which I anticipate will happen today, I'm going to ask Mr. Goldberg to commence with his redirect examination. Mr. Goldberg, are you ready to commence, or do you need a few moments?
I can have a few minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 10 minutes just to recycle the lawyers. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down, and we'll call you back in about 10 minutes. All right? Thank you. Back on the record, all parties are again present. The jury is not present. Mr. Goldberg, are you prepared to commence? Mr. Neufeld, let me just ask you one quick question before the topic leaves my thought process here. I noted a number of times, 3 times in particular, during the course of your cross-examination of Ms. Mazzola while you were standing, I saw you turn in response to noises made in the audience, specifically by the cameras. Was that distracting you?
Not that I'm aware of. No, that's an insane answer, but no, it wasn't.
All right, let's have the jurors, please.
Your Honor, he also showed me some photographs he wanted to use, and I told him I objected them. I don't know if you want to do it before
Yes.
the jury comes in.
Hold them. Let's see them.
I'm sorry, I hear what you said. You want to see them?
Yes,
May I approach?
you may. I've seen the 2 photographs, Mr. Goldberg. What's the relevance and need for those?
The relevance of this is that they show a variety of stains in the area where item number 12 was collected inside the foyer of the home, 3 of which appear to be the stains that were collected by Ms. Mazzola and Dennis Fung, 3 of which appear not to be. And the proffer is that there were additional stains in that area. It goes to the issue of taking representative samples. It goes to the issue of the criminalist not necessarily being able to spot or spotting each and every tiny little stain that was in that house. The defense has seemed to suggest that they have some sort of a homing device for blood, and if there's a tiny little speck of blood somewhere, they're going to find it. And what we're trying to show is, no, they're human beings, and that there can be things, little specks that are overlooked. And in this case, there apparently were.
What's the, tell me about those photographs.
These are photographs that were provided to us in defense discovery. So obviously they were taken after the time of the crime. And my proffer as to how they can be linked up is that the jury can do it themselves. Because if you compare these carefully to the photograph that contains item number 12, which actually happens to be in one of these photographs, you can see that 3 of the stains are in fact the same as 3 of the stains in the defense photograph. So obviously it was taken after. It's obviously of the Rockingham location. This witness can identify that.
Is that Dr. Lee who's in one of those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, number one, there's no foundation as to when these other stains are observed. More importantly, Your Honor, what's in that picture, if you take a look, are cards with swabs on them, and the swabs are appear to be greenish black in color. So this witness testified about some presumptive test that she did where swabs turn magenta. There's no foundation as to what these swabs that are green or greenish blue or greenish black are actually showing here. And since we don't know when it was taken, when the stains existed, number 2, since the stains are not red on those cards but show these different swabs, I think there's frankly a likelihood here that it's going to confuse the jury. It's certainly going to necessarily distort the meaning of those cards, because I don't even think this witness is qualified to interpret what's going on those cards with those swabs that have turned green.
I take that as a foundational objection.
Foundation N352.
Mr. Goldberg?
I don't know. It didn't seem to me that we were requiring witnesses to have been present at the time the photographs were taken when they were asked to lay a foundation for that photograph, or to have even observed the events that were depicted in the photograph or the videotape. And this seems to be consistent with...
Such as?
Well, such as witnesses testifying about a videotape seeing Detective Van Adder drive up when they weren't present.
That objection was withdrawn.
But I think there have been other instances, and there was an instance where a witness was shown pictures of a police officer walking up a driveway. These witnesses have been shown photographs that were taken of the crime scene prior to when their evidence collection took place to show that items were moved. They had no personal knowledge of that. You can authenticate a photograph in a number of different ways. I'm not suggesting that those rulings are necessarily wrong. I'm suggesting that this is consistent with those rulings in the sense that you can lay a foundation for a photograph by having a witness say, do you recognize the foyer? Yeah, I recognize the foyer. How do you do it? Because I was there.
How do I know what Dr. Lee is doing there?
Excuse me?
How do I know what Dr. Lee is doing there?
What he is doing there?
How do I know what it is he's doing there and what the significance is of those swabs?
Well, it doesn't make any difference what the significance of the swabs is. The point is that you can see areas where there are tiny little, or appear to be tiny little stains. Admittedly, the resolution on this photograph isn't great, but you can see that. And they also appear to match up with stains that we know are there because we saw them in photograph number, with item number 12 in it.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. The foundational objection will be sustained. Let's have the jury. We're going to set a schedule for that. Panel. Ms. Andrea Mazzola is again on the witness stand now, undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ms. Mazzola, are you part of some kind of police conspiracy involving a number of people to frame the defendant in this case?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And are you part of some sort of cover-up, to cover up for Dennis Fung, who's allegedly covering up for people who are allegedly engaged in some kind of a conspiracy in this case?
Rephrase the question.
Are you involved in any cover-up with respect to this case, Ms. Mazzola?
No.
All right. Now, I wanted to ask you a few questions about the discussions that you've had with me before your testimony. Can you tell us in general terms what the nature of the discussions were?
It's more or less of a question and answer type of discussion.
Did I want to know details, a lot of details about evidence collection and the activities that you were engaged in on the 13th and 14th?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
What kinds of issues did I want to know about, generally?
Generally, what occurred on the 13th, 14th, basically our backgrounds, just general information.
And did anyone at all, anyone from the laboratory, anyone from law enforcement, friends, family members, anyone, ever try to put any pressure on you to change your testimony or alter your testimony in any way?
No.
Did you ever get the idea that someone wanted you to change or alter your testimony in any way?
No.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions about the collection procedures at Rockingham and Bundy. And first of all, as a criminalist, what all does the issue of collection involve?
Collection includes the documentation, the photography, sketches, measurements, the brief descriptions we make of the item we're picking up, and then physically picking up the item itself, packaging it.
And as I believe counsel pointed out in cross-examination, could you even include the packaging phase in that collection process as well?
Yes, of course.
And the writing that you put on the packaging?
That is part of it, yes.
Right. Now, in terms of who physically picked up which pieces of evidence, did you believe that there was any relevance to that when you were at the scenes on the 13th?
Objection whether as to the relevance of whether she believes something was relevant.
Overruled.
At the time, no, we didn't believe that it mattered which one of us picked up which item.
Why not?
Objection is to her testimony about what someone else believes.
Overruled. Counsel, read the directive again. Proceed.
Why not?
Because we were working as a team.
Okay. Now, was there any other criminalist who was out there, either at the Bundy location or the Rockingham location, that was collecting evidence other than yourself and Mr. Fung? And when I say collecting, I mean physically picking things up. Or were you two doing that?
Mr. Fung and myself, for the most part, was doing that, yes.
Was there one item, item number 10? I don't know if you know this. Do you know who collected item number 10? That was a plastic bag, a blue plastic bag at the Rockingham location.
I do not know who picked that up, no.
Okay, but with respect to items number 1 through 9 at Rockingham, did you and Mr. Fung pick those up physically?
Yes.
And then when you came back to the Rockingham location, 11 through 16, did you physically pick up those from the location, you and Mr. Fung?
Objection, Your Honor. You, Mr. Fung, I would simply ask that the witness be asked what she did or what he did, but not you collectively.
All right, you can clarify that.
Were all of those picked up either by you or Mr. Fung?
Yes.
And with respect to the blood stains at Bundy, were all of those picked up by either you or Mr. Fung?
Yes.
Did any of these items fly into the coin envelopes?
No.
All right. And had you ever been told or received any training to the effect that it was important or necessary to specify who did the physical picking up of an item when you were working as a team with another criminalist?
I had seen it both ways.
So as far as you were concerned, it was an issue that was left to the discretion of the criminalist?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Was it an issue that was left to the discretion of a criminalist?
At that point, I believed it was.
Now, you testified at some point at a hearing that we referred to as a Griffin hearing in August of last year.
Yes.
And at that hearing, you said that you hadn't had time to prepare yourself for the testimony that you were going to give.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's foundational.
Yes.
Right. Now, had you been thinking about this case between the 13th, or let's say between the 14th, and the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing?
No, not really.
When you arrived at the Rockingham location, had you ever heard of someone named Orenthal Simpson, commonly known as O.J. Simpson?
At that morning, it did not ring a bell in my mind.
You didn't have any conception that there was a sports figure or a television personality or movie personality that went by that name when you arrived at the scene?
Sustained.
Had you any conception of that when you arrived at the scene?
No.
And when did you first become aware that Orenthal Simpson was someone of public notoriety?
Mr. Fung, after he was done with the detectives, he came and kept saying it's O.J.'s house, it's Mr. Simpson's house, and I said, O.J. who? And he said, movie, sports, and it just did not ring a bell.
Do you have some special interest in this man over here, the defendant?
No.
Overruled.
Do you have some special interest in this case over and above any other case that you've handled as a criminalist?
No, they're all important.
Now, after the Griffin hearing, you said that you and Mr. Fung got together and tried to go through who collected what physically. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
Because it appeared that it would become an issue about who physically picked up what.
When you say it had become an issue, by whom?
By the defense.
Had anyone else ever told you that they thought it was an issue other than what you gathered from the defense?
No.
When you and Mr. Fung were going through this information, were you trying to gather information that the defense seemed to be interested in terms of who collected what?
Objection and speculation on the part.
It's irrelevant.
At that time, did you personally think that it was relevant yourself as opposed to simply thinking the defense was interested in it?
Objection is irrelevant what she thinks.
Overruled. Goes for your state of mind. You can answer the question.
Oh, sorry. Personally, I didn't see if it really mattered, but apparently it did to the defense.
Objection is to what apparent.
All right. The apparently part that it mattered to the defense is stricken. Juries to disregard that as being non-responsive. Proceed.
Okay. Now, you said that you looked at some materials after the Griffin hearing in order to refresh your recollection. Were any of those materials photographs?
Yes, they were.
Did you look at still photographs?
Yes.
And how did the still photographs help you in any way to refresh your recollection that you looked at after the Griffin hearing?
It brought back what the scene actually looked like, where things were, what the whole area was like.
Okay. Now, in your experience, do you tend to remember things better when they're written down or when they're presented to you visually?
I tend to retain things more when I see photographs.
Okay. And when you were going through the materials with Mr. Fung, for example, and you were directing your attention to stain 47, for instance, did you have a set of photographs in front of you to try to look and see what stain 47 looked like?
No.
Where it was?
No.
So you did that later on after that session with Mr. Fung?
Yes.
Now, when you were having this session with Mr. Fung, did you come to the conclusion that with respect to stain 52, which you've testified was the last stain in the driveway in Bundy, did you come to any conclusion with respect to that stain as to whether or not Mr. Fung was present when it was physically collected?
At that point, at that meeting, I was not sure if Mr. Fung had been present or not.
Was it at some point after that meeting that you came to the conclusion that he was not present during that stain, the physical collection?
Yes.
And was there any reason in your mind why you would possibly think that it would be helpful to the prosecution or helpful to you in your testimony
Objection, Your Honor, leading
Overruled.
argument.
to testify that Mr. Fung was not present during the physical collection of stain 52?
I didn't see that it would matter.
So that's just what you were called.
Correct.
And you've testified to that because, to the best of your recollection, that's what happened?
Sustained.
Why have you testified to that, ma'am?
Because that's what I remembered.
For any other reason?
No.
All right. Now, you said that as to the stains at Rockingham, you started the physical collection with Mr. Fung at 9 a.m. Is that correct?
It was around there.
Did you have to go through any other steps in the collection process prior to that time when the physical collection took place?
To actually lifting the stain, yes.
And what steps were those that you went through prior to the physical collection?
The area had to be photographed. It had to be sketched. It had to be measured. Then we wrote all this down in our notes, the measurements, a brief description, and then it was physically collected.
And did you do all of that measuring and photoing and documenting before any of the stains were physically collected, that other than the Bronco stain?
All of them, yes.
And in terms of the collection process, which would you say takes more time between the physical collection of the stains at Rockingham and the documentation phase of the collection process?
Now, the documentation takes much longer than the collection itself.
Now, I wanted to read a portion of the Griffin hearing, Your Honor. It's at page 723.
Starting work, counsel.
It's starting on page 723, line 26. Oh, excuse me, I have line 20 through page 724, line 4.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have that? All right, proceed.
At the Griffin hearing, do you recall testifying to the following questions? Question: with respect to item number 6, did you collect that blood? Answer: yes. Question: by the way, you said that for some of these specimens you were observed by Mr. Fung. When you say you were observed, do you mean that he was collecting stains in the same vicinity as you, so he could see basically what you were doing? Is that what you mean by observing? Answer: on the stains that were collected in the driveway, we were working side by side. Question: when you say you were working side by side, do you mean that he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain? Answer: yes. Do you recall giving those answers to the questions that I just read?
I believe so, yes.
And when you were saying that you were working side by side, what did you mean to convey by working side by side?
Objection, that's not speaks to itself. I don't choose to interpret it.
Or you can ask what working side by side means.
What does working side by side mean?
That we physically were both there at the same item at the same time. Either one of us was physically collecting it and bagging it, or the other person was helping, passing items that we need.
And to your recollection, when you were physically doing swatching at Rockingham on the stains that you were referring to in that testimony, was Mr. Fung kneeling down as opposed to standing up?
He was kneeling some of the time and standing the other time.
And when he was kneeling down, for what purpose, if you recall?
On some of the items, he took a few swatches himself to collect a little more blood.
And to your recollection at the Griffin hearing, did anyone ever ask for greater clarification as to what you meant by working side by side?
Objection, Your Honor. Form of that question.
Sustain or rephrase the question.
Did anyone ever ask you at the Griffin hearing to explain what you meant specifically by the phrase working side by side?
I don't believe so.
So the only follow-up question was when you say you were working side by side, you mean he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain?
Sustained.
Yes.
Sustained.
What grounds?
It's leading. It's not a question.
Was the only question you were asked. If I may read the question and answer. Question: when you say you were working side by side, you mean he stood or knelt directly next to you as you lifted each stain, answer yes. To your recollection.
To the best I can remember, yes.
Now, at this point in time, with respect to stains number 4, 5, and 6, do you specifically recall for each one of those stains, specifically, which swatches Mr. Fung may have taken as opposed to which swatches you may have taken?
Objection. Assumes the fact not in evidence and there was no testimony.
No, I don't remember exactly which ones.
Okay. And at the time that you were taking those swatches, did you believe that it was important to recall exactly which swatches Mr. Fung did as opposed to which swatches you did?
No.
Objection. Reading and we'll strike the answer.
The answer will stand.
At this time, I'd like to take a look at the evidence collection boards. I think it's 170, 172.
All right.
Sorry, it's 160.
All right, Peoples 162. Which scene are we starting with?
No, these are the evidence collection
I see,
boards.
okay.
They're the ones that show the,
it.
the disposition boards.
All right.
Oh, it was, I'm sorry, I was right the first time. It was 172. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I want to ask you some questions about these boards that counsel didn't want to ask you about
Objection,
yesterday.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Counsel, you know that's not appropriate.
Let me ask you about some other items here, Ms. Mazzola. Now, with respect to the socks, item number 13, can you see that on the board?
No, I can't make.
Yeah. Now, with respect to that item, does that say Fung and Mazzola? This is the socks, number 13.
Yes, it does.
And in terms of the physical collection on item number 13, who did the physical collection on that?
Mr. Fung physically picked up the socks and put them in the bag.
And did you work in a situation where, for some reason, he took like the ankle and you took the toe and you both put the same sock into the bag?
No.
Right. And on the property reports that were generated in connection with this case, does it indicate that item number 13 was collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Objection to the property report.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Have you looked at the property reports in this case?
Yes, I have.
And do they indicate that the items that are reflected on this chart, let's say 6 through 13, were in fact collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What?
Sustained. It's leading.
What do they indicate in terms of who collected those items?
Objection, Your Honor. The property report's not enough.
For what?
That both myself and Mr. Fung both collected the items of evidence.
Now, with respect to item number 13, did you in fact participate in aspects of the collection procedure in terms of measuring and documenting and that sort of thing?
Yes, I did.
Now, with respect to item number 23, do you know whether that is an item that comes from the Bronco, or would you have to refer to documentation to confirm that?
I would have to look at the document.
Can you please do so?
item number? Or
property item number.
Yes, that came from the Broncos.
Okay, and on this board, does it indicate that item number 23 was collected by Fung and Mazzola?
Yes, it does.
Does 24 come from the Bronco?
Yes, it does.
And does that indicate that it was collected by Fung and Mazzola, or Fung Mazzola?
Yes, it does.
And the physical swatching on those,
Pulling the flashlight, help measure, do the sketches, did the brief descriptions of the items, whatever you needed.
perhaps we can see the next board. Maybe we can just shuttle this down so that the jurors on the end can see it. Excuse me, I want to ask you a question about this. Okay, well,
All right, Ms. Mazzola, could you try to keep your voice up, please?
Ms. Mazzola, I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Item number 9. What item is that?
That is one of the gloves.
Is that the glove that came from the Rockingham location?
Make sure. Yes.
And in terms of the physical collection on number 9, who did the physical collection on that?
Mr. Fung.
But the board says Fung Mazzola.
Correct.
And did you participate in any way in the documentation and other aspects of the collection procedure with respect to 9?
I helped measure.
All right, thank you, counsel.
May I just approach for a second? Thank you.
You may.
I'd like to ask you about stains 55 and 56. Can you tell us which stains those were?
Yes, those were stains that were collected from the shoe prints that were at Bundy.
Who did the physical swatching on 55 and 56?
Mr. Fung.
And on this board it says Fung Mazzola.
Correct.
Did you participate, however, in the collection procedure on those stains?
Yes, I did.
And on the property reports, who did they indicate was responsible for collecting these items at Bundy?
Both Mr. Fung and myself.
And when you say you participated, in what way in the collection process?
Measuring, things like that.
All right, thank you.
Goldberg.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I'd like to turn to another issue at Rockingham, the Rockingham location, and that's the crime scene identification checklist. Now, you said that you wrote your name in the column that says officer in charge.
Correct.
Now, did you somehow let that designation go to your head and run around the crime scene telling people that you were the officer in charge and ordering people around and the like?
Oh.
No. Did it affect you in any way that your name was on that column?
Not in any way, no.
Did it affect your performance in any way that your name was in that column?
No.
And could have it affected your performance in terms of the way that you swatched stains at the Rockingham location?
Sustained.
Did it affect your performance in swatching stains?
No.
Now, that item was written in pencil,
Yes, it was.
so you could have erased it?
Overruled.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry. Sustained, it is speculative, but the answer that it's in pencil, the jury can figure that out for themselves.
did you
Juries to
erase it?
disregard that last question and answer.
Did you erase it?
No.
Why not?
It never seemed to be an issue.
Were you ever at any time trying to downplay or minimize your involvement at the crime scene?
No.
Now, in the foyer area of the Rockingham location, do you recall seeing any other drops in that location other than the 3 that were collected as stain 12?
No, not at the time.
Okay. And with respect to those 3 drops that were collected as stain 12, who decided to collect them as a single stain, single item?
Mr. Fung.
Now, you were asked whether you could see or you saw any blood on the banister. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to mark as people's next in order. It's Exhibit 201,
People's 201.
a photograph of what appears to be the banister.
All right, have you shown that to Mr. Neufeld?
I thought I had. I'll show it to you again. On the back, I'd like to write 201. Just
Yes.
All right. I can't put it on the Almo. Ms. Mazzola, direct your attention to the photograph that's been marked People's 201. Does that appear to be the banister that leads up from the foyer area of the Rockingham location?
Yes, it does.
And does this appear to depict the way it looked on the 13th?
Yes.
Was that a dark banister?
It was medium to darkish wood.
And would have it been difficult to see little flakes or specks of blood on that banister?
Rephrase the question.
How easy would have it been for you to have seen tiny little flakes or specks of blood on that banister?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. With respect to the coloration that dried blood typically has in your experience, how does it compare to the banister?
Based on beyond her scope of expertise, Your Honor.
Oh,
They would be sort of similar in color.
And would you expect to see the same degree of contrast of specks of blood on the banister as off a white wall, say?
No.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the stain on item number 11, what side of the house was that collected from?
That was collected on the side of the house near the guest quarters.
Was that the same side of the house where the glove number 9 was collected by Mr. Fung?
Yes, it was.
And in the what we refer to as, I think, the walkway area?
There is a pathway back there.
All right. And that was on what type of an item, stain 11?
It was on a wire.
Now, could you actually see a physical stain?
I personally couldn't.
So what did you do when you were collecting from that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar.
Did you?
Wait, I'm not asking for any test results, but what did you physically do when you were collecting from that area?
I took a control from an area as far away from that area where the stain was supposed to be. I swabbed the area, took swatches of the area that contained the stain area.
But you couldn't see it?
I personally couldn't know.
Now, in the afternoon when you left the Rockingham location, did you have a plastic trash bag in your hand when you left for the last time?
Yes.
And did you have an independent recollection of that prior to seeing a videotape that depicted that scene?
I knew that I had carried out a plastic trash bag.
Now, you said that at some point you figured out that the package containing the vial of blood was in the plastic trash bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you figure that out?
I realized that the next day at the lab in evidence processing.
How?
The bag was on the table and it contained the 2 items that I remembered that Mr. Fung and myself had collected, and the gray envelope was also there.
Did you think that there was any significance up to that period of time, exactly what transpired with respect to that blood vial between the time that it was received and the time that you saw it on the morning of the 14th?
No, not really.
Do you handle blood vials all the time in your occupation?
In toxicology, we handle blood quite a bit.
And when you say handle, what do you mean by that?
Physically open the vials, take samples out, work the samples, handle the samples.
So you mean some sort of physical manipulation with the sample?
Correct.
And did you ever do any handling of the blood vial sample in this case, in that sense?
No.
Now, you said that you collected, and Mr. Fung collected an item 15 and 16?
Correct.
And when is it that you documented in the crime scene identification checklist those 2 items?
It was the next day.
Why was it the next day?
Because our notes were locked in the back of the truck when we left Rockingham for the last time, and didn't have a chance to do it at that time.
Why didn't you document those when you got back to the laboratory in the evening of the 13th?
Well, our main priority was to get the blood swatches drying.
So then, with respect to items 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, when was the documentation on those items done in the crime scene identification checklist?
They were done the following day.
On the 14th?
On the 14th.
Where did the 5 o'clock time period come from with respect to the collection on 15 and 16?
That was the time that I had thought that we had collected those 2 items, 15 and 16.
At the time of the Griffin hearing, did you believe that you had left shortly after 5 o'clock?
That's what I had believed, yes.
And when did you learn that that wasn't the case?
One was from the videotapes, and another was from the envelope that contained the blood sample from Mr. Simpson.
What was on the envelope that caused you to believe that you hadn't left shortly after 5?
There was a time written down that it had been received.
Now, perhaps we could see the exhibit that's been marked as Peoples 186 for identification, starting with the scene where Ms. Mazzola is leaving the location. Now, at 17:11:53, you're putting the items that you had collected and your collection kits back in the vehicle.
Correct.
But you believe that 15 and 16 had not been collected at this time?
Correct.
If you could just take a look at the package that Mr. Fung's holding in his hands. I know you've seen it before. Maybe we can stop for a second. Now, with respect to the package that Mr. Fung was holding in his hands, was that consistent with any other item that you collected or Mr. Fung collected in your presence at the Rockingham location after 5/11?
No.
Okay, let's continue. Let's just stop again for a second. So just to be more specific, without telling us what they were, is that item consistent with 15 or 16?
No.
Let's continue. For the record, I'm sorry, Your Honor. For the record, I stopped just after we'd finished the two sequences of Mr. Fung in the foyer. Let's just stop for a second. We're at 1742.53. I believe it's 10. Now, Ms. Mazzola, with respect to the package that we've previously asked you about, the trash bag, is the heft of that bag consistent with 1516 or the little cards that were contained in the driveway, the photo ID cards?
Objection, Your Honor. The picture speaks for itself. I don't think she's qualified to comment on the heft of the bag.
Overruled. She's carrying it.
It does not appear to be consistent with 1516 or the number cards.
Now, when you say appear, are you referring to you're looking at the photograph?
Correct.
And what aspect of the photograph are you looking at?
The outline that is shown towards the front of the bag.
During the sequence where you're walking out of the...
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. That's not heft now. We're talking about describing the form.
And is this the sequence where you're walking out of what appears to be the gate area that leads up into the Rockingham driveway?
Correct.
Now, in terms of weight, when you were carrying the bag, did the weight appear to be consistent with only 1516 and the little cards?
It appeared to be a little heavier, but at the time I didn't think much about it.
Did you think that did you have any reason to believe this was going to be of any importance whatsoever later on?
No.
Okay, let's just finish up this little last segment. Your Honor, perhaps before I can ask my next series of questions, we can approach to clarify the scope of the permissible questioning.
What area?
15 and 16.
All right, with the court reporter. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to the Bundy crime scene. You were asked about a white object on Mr. Goldman. Do you recall seeing any white object on Mr. Goldman?
A sheet, corners. sheet.
When you were asked about a white object by the defense, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when you say coroner's sheet, can you describe that a little bit more for us? What is it?
Just white.
Just a large white blanket type item.
Correct.
Right. Did you get a clear look at that?
Not a clear look, no.
What type of a look at that did you get?
It's a brief look as they were bringing him out.
Okay. Now, you were asked about trace evidence in connection with the cap and the hat and the glove. Did you examine those items at all at the scene to see whether they had trace evidence?
No.
Do you examine items at the scene before you collect them for the purposes of seeing whether they have trace or biological evidence, such as those?
Biological evidence such as blood, for the most part you can readily see. Trace evidence, you wouldn't be able to really see it.
But do you try to attempt a close physical examination of the items such as the glove and the cap prior to collecting them?
No.
Why not?
Because you run the risk, if you are examining it, of disturbing trace evidence.
Now, I'd like to give you a hypothetical. If you assumed, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that the cap had hairs and fibers on it, the hairs being consistent with the defendant, and a fiber being consistent with the bronco, but that the glove did not have any such items of trace evidence on it, then would the fact that you did not change gloves in between those items have had any effect in terms of contaminating the glove?
Sustained.
Would there have been any significance to not changing the gloves between the cap and the glove?
Objection still, unless it's in connection with the last
Sustained.
question.
I don't understand the grounds for the...
Grounds is that it's an inappropriate question for this particular person based upon her expertise.
You have been trained, you've received some training at SID in terms of the unintentional transfer of trace evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you did not change gloves between the cap and the glove, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, based upon your training and what you've been told at the SID Academy, would there be any problem for contamination or cross-contamination if the hat contained hair and bronco fiber consistent with the bronco, but the glove did not contain that kind of trace evidence?
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, when you were looking at the snippet of videotape that showed an item being passed between yourself and Mr. Fung, what color did that item appear to be?
It appeared to be a tannish color.
Was it consistent in appearance with the color of the eyeglass envelope?
No.
Now, when you had that item in front of you, I believe it was the item number 39, the eyeglass envelope, it was unpackaged. Did Mr. Neufeld attempt to touch the glasses with his bare hands?
He made a move towards them, yes.
What did you do when that happened?
Advised him it wouldn't be a wise idea.
Did he in fact touch them?
No.
And when you saw the bindle that was contained in that item, maybe I can have that. I think it's exhibit number 39. When you saw the bindle that was contained in that item, was that a bindle that either you or Mr. Fung created?
No.
bindles?
No.
Did you recognize any of the handwriting on those two bindles?
No, I did not.
Did you recognize the initials H, I think it was CL?
At that time, no.
Or when you saw them in front of you on the witness stand?
I did not.
To your knowledge, is there anyone by the name of Henry Lee that works at the laboratory?
Appropriate for this witness.
Oral.
No one by that name works at the laboratory.
But, yes, this does exceed the scope, counsel.
What?
The Bindles matter does exceed the scope.
Well, it goes to the issue of the contents of the item.
As to the envelope, yes, you may proceed.
Just so there's no ambiguity, when I was talking about the bindles, can you point out for us what items constitute the bindles?
The bindles are these small items here.
Appear to be folded up pieces of paper within the plastic envelope.
And to your knowledge, are items of evidence at SID made available for inspection and testing even by the defense?
Objection on beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Do you have any personal knowledge of everything that happened to this eyeglass envelope between the time that it was booked and the time that you saw it on the witness stand?
No.
You said that you took a look at the glasses that were inside of the envelope when you were back at the laboratory.
Objection, that wasn't in testimony.
Overruled.
Not back at the laboratory. No.
Where was that?
At the scene, Bungie.
Oh, it was at the scene.
Correct.
And can you describe for us specifically how you did it, how you did that mechanically?
The envelope was not securely sealed, and through the opening I could see a pair of glasses.
Did you remove the item?
No.
When you were looking at it, through what part of the envelope were you looking at it?
Through the back flap area, which was not securely sealed.
Did you open it in some fashion to make it wider so that you could see better? Or?
No.
So how narrow was the slit through which you were looking at this item in the envelope?
Slit.
Rephrase it.
How narrow was the opening?
I'm not positive about how narrow the opening was.
Can you give us an estimate?
Wide enough to see it was a pair of glasses.
Was it enough so that you could take a close inventory of the condition of the glasses?
Objection made.
Overruled.
No.
Did you do so?
No.
And did you notice at that time specifically whether the glasses were intact or not?
I did not notice if they were intact.
Now, going back to some of the training issues that were brought up, when you were receiving your academic training in the college level, university level, did you receive any academic training in the area of crime scene investigation?
Beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I did take 2 classes in crime scene investigation.
And where were those taken?
One was taken at a community college, and the other was taken at Sacramento State University.
Now, what was the nature of this training? Was it hands-on or was it more textbook, theoretical kind of training?
It was more textbook.
All right. And then you said that after you went to LAPD, you went through what you've referred to as the mini academy?
Correct.
And was the nature of that training more academic and textbook oriented or more hands-on?
That was more hands-on.
Can you describe for us the kinds of things that you went through in this hands-on training at the SID mini academy?
We learned how to take hair samples from suspects or victims, proper packaging of said items. We learned how to collect blood off of different substrates. We learned how to cast shoe prints out in dirt, which sometimes you have to do at scenes. We were taken out and we cast tire tracks. We were given demonstrations on interpreting tire tracks, their direction.
Now, when you were doing something like a tire track impression, did you do that inside the laboratory or in some outside location?
It's irrelevant.
Okay. Well, you were asked where these meetings took place. Did all of these meetings take place inside the laboratory?
No.
And you said that there was a area that's a kitchen area of the laboratory?
It is an area where we have a small kitchen. It adjoins our library / meeting room / training room.
Is the library / meeting room / training room the area where these meetings took place, the ones that were inside?
For the most part, yes.
And do you think that the fact that there's a kitchen area adjoining that meeting room somehow caused you not to learn how to collect blood stains as well as if it had taken place in a conference room?
Sorry, I was being distracted by the photographers in the back.
Excuse me.
I'll ask you
Hold
the
on.
other question again.
Rephrase the question.
This meeting / conference / library room, is it directly adjoining the area that's the kitchen? Is it in the same physical space?
Yes.
Right. And is there a microwave there and refrigerator and the like?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that somehow the presence of the microwave and the refrigerator caused you not to learn how to collect blood stains as well?
No, it had no bearing on it.
Now, you were also asked whether this occurred in a separate building. Did it?
No.
Do you think that maybe if this had occurred in a separate building, you would have learned how to collect blood stains or other kinds of evidence better than if it occurred at the SID facility?
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Do you think that if you had learned this in a dormitory type setting where they didn't allow you to go home between sessions that you would have learned?
I think we're getting redundant at this point.
Okay. I probably agree with that, Your Honor.
All right. Let's move on.
Okay. Now, you said that you had a temporary job at Kern County DA's Office Crime Lab.
Correct.
Why was that a temporary position?
It was what they called extra help criminalist. It was a temporary position, and I was just glad to get the job.
And when you say that it was a temporary position, did they have funding for a full-time position?
No, they did not have funding for a full-time position.
And for how long was it that you were hired, when you were initially hired in this temporary position?
Initially, I was hired for 9 months.
And then what happened after the 9 months?
Well, before my 9 months were up, they said they had funding for me to come back for another 9 months if I was still interested in the job.
And did you, in fact, go back for another 9 months?
Yes, I did.
Did they have any funding to continue your position after then?
No.
And then after that, did you begin looking for work again?
Yes, I did.
What kind of work did you want at that time?
Objection is to relevance.
Oral.
I wanted to work as a criminalist. That's what I want my career to be.
Is it your experience that the leading crime laboratories generally want people that have some previous experience in order to get a job?
Qualified to answer that question.
Oral.
The majority of laboratories were looking for people with some experience in the field.
And then you said that you got a job at Valley Toxicology, I think? Is that
Correct.
And was that a job that you wanted to stay at?
It was not a job I wanted to stay at for the next 30 years.
Okay. And when did you decide to go over to LAPD?
Well, I had taken the test for LAPD a couple of years prior to starting at Valley Toxicology, but I had heard of the budget problems, so I didn't think anything about it until I received a call asking me if I was still interested in a permanent full-time position as a criminalist with LAPD.
And when you heard that they had funding now for a position, did you decide to join LAPD, their crime lab?
Yes,
And why was that?
because it was a permanent criminalist position. LAPD had a good reputation, and
All right, we're beyond what we need to have here.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I was going to move on to another topic now. I don't know whether the court wanted to break. It's 4 o'clock, or go or continue.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session as far as the jury is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a pleasant evening. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning, 8:45. Oh, got it. Thank you. And Mr. Darden, good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we have the items of evidence present from the LAPD, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
With the exception of 3 control bills on item 7, 12, and 49, which I have to advise counsel on.
All right, and Mr. Neufeld, you wanted to inspect those items, and Mr. Goldberg, you wanted that done on the record, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Well,
proceed.
he hasn't inspected the items, but he wants to open them.
Right.
Some of them are sealed.
How many of these items do you need to see, to open to see?
I just wanted to open the corner envelopes for there's the 16 or so items.
How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 23 items.
Haven't you already been given the opportunity to do this
No, Your Honor.
previously?
Oh, no, that's not the point here. The point is, before I actually display them to the witness, I just want an opportunity to make sure these are the same ones that I've seen in the past. That can take literally 7 or 8 minutes to do. I was here at 8:30 for that purpose, as you know, Your Honor. I can do it during a very brief recess between the end of their recross, the end of their redirect and my cross. I just need those 7 minutes, so before I actually show them to the witness, I've had an opportunity to look at them myself to make sure they're the same.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, would you approach, please? Let me give you my scissors. You got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
We'll do it on the record. Do you need gloves for these things? All right. Mr. Goldberg?
We were just discussing that we don't have any seals to reseal the items, which we'd like to do after they're reopened because they are analyzed evidence. Ms. Mazzola just brought that to my attention.
All right, Ms. Robertson, do you have evidence sealed so we can reseal each one of these items after they've been opened? All right, would you supervise that process then over there, please? All right, Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Darden, can I ask you to clear a few items off your counsel table there, put them over here on the bar by the jury rail so I can observe what's going on as well, and let's do this as expeditiously as we can. All right, let's get started.
try to take them out to the best of your ability in the numerical order.
All right, Ms. Mazzola has removed the contents of a 9 by 12 manila envelope. There appear to be numerous coin envelopes. All right, which one do you have there, Ms. Mazzola?
It is item 8.
All right, item 8, there appear to be 2 coin envelopes. They appear to be what, stapled together? All right, you've removed 2 bindles. Mr. Harmon, you're going to have to stand out of the well, please. Mrs. Robertson, let me ask you to reseal these items. Again, 2 coin envelopes that appear to be stapled together.
Say about 40 minutes, but redirect. I can start on the recourse before I get to the decision if you want to do this during recess, if you prefer.
Well, let's do it now. No, I don't. Yeah. All right, which item is this? So 11. All right, 2 bindles.
They are in a sealed condition, the bindles.
All right.
Thank you.
Also appears to be 2 coin envelopes. stapled together. Excuse me, counsel. That's 3 times now. Deputy Jacks. Appears to be 1 bundle.
And that spindle just has, does that have a 12 on it? Is that a 12? What is that? Yeah, 12. But it doesn't have a 12C.
Appears to be a single coin envelope. Appears to contain 2 paper bundles. Noted. All right, a single coin envelope. Noted. Appear to be 2 coin envelopes stapled together. All right. 2 paper bundles. All right, 46. Deputy Mayor, would you make preparations to resume today at 1 o'clock instead of 1:30? All right, item 46. Would you describe that, Ms. Mazzola?
Appears to be a menu from a Thai Chinese restaurant.
Folded.
Item 14.
All right, single coin envelope.
Two bindles again.
Noted. Single coin envelope.
Item 47.
Appears to be 3 coin envelopes stapled together.
And also for the record, so far all of the coin envelopes from which the bindles came were sealed.
Yes. And Ms. Mazzola, what is that?
This is a single bindle that appears to be sealed up with a plastic seal.
Does that say C, or is that a control bindle, or just a number?
All right, the second sealed coin envelope. All right, a single bindle out of the second coin envelope. All right, Ms. Mazzola?
Item 48.
3 coin envelopes. Deputy Jacks, there's a lot of talking in the audience. I know 3 journalists and 1 book author that are about to go out. Ms. Hazlett, would you come here for a moment? That was
Appears to be the control bindle.
Item 41.
a single coin envelope. I'm sorry?
I want to check page size from, we had page size from yesterday.
All right, 2 paper bindles.
Item number 1.
All right, 2 coin envelopes stapled together. 1 sealed.
Again,
2 paper bindles.
the blanket that you saw in the vicinity or on Mr. Goldman at some point. What was that blanket again?
It was just a white blanket or sheet. I wasn't sure which one.
And was that something that came from the coroner's office?
Objection, she knows.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know if that came from the coroner's office?
At the time, I did not.
All right, maybe we can see People's 99 for identification.
You should cut through to this one.
Cut.
Okay, now, if you can look at the background of this photograph and take a look at the white blanket or white sheet that appears to have some writing on it, is that what you saw?
I saw him on a white blanket or sheet.
Okay. And when you looked at this, did you look at this photograph prior to testifying today, the actual photograph as opposed to an image of it?
Yes.
And did you look at other crime scene photographs depicting the same scene or similar scene?
I had seen crime scene photographs previous, yes.
And what was the writing? What is the writing that appears on the right-hand side of this blanket that's somewhat blurry?
Yeah. On this image, it's hard to tell, but on the photographs, it appears to be from the LA coroner.
Right. And is this consistent with what you saw when you were referring to a white blanket?
Yes.
Now, thank you. Was there another white blanket that was at the crime scene that was still there after the bodies had been removed when you were engaged in the evidence collection process?
Yes, there was.
And where was that white blanket?
It was on the walkway near the first steps.
Now, from your own independent recollection, based upon what you saw when you were at the scene, did you ever see that blanket on anyone?
From what I can recall, I did not see that particular blanket on anybody.
Either the body of Nicole Simpson or Ronald Goldman?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay, does that mean that it wasn't ever on Nicole Simpson, or just that you did not see that?
So I did not see that.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your conversations with me, and you said that at one point you had been in the district attorney's office for perhaps 5 hours or so.
Correct.
Now, on the occasion or occasions when that happened, was that while you were waiting to testify?
Not, well, I believe on maybe one occasion it was while I was waiting.
And were people talking to you the whole time about this case, or what were you doing?
For the most part, I was left alone.
And did the defense attorneys ever attempt, to your knowledge, to contact you and say, we'd like to sit down with you and go over what we're going to question you about or talk about the case?
Objection.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Have the defense attorneys ever contacted you and asked you prior to today to discuss any part of the case with them?
No.
Okay. Today, did you have a little bit of a conversation with Mr. Neufeld about certain items of evidence?
Yes.
And other than that, is that the only time that you had an off-the-record conversation that you can recall with one of the defense lawyers?
That I can
Relating to the case.
that I can recall, I believe it was, yes.
Did you consider your conversation with Mr. Neufeld to be witness preparation?
Objection.
No.
Was he asking you questions about, can you just give us a generic or general description of what the conversation was about?
He was just asking about certain items of evidence, if I would unseal them,
He was asking what?
that if I would open them for him to see.
Was he asking any questions about those items of evidence, or what you put on them, or what they were, and so on?
Not really.
Your Honor, I wanted to ask some questions about 15 and 16 pursuant to our conversation.
All right, I think our agreed-upon parameter is physical description, dimension.
Without telling us what these
Hold on.
items...
Hold on. Mr. Neufeld,
Brief sidebar, I think it was Alan's very quickly.
do you want to talk with Mr. Cochran first?
Yes.
With the court order. Thank you. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, well, with regard to evidence collection items number 15 and 16, the parties, both sides, have withdrawn their objection to those items, so we will proceed with those items. All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Okay, Your Honor, then I'll mark as my next exhibit in order as People's 203,
203.
item number 15, and as 204, item number 16. I'm not going to write on these because they already have markers on them.
All right.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Mazzone, showing you item number 15 and item number 16. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
And what are those?
they are the two items which were collected at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th.
Okay. And when was the packaging that they're now contained in? When were they placed in those packaging materials?
That happened June 14th back at the laboratory.
Can you remove the item from People's 203 for identification? That's number 15, and tell us what you're doing for the record.
I am opening the coin envelope and removing appears to be airline tickets.
All right. Maybe you can just hold that up so the jurors can see what you have. Now, when you were actually at the location, did you put that in any packaging material other than the plastic bag itself?
No.
Now, can you remove item number 16 from its coin envelope and describe what you're doing for the record?
Okay. I am removing item 16 from the envelope. It appears to be a baggage claim ticket from an airline.
And was that placed in any other packaging material on the 13th when you were at Rockingham, other than the plastic bag itself?
No.
Thank you. Can you just hold up item number 15 one more time after you put 16 away? Maybe I could just take a look at 163H for identification, the gray analyzed evidence envelope. Can you put that? Oh, we'll just keep that out for a second.
You want the item itself kept out?
Yeah,
All right.
I'd like to give you 163H. Maybe you can just hold the two of those up so we can get a relative size comparison. And neither that item that you're holding now nor item number 16 were placed in any other packaging material other than the plastic bag while you were at the Rockingham location.
Correct.
Now, when you were carrying the plastic bag out of the location, did it feel to you like it weighed anything more than what you would expect with just item 15 and 16 and the little cards, collection cards?
It felt like it was a little heavier than it should be, but I didn't give it much thought.
Okay. Thank you. You can replace that item. Could you just hold up the envelope itself so that we can, no, the envelope, the coin envelope. Is that the type of coin envelope or one of the kinds of coin envelopes that you do have in your crime scene boxes?
Yes.
And where were those coin envelopes at the time that you and Mr. Fung recovered item 15 and 16?
They were in the back of the truck.
Locked.
Locked.
Thank you. Now, turning to the Bronco search and collection of evidence, you said that on the pedals that you used the same swab for the purposes of the phenolphthalein test.
Correct.
Why was that done?
Mr. Fung just wanted to see if the pedals had been manipulated, as if someone had driven the Bronco,
As opposed to what?
as opposed to just getting in the Bronco and then getting right back out.
So you wanted to see whether there was any evidence of any blood on any one of the 3 pedals.
Correct.
And when he directed you to do this test, did you have any fear or concern on your part that if you suggested to him that 3 different swabs should be used, that he was going to say to you, I can't believe that you would question my judgment, I think you should be fired,
No,
or anything along those lines?
no.
And when you were doing this phenolphthalein test, was it your intent to collect anything or try to collect anything from the pedals?
No, he said we were just,
Objection is what he said.
Sustained.
You could just tell us what your intent was.
the intent was to see if the pedals had been manipulated. That was it.
And is it your practice not to collect every single last stain that you see in a car that contains many stains, such as the Bronco?
A representative sample of what is in the car would be taken.
And who was making the judgment call as to which samples to take and not to take from the Bronco?
That was Mr. Fung.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to People's 195A for identification. This photograph is a little bit washed out. Have you had an opportunity?
Overruled.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the actual photograph before?
Yes.
And was this a photograph that was taken on the 14th when you and Mr. Fung were doing the evidence collection at the Bronco?
Yes, it was.
Now, do you have an independent recollection of seeing any of the stains that appear in the running board area of the driver's side door?
Not on the running board itself, no.
Let's take a look at 197 for identification. Now, with respect to the little stains that are contained in this photograph,
Objection, Your Honor, it's little stains.
Sustained.
well,
Counsel, objection, and then I'll ask for the grounds, both sides.
do you see some stains that are contained in this photograph?
I see cards where there would be stains.
No, I'm talking about the area of the running board, the driver's area.
Objection as to the characterization, assumes facts not in evidence.
Rephrase the question.
Talking about the white metallic area that's in the forefront of this photograph.
There appears to be a dark spot on it.
Now, do you recall seeing that on the 14th?
No, I don't recall if I saw that or not.
And do you recall seeing any other spots in that area on the 14th?
No.
Now, when you say you don't recall, does that mean that they weren't there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
When you say you don't recall, does that mean that you looked in that area, examined it, and that they weren't there?
It means I don't recall if I saw stains there or not.
And prior to looking at the crime scene photographs, did you have any recollection as to the rear gate at Bundy being there?
No.
But does that mean that it wasn't there?
Objection, Your Honor. Yes,
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Does that mean that you looked and you examined the area and that you saw that there was no rear gate at Bundy?
I did not remember seeing a rear gate at Bundy.
But do you now know that there was in fact one there?
I know now that there was a gate, yes.
Right. And prior to seeing the videotape of yourself collecting the glove at the Bundy location,
I think
did
we've
you...
asked this question already.
Not in this context.
We asked the same question, though, yesterday afternoon in a similar kind of context.
Well, you testified yesterday that you didn't have an independent recollection prior to seeing the videotape of collecting the glove at Bundy. Does that mean that you didn't collect it or you remember not collecting it?
Objection.
Counsel, you've already asked that question.
Okay. Now, who was doing most of the work in terms of trying to identify stains on the Bronco prior to the actual physical collection of the stains?
Mr. Fung.
What were you doing?
I was passing him the photo ID cards, doing the sketch, helping with measurements, passing him supplies as he needed them.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mazzola, with respect to the stains that are in this People's Exhibit 197 for identification, did you ever consider at all testifying that you did see them on the 14th?
Objection.
Ground. Overruled.
If I didn't remember seeing them, then that's how I would testify. I didn't remember seeing them.
Okay. And you never thought of saying, yeah, I do remember seeing them to help the prosecution's case, did you?
No.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the collection video, the blood collection video that was played. I think that's Defense 1117 for identification. And I'd just like to play it all the way through, and then I'll ask you some questions about what we saw. In this scene where you're pouring some items out into the cap, what are you doing?
I am putting some of these swatches into the cap so I could pick them up with the tweezers.
And now you are doing what?
Adding a drop of distilled water to the swatch and shaking it out.
And now you've placed the swatch down, and for what purpose is that?
To take a control.
And this is right by the card that says number 5.
Correct.
And you just put it into a object. What did you put the control swatch in?
It's placed in a small plastic bag.
And that had some writing on it?
Correct.
What was the writing?
The item number and C for control.
So that's all you have to put on there is the item number and C for control.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Is that all you have to put on there? Just the item number and the C for control?
Yes.
Now what did you just do?
Clean the tweezers again.
And now you are placing the swatch down on the stain.
Correct.
Now when you were handling the swatch with the tweezers, what portion of the tweezers comes into contact with the swatch?
The extreme pointed end.
Are those tweezers, is there anything special about them that distinguishes them from ordinary tweezers?
Well, they're extremely sharper, and they have a longer area where you would handle the items that you need to.
Are they serrated at all so as to be able to grab things? Or are they just smooth?
We have some that are serrated and some that are smooth.
But these particular ones that you use for this task are the smooth ones?
Those are smooth.
And now what are you doing?
Placing the swatch with the item in a separate plastic bag.
What does that plastic bag have on it?
The item number.
But it doesn't have a C.
No.
And why is that? Why do you put a C on one and just the item number on the other? For what purpose?
All I do to designate the control. That's the only reason.
Couldn't you designate it even if you didn't write that on it?
For the most part, you can tell if a swatch has blood on it or not, but I just put a C.
Makes it easier.
Yes.
Do you write your initials anywhere on those plastic envelopes?
No.
Now, when you got up, you touched the ground. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Does that sometimes happen at a crime scene where you will touch the ground for whatever the reason to balance yourself?
Touch the ground or something to maintain your balance.
Does touching the ground have any impact in terms of the evidence collection?
Objection, she's unqualified.
Overruled.
Not really, no.
Now, what are you filling out now?
It could be another envelope for the next item.
Objection to speculation.
Overruled.
When you looked at this videotape, does it look like you have more than one item in your hand? Yeah, okay. Right now.
Yes.
What items do you have in your hand?
A plastic bag and a coin envelope.
And what do you write on the plastic bag?
The item number.
What do you write on the coin envelope?
The item number.
And in this case, that would have been 6.
Correct.
And what are you doing now?
Cleaning the tweezers again.
Now, between the time that you cleaned your tweezers and the time that you picked up this next swatch, did you ever touch the tip end of the tweezers that comes in contact with the swatch?
No.
Is that the way that you do it at a real crime scene, too?
Yes.
And now what are you collecting?
The next control.
And you've just put the swatch, the control swatch where?
In a plastic bag.
And is that designated in some way, again, to separate it from the stained swatch?
It has the item number and a C on it.
Now you're writing on another plastic bag.
Correct.
You just wrote the item number, and is that it?
For that one, it would be just the item number.
Okay, and again, you dropped a swatch in this video. Did you try to recover that swatch, or did you just leave it on the ground?
Just leave it on the ground.
Now you're having a little bit of difficulty getting this off the tweezers.
Correct.
But when you look closely, did you ever touch the swatch with your gloved hand?
No.
Or did you ever touch the area of the tweezers that comes into contact with the swatch?
No.
Is that consistent with your practice at a real crime scene?
Yes.
Now this swatch seems to be soaking up a little easier than the other one, is that correct?
It appears to be yes. With our hands, no.
When you watch this videotape, was there ever a time when you touched with your gloved hands the portion of the tweezers that you would use to collect either a control or a swatch after they were cleaned, but before the swatch was collected?
No.
And is that also consistent with the practice that you use at a crime scene?
Yes.
Now, on stain number 5, the demonstration stain, do you know from viewing this videotape for sure whether or not the moisture from the control swatch did eventually migrate over to the stain?
From the videotape, it looked like it was coming close. Yes.
It could have.
It could have, yes.
Now, does that present a problem when you are collecting evidence?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Objection on no foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, counsel gave you a hypothetical where he related to you a set of facts under which the swatch came into contact with your hand and then was placed as the substrate control down on the cement. And then the water migrated over to the stain itself. You recall a hypothetical along those lines?
Yes.
Under that hypothetical situation, is there any danger of contaminating the item being collected, the stain?
There's still no foundation for this witness.
Overruled.
Very little, if any.
And if this control swatch were in fact contaminated, could that be tested for by testing the control swatch?
Objection beyond the scope of her expertise.
Foundation. Sustained.
Sorry.
Well, have you been taught what the control swatch is for?
We have been told what it could be used for, yes.
And when it gets back to the laboratory, what do the people in serology use those control swatches for?
Objection.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know what the people in serology use those for?
I know that they are used to see if anything in the background would interfere with the tests they were going to run, and they can also be tested for contamination, DNA, whatever.
Okay. And if the control swatch was in fact tested and it was determined that it did not contain biological material, would that indicate that you did not contaminate the control swatch and hence the stain?
Objection. That's all.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, with respect to swatches that are dropped, if you drop one of the swatches and you just leave it on the ground, can that somehow affect or contaminate the stain that you're collecting?
If it is just left on the ground,
Right.
no, because it wouldn't be used.
Is there any significance to that at all that you're aware of based upon your training and your experience?
No.
And when you were testifying on direct examination, do you recall being asked a couple questions about different things that could conceivably happen while you're collecting a stain?
I think so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to read from page 23,700.
What volume is this? What volume, counsel?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
What volume is this?
This is volume 130. I'm going to start on line, well, actually, I'd like to start on page 23,699 on line 27. Through line 6.
Mr. Neufeld, do you have the page?
Direct examination?
Correct.
I would object to rereading direct examination is beyond the scope of redirect examination.
No, it was, he got into this on cross.
It's a prior consistent statement. It's hearsay. There's no inconsistency.
No, but it's not
Let
being...
me see counsel at sidebar.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
On direct examination, were you trying to in any way conceal or minimize different problems that can happen when you're collecting a stain?
No.
And is one of the things that could conceivably happen dropping tweezers?
It can happen, yes.
Okay. And did you admit that on direct examination?
It's hearsay.
Right. Did you make any effort to conceal that during direct examination, that could be a problem?
Overruled.
No.
All right. And do you know for a fact whether or not you did drop any tweezers at the crime scene at Bundy or at Rockingham?
I do not believe I did.
But if that problem does occur, how do you handle it?
Clean the tweezers.
So this is a potential mistake that could occur while you're collecting evidence. Is that correct?
It's not really a mistake. It can happen.
Okay. But it couldn't have any impact on the evidence collection.
No.
Now, getting back to the control swatches, I wanted to show you the evidence collection board. I think it was 177. Excuse me, it's 167.
Mr. Goldberg.
Cell 8. Cell 8. I'm going to ask you some questions about cell number 8 on this board, Ms. Mazzola. You may have to step down in order to see this. On cell 8, do you see that there are the two little white items that are sort of in the area that's framed by your hands and your body?
Yes.
One of them seems to be closer to your right knee, and the other one appears to be a little closer to the edge of the coin envelope, but they're both on the cement.
Correct.
What are those white items?
They appear to be swatches.
And if someone had asked you, had looked at this photograph and said, what are those items and how did they get there? Would have you told them that they fell out while you were taking them out of the pill bottle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What would have you told them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm finished with the board. I'll take it. Now, let me ask you about another issue relating to the collection of biological evidence. To your recollection, has there ever been an instance where you had the tweezers in your hand with a bloody swatch and dropped the bloody swatch?
That hasn't happened to me, no.
Okay. And if that did happen, how would you handle that situation?
Well, if there was enough of the stain left, you just take another swatch.
Okay, but what if you wanted to save that swatch, the one that you dropped?
Then you could package it in a separate plastic bag, separate coin envelope, along with another control of the area where it fell, and make a note on there what happened.
And why would you take another control?
Well, to get a sample of the area where the swatch fell.
So what would you do, to give you another hypothetical, if you had a situation where for some reason you dropped a bloody swatch and instinctively you caught it in a gloved hand? How would you handle that situation?
Same way, except you just include the glove as the substrate.
So you could include the glove as a substrate control?
Yes.
So there are ways to deal with problems, even such as dropping a bloody swatch?
Yes.
No. How would you package the glove if you saved that as your substrate control?
That would be packaged in a separate plastic bag, separate coin envelope, just to keep them separate.
Or could you conceivably take a control swatch from the area of the glove nearby where the stain fell?
You could, either way.
Now, with respect to your evidence collection of the blood stains at Bundy and Rockingham, are there any mistakes that you can think of that you could have made that could have caused the blood at that location to somehow change into the defendant's blood?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
Sustained.
Are there any mistakes that you can think of that you could have made that could have caused those stains to become contaminated in such a way that they had the same genetic markers as the defendant's blood?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Are you aware of any mistakes that you made or could have made to contaminate those stains?
No.
Now, once you get back to the laboratory with these stains on the evening of the 13th, did you play some role in the drying process of those stains?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the 14th, to your recollection, did you play any role in the packaging of the dried stains?
Objection beyond the scope of cross-examination to date.
Overruled.
No.
I may have.
Okay. And was there something else that you were working on involving a case that was separate from this at or around that time?
Yes.
Did that involve any biological evidence?
No.
Now, when the items are packaged during the drying, after they're dry, into bindles, what information is placed on the bindles?
The item number and C for control on the bindle containing the control swatch.
So is that similar to the same type of information that was placed on the plastic bags at the scene?
Yes.
Do you have to distinguish necessarily between the control and the stain swatch?
It just makes it easier for the serologist.
And when you're participating in this process of packaging the dried stains, is it your practice to initial the coin envelopes?
Yes.
And is any other information placed on the coin envelopes?
The property number, which is usually different than the photo ID number, but not always.
Is any DR number placed on those?
Yes, the DR number for the case is placed on each envelope.
And based upon your training and your experience, is the coin envelope what is used in order to determine what case those stains came from and where they were found at the crime scene?
It contains the information necessary, yes.
think that's all I have. Let me just check. You said that you generally initial the coin envelope?
At booking,
Yes.
it is initialed.
And do you have to initial the bindles necessarily?
No,
Oh,
no, not necessarily the bindles.
But you do place generally the item number and then designate the difference between the control and the stain
Correct,
on the bindle.
correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
all right. 2 minutes or 10 minutes? Oh, I see, okay. Folks, we'll take about 10 minutes. All right, please remember all my admonitions to you. We're just going to recycle into recross. And just for your information, because of the lost time we had this morning, we're going to resume this afternoon at 1 o'clock rather than 1:30, so a little shorter lunch break today. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you can step down. 10 minutes.
So,
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, court's previous ruling stands. Let's have the jury. Record reflects we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recollect yesterday, Mr. Neufeld concluded his cross-examination pending permission from the court to reopen when certain items of evidence were delivered to the court. Those items have been received by the court, and I'm going to allow Mr. Neufeld to continue and conclude his cross-examination, including questioning as to these items. All right, Mr. Neufeld.
Your Honor, I believe I'll also be doing the recourse as well now, so it's all...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mazzola, it's been brought to my attention that on occasion I may have mispronounced your name during the cross-examination because of my accent. And although I'm proud of my accent, and I'm sure you're proud of your accent, I meant no disrespect, and I hope you didn't take it that way.
No, I didn't take it that way.
Okay, fine. Then good morning and good morning. Ms. Mazzola, you said a little bit a while ago on redirect examination that Dennis Fung had directed you just to use a single swab on the gas pedal, the brake pedal, and the emergency brake when you got to the Bronco on the 14th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said he wanted you to use the same swab on all three because he just wanted to see whether or not they had been used at all, or blood had been in contact with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, wouldn't it have been very important, Ms. Mazzola, if there was blood on only one pedal? Wouldn't that indicate that someone had climbed into the car as opposed to have driven the car?
Speculation.
Sustain.
You can...
Sustain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that to drive a car, one has to use both the brake and the gas pedal?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
And would you agree that if you only saw some indicia of blood on, let's say, the emergency brake, but not on the accelerator nor the brake, that would be evidence that someone had not driven the car who had blood on their shoe, but rather someone may have climbed into the car and not driven it?
Argumentative.
Well, it's still called is speculative, but the jury's smart enough to figure this out as they have all driven cars.
And by the way, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you didn't even see any red stains on any of those three items in the car, did you?
No, they were black. I did not see any red stains.
And Ms. Mazzola, you examined those items with that flashlight that you can see in the picture, didn't you?
Mr. Fung did, yes.
And Mr. Fung never said in your presence that he observed any stains on those three items, did he?
Sustained. It's hearsay.
Well,
Rephrase the question. Did Mr. Fung ever direct your attention to anything on the brake pedals?
No.
Proceed.
thank you. And in fact, neither you nor Mr. Fung that day collected any swatches from any of those three items, did you?
No, we did not.
And it's not because you were only looking for representative stains, because there were no other stains on any of those three items, were there?
I do not know if there were any stains present.
Well, you didn't see any stains, did you?
I personally did not, no.
And again, repeating his honest question to you, and I'm going to get it wrong, perhaps you could repeat your own question. Okay. Did Mr. Fung direct your attention to any stains at all on either of those three items?
Oh, well.
No.
Thank you.
I liked it the first time, too. No, don't ask it again.
Just kidding.
Now, when you did the demo, the demonstration videotape, ma'am, you wanted to perform on that tape as well as possible, right?
Yes.
And you were told, in fact, that there was a chance that this tape might be played for the jury. You were told that too, weren't you?
Oh, well.
That there was a chance.
And when you did this this demonstration, I mean, relative to an actual crime scene, it was under ideal conditions, wasn't it?
Not ideal, no.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, there were no bodies present, were there?
No.
There were no 20 or 25 police officers present, were there?
No.
There weren't a phalanx of journalists with TV cameras across the street, were there?
No.
And there were no time constraints, were there?
No.
And nonetheless, Ms. Mazzola, problems still arose during the course of making that video, didn't it?
Oh, well.
Problems such as the stains being a little difficult to remove, yes.
Other than the stain being difficult to remove, is it your opinion, ma'am, that no problems occurred or are visualized in that entire demonstration video?
Still vaguest problems.
Oh, well.
I don't understand what you mean by problems.
Well, without telling us what was said, Ms. Mazzola, were any problems with what happened on that videotape called to your attention while you were there shooting it?
It's irrelevant, also hearsay.
Directly called to your attention.
Not that I can recall.
So as you sit here today, having seen this videotape now, both yesterday, or I'm sorry, the day before, and again today, it's your opinion that there were no mistakes made by you?
Still vaguest of mistakes.
Oh.
None that I could really see, no.
Thank you. Yesterday, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you were not familiar with Mr. Simpson's name when you arrived at the scene on the 13th. Is that right?
That's correct.
But would it be fair to say that by the time you left Rockingham, late in the afternoon on the 13th, that it certainly came to your attention that he was a famous person?
I found out who he was, yes.
Well, not just who he was, but you found out that because of who he was, that this case was going to receive a great deal of attention.
I could tell that from the cameras already gathered at his house.
And even though you may not have thought about everything that happened on the 13th, the night of the 13th, certainly within the next couple of days, you were able to glean just from the vast media attention that this was going to be a case which was very high profile.
Yes, it was going to be high profile.
And in fact, ma'am, in the next few weeks, there was actually a hearing held in connection with that case, wasn't there?
Are we talking about in August?
No, was there a preliminary hearing held in late June that was televised?
Could have been.
And would you agree, ma'am, that throughout the month of June, the month of July, and the month of August, up until the time you testified on August 23rd, there was a tremendous amount of media attention to this case?
I guess it was on TV, yes.
And you realized during those 2.5 months, Ms. Mazzola, that you played a very significant role in this case, didn't you?
Overruled. But we've sort of plowed this ground already.
2 more questions on this, Your Honor.
Please.
As I had said before, I didn't give it much thought about what was going on in the media.
Ms. Mazzola, you realized from the day you collected evidence in this case that there was going to come a time when you were going to have to testify about what you did, right?
Yes.
And with all that media attention that you were conscious of between June 13th and August 23rd, didn't you at any point during those 2 months, with this being in the newspapers, on television, and on the radio, at all review in your own mind what it is that you actually did on the 13th?
No.
You never reviewed it at all?
No.
Okay. Now, you also said that what helped you to remember better what actually happened on the 13th and 14th was when you look at photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe you said that, for instance, looking at the photograph of item number 47 refreshed your recollection about what happened. Is that correct? That was one of the examples used by Mr. Goldberg. Isn't that right?
I believe it was 47. I'm not
Well,
certain.
let me just show you the photograph of item 47.
All right, and Mr. Douglas, this is People's Exhibit which?
Your Honor, this is number 165.
Thank you. Why don't you take the long pointer with you?
Now, Ms. Mazzola, I'm pointing to item 47, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photograph of item 47? Is that the photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
Since facts not in evidence, there's only one photograph.
Overruled.
I looked at several photographs of the scene.
Well, you said that you looked at a photograph of item 47. Did you not?
Yes.
Was this the photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
I do not believe this was the exact only photograph of item 47 that I looked at.
All right. What other photographs of item 47 did you look at to refresh your recollection?
Overall views of the scene, that's what helped most.
Well, ma'am, yesterday you said that specifically you recalled looking at a photograph of item 47 and that refreshing your recollection about what transpired on June 13th. I'm simply asking you whether or not this is the photograph you looked at of item 47, or was there another photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
That's an answer.
Sustain.
Is it now your testimony that it wasn't a photograph of item 47 which refreshed your recollection, but instead other photographs of the scene?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustain.
You may sit down. that photograph of item 47 is nothing more than a red stain on a piece of concrete or the ground cover. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Have you looked at any photograph at all, Ms. Mazzola, which shows anyone collecting item 47?
No.
Have you looked at any photograph which shows anyone kneeling down next to item 47?
No.
But it's your testimony that looking at photographs of item 47 refreshed your recollection about what happened. Is that right?
Yes.
And since photographs refresh your recollection, did you also look at photographs of the other items that were collected in this case at Bundy?
That's compound, this phrase.
Oh, well,
I looked at several photographs, yes.
Did you look at photograph which reflected the location of item 50?
Which item is 50?
Item 50 would be photo identification 115. One of the blood drops taken from Bundy.
I looked at several photographs of the scene.
And were they photographs that depicted the location of the different blood drop stains at Bundy?
It showed their overall view, yes.
All right. Next in order, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Roberts. 1121. All right, appears to be a photograph of the rear stairway at Bundy.
Do you recognize the card that's sitting at the top of the stairs in front of the gate?
It appears to be one of ours.
And can you recognize what number it is on it?
115.
Okay. And 115 corresponds with item number 50, correct?
I'll take your word for it, yes.
Well, no, please check your notes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were present when these photographs were taken, correct?
I was at Bundy, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination and on redirect examination that you and Dennis Fung together participated in setting up the photographing of the various items at Bundy?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Wasn't one of your responsibilities at Bundy to participate in the documenting of items of evidence?
Yes.
And part of the documenting of evidence entails the photographing of items, does it not?
Yes.
And one of the things that you've been taught at the SID Mini Academy was to get various angles or various distances of the different items, correct?
The forensic photographers know that, yes.
To shoot it close up and to shoot it further away.
Correct.
And did you, with Dennis Fung, put down the various numbers along the way so the items could be photographed?
I helped put down some of them, yes.
Do you have an independent recollection as you sit here today as to which numbers you put down and which numbers he put down?
The ones I participated in were up near the front of the house in the area that the crime occurred.
Okay. But where 115 is in this picture, Ms. Mazzola, is actually where item 50 bloodstain is. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you personally knelt down and collected that stain, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Mazzola, when you collected that stain, you were just a few feet in front of that rear gate, weren't you? Would you back up so we can see the gate? Weren't you?
It appears that 115 is near the gate, yes.
And you have to pass through that gate to get to 117, which became item 52, don't you?
Yes.
Well, if seeing photographs refresh your recollection, Ms. Mazzola, when you were shown this photograph, when you looked at the different photographs of the scene of Bundy before taking the witness stand, did that refresh your recollection that there was in fact a rear gate located there?
The photographs show that, yes, there was a rear gate.
Well, did seeing that photograph refresh your recollection, even before you took the witness stand in this case, that there was a rear gate at that location?
That morning, I did not recall seeing a back gate.
Ms. Mazzola, when you say that morning, you mean the morning of June 13th?
Correct.
When you say you didn't recall seeing a gate on June 13th, are you saying that at a certain point in time, when I thought back to June 13th, I don't recall seeing a gate? Is that what you mean by that statement?
Well, in this case, testimony as to gate, it's a rear gate.
That morning, I did not remember seeing a back gate. After seeing photographs, apparently there is a back gate.
Right. Ms. Mazzola, when was the first time that somebody asked you about a back gate?
I don't remember the exact date,
The month,
not even the month.
the season.
I can't even remember.
Well, was it several months after you were out there in June? More or less.
It was after we had been out there in June.
Well, when you say after, was it the next day?
No.
Okay, so it was many weeks later?
I think we've given the jury a picture of what the state of the recollection is.
Huh. And when you say you didn't recall seeing a back gate there, do you mean that at that first time, sometime after June 13th, when someone asked you about a back gate, in that conversation, you didn't recall a back gate? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
Yes, I did not remember seeing a back gate.
Okay. And then, subsequent to that first conversation you had with someone when they asked you about a back gate and you said, no, I don't recall one, were you then shown photographs prior to taking the witness stand at this trial where you actually saw the back gate?
I saw photographs, yes.
And did those photographs include a photograph of this back gate, Ms. Mazzola?
Yes.
And so before you took the witness stand in this case, Ms. Mazzola, did seeing that photograph of the back gate refresh your recollection that there was a back gate there on June 13th?
I still say on June 13th, I did not remember seeing a back gate.
Ms. Mazzola, you've testified before this jury that there were some things you don't remember, but when you finally see photographs of them, you then begin to have your recollection refreshed. Is that correct?
On some things, yes.
Is there any other item, by the way, Ms. Mazzola, where you've seen a photograph of it since, where nonetheless it's your recollection that an object didn't exist the way you saw it on June 13th?
This time I had checked under 352.
Well, the question's vague.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, you've testified, I believe yesterday, that you first realized that the blood vial had been carried in the black trash bag in the morning of June 14th when you arrived at the evidence processing unit. Is that correct?
I had seen it in the... I did not personally remove those items from the trash bag, no.
You did not remove any of the items?
Personally, no.
Were they removed in your presence?
The blood sample was, yes.
Well, who removed items 15 and 16 from the trash bag?
Those were removed later. I'm not sure if it was myself or Mr. Fong did it later.
When you say later, you mean in the afternoon after you came back from the Bronco?
I'm not sure. It was sometime on the 14th, but I'm not sure when.
But you do recall in the morning when you first got there that Mr. Fong removed, I'm sorry, did you say you removed the blood vial in the gray envelope, or that Mr. Fong did?
Mr. Fong.
In your presence?
Yes, I was there.
Now, you've also said that you've watched portions of this trial either on TV or listened to it on the radio. Is that correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
And are you aware, Ms. Mazzola, that 2 weeks ago on April 12th, Dennis Fung testified that he carried the blood sample to the crime scene truck either in a paper bag, the posse box, or by itself?
This is irrelevant. Calls hearsay.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, one second. Your Honor, may I please have a sidebar on this particular question, on this line?
Ms. Mazzola, are you aware of Mr. Fung's testimony regarding the collection of the blood vial envelope?
No, I don't believe I watched it or listened to it.
All right. Has anybody discussed that with you?
I don't believe so, no.
Proceed.
Well, at any point prior to Mr. Fung's testimony on April 12th, did you tell anyone in the district attorney's office that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag?
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
No, I don't believe so.
You testified on redirect examination yesterday that you had an independent recollection of carrying a trash bag out of Rockingham even before seeing the videotape. Is that right?
Yes?
And you also testified that you figured out on the morning of June 14th that you had carried the vial of blood out of Rockingham in that trash bag. Is that right?
Yes?
And you say that you came to realize on the morning of June 14th that you took items 15 and 16 out of the trash bag. I'm sorry, withdrawn. And you also said yesterday that when you were shown the gray envelope, you were able to see the time on it as well, time of collection. Is that right?
There was a time on it, yes.
Well, what you saw on the 14th was a statement in Dennis Fung's handwriting that said received with a date and a time of 5:20 in the afternoon or 17:20 hours.
I'm not sure what all it said.
At this point in time, you're not sure.
Yes, at this point in time.
Might refresh your recollection as to what time you observed if you actually saw a photograph of that envelope.
At what time I observed on the envelope itself? Or
No, of the time that was written on the envelope that you observed on the 14th, if I showed you now a photograph of the gray envelope.
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
Would a photograph of the gray envelope,
Right.
which reflects Mr. Fung's notations as to when it was collected, would that refresh your recollections as to what you saw there?
I remember seeing the gray envelope in the writing.
I'm sorry, you said?
I remember seeing the gray envelope and writing.
Next to Could we have 184A, please?
Mr. Robinson, do you have that handy?
show you, Mr. Mazzola, what is Prosecution's Exhibit 184. I ask you to take a look at that, whether it refreshes your recollection as to the writing that you claim to have seen on the morning of June 14th when the gray envelope was removed from the garbage bag.
Objection to the word claim, this argument is.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Does seeing that photograph refresh your recollection as to what it is you say you saw on the morning of the 14th?
It looks like what I saw. I said I just saw the writing.
Okay. And the writing you saw said that it was received by Mr. Fung, right?
Well, received from Detective Van Adder.
And that's in Dennis Fung's handwriting?
It looks like his signature. I'm not very familiar with his handwriting.
Looks like a signature, though.
Yes.
And there's a time on it, right?
Yes.
1720 hours?
It looks like 1720.
And it's a date?
Yes.
The date is June 13th, 1994, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you're absolutely sure, as you sit here today, Ms. Mazzola, that you came to this realization about having carried the blood vial on the morning of June 14th, long before you viewed the videotape?
Yes.
When was the first time that you told anyone at all about realizing that you had carried the blood sample out of Rockingham and back to the laboratory in a trash bag?
Asked and answered,
Oh, well.
I don't remember when. It was not a big deal, so I don't remember.
Well, was it in the last 3 months?
I don't remember.
Was it in the fall?
I don't remember.
Was it during one of the prep sessions with the district attorney?
I don't remember when.
All right, I think we've covered
Okay.
it.
Remember when it was the first time you... I asked you before about the first time you told anyone. Do you remember the first time you told the prosecutor? Same answer?
Same answer.
Well, 2 weeks ago, ma'am, on or around April 12th, did any prosecutor ask you about your recollection as to who carried the blood sample out of Rockingham and as to how it was carried?
That might have been asked.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whether any prosecutor asked you on or about April 12th, whether you had a recollection as to how the blood vial was carried out of Rockingham, and if so, by whom?
I had talked to them on and off. I don't recall exactly what we all talked about.
And you don't recall whether or not this was even talked about at all, do you?
It could have been. I don't remember.
But as you sit here today, you
Wait.
have no independent record.
Wait.
Sorry.
Let her finish the answer. Don't cut her off, please.
Sorry, Mr.
No. Be my guess.
As you sit here today, you have no independent recollection of having said that to any of the prosecutors on or about April 12th of 1995.
Oh, well.
I'm not sure of the date. We may have talked about it. I'm not positive.
1 second. You said that you don't remember the first time that you told the prosecutors that you had carried out the blood vial in that black trash bag. But whenever that time was, Ms. Mazzola, did the prosecutors seem surprised or elated by that remark by you?
No.
Now, on November 22nd, at a restaurant, you had a meeting where your boss, Michelle Kessler, was present, correct?
She was present at a meeting at a restaurant, yes.
And there were 2 investigators from the district attorney's office present at that meeting as well.
Yes.
And during the course of that discussion, the subject of Detective Van Adder giving the vial of Mr. Simpson's blood arose, didn't it?
This has been asked and answered.
Sustained. We've already gone through this.
Went into a redirect for us. What's
We've already gone through this, counsel.
I have a sidebar, Your Honor. There's a new issue related to this that came up, I believe.
Nope. Proceed.
Well, if you
can
recall on
make-
redirect...
Excuse me, you can make your record at the noon break.
Do you recall, Ms. Mazzola, Mr. Goldberg on redirect asking you a question about handling the evidence versus carrying it?
Yes.
And didn't you tell the detectives on November 22nd that you never handled the blood vial?
I'm not exactly sure remembering what I told them. It's been a while.
Well, did Miss Michelle Kessler at any point during that interview ask you to clarify the difference between handling the blood vial and carrying the blood vial?
I don't remember if she did or not.
Do you recall Miss Kessler actually specifically asking you, not the detectives now, quote, did you ever handle O.J.'s vial of blood, unquote?
She might have. I don't remember.
And if she had asked you that, Miss Mazzola, given the distinction that you gave to this jury between handle and carry, would your answer to that question be no, or would it be yes?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, you said that you learned that that meeting had been tape recorded. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Take a look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you said.
You know, this has been asked and answered. Your Honor, we need to approach before he
No, we
does
don't.
this.
It's for purposes of refreshing her recollection.
This is something that they did not provide to us in discovery.
Your Honor, this
Hold
is
on.
now a speaking objection.
Both of you are doing it, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon, for the morning session, actually, right now. Get you started on your shortened lunch hour. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourself, form any opinions about the case. Don't discuss the matter with anybody else. Conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. See you back here at 1 o'clock. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
To the defense's discovery. There was no duty on the defense to give it back to the prosecution. It's a prior statement by this witness.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Well, my objection, Your Honor, is that they created a transcript which could qualify as work product and normally would, unless they're going to use it, which he now intends to do. I don't have that transcript. This tape is extremely difficult to hear because the audio is poor and there's a lot of background noise. And if they're going to use this to refresh your recollection, then I'm entitled to it. If he doesn't want to use it, fine. Maybe counsel doesn't know, but in this county, there is basically an informal practice by most attorneys that although technically transcribing a tape is work product and not something that we have to turn over, that we do turn over transcripts. He may not know that because he does not practice here, but at any rate, once he wants to use it, at that point, we're entitled to a copy. We're entitled to sit down and determine whether it's correct.
I actually would be more than happy to listen to the tape to refresh your recollection. I was actually just trying to save time.
All right. Do you have any objection to providing Mr. Goldberg with a copy of the pages you intend on using out of this transcript?
Not at all.
All right. Then would it help if you had talked about this over the lunch hour?
Well,
I actually suggest, excuse me, no, you didn't ask me for the transcript. what I suggested to Mr.
All right.
Goldberg for
Well,
lunch until they get
well,
the tape.
counsel, if you're willing to share it, then there's no issue, is there?
Right.
Sure, take a look.
Which part do you want to read? What section?
You know, it'd be thrilling if you guys talked about this stuff over the lunch hour rather than taking the jury time to do this.
Basically, what counsel has pointed out to me is identical to what the witnesses already testified to. So,
I'm sorry.
and the court already gave very limited rulings on this, so I don't know why we're going over this all over again.
Goldberg was misstating the record. She said she didn't remember saying these statements to them, and I now wanted to show her the actual statements to see if it refreshes her recollection.
All right, and that's the purpose for which it'll be allowed. All right,
At
let's
this
have the
point,
jury.
yeah, I may have to at some point call a detective, but not, I can't put it into this witness. I accept that.
All right, thank you. Let's have the jurors. I'm sorry, Ms. Mazzola, good afternoon. You're reminded you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. Hi. Ms. Mazzola, right before lunch, I asked you a series of questions about what you said and was said to you at a meeting held on November 22nd, 1994, at which investigators from the district attorney's office and your boss, Michelle Kessler, were present. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and you recall having that meeting with those people?
I remember a meeting with those people, yes.
And at that meeting, there was a discussion about your involvement in this case. It's one of the things that was discussed.
Well, we've been over this. We've been over this.
Ms. Mazzola, I'd like you to simply look at this item, see if it refreshes your recollection to certain things that you said. I'd like you to begin reading this portion of the transcript here. All the way
You may.
to here. Now, during that meeting on December 14th, you didn't tell the detectives, did you, that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had unknowingly carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag, did you?
December 14th?
No, June 14th. Sorry. At a November 22nd meeting.
Restate the question. Restate the question.
Isn't it a fact that during the November 22nd meeting with the investigators from the DA's office and Ms. Kessler, that you didn't tell them that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had unknowingly carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag?
Sustained.
Well, didn't you tell the detectives that you could only assume that Van Adder had come up and given the vial to Dennis Fung because you weren't there then?
It's irrelevant.
At that meeting on November 22nd, in response to a specific question from Michelle Kessler, quote, "Did you ever handle O.J.'s vial of blood?" unquote, didn't you answer her no?
I object to that answer.
Overruled.
I honestly cannot remember what I said at that meeting.
Having shown you this portion, the transcript, does it refresh your recollection?
It doesn't, I'm sorry.
In the discussion you had on November 22nd with the detectives and Ms. Kessler, were you deliberately trying to distance yourself from the whole subject of what happened to Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
No.
In fact, when telling the detectives the extent to which you were involved with the evidence since the morning of June 13th, did you not tell the detectives during that meeting that, quote, "It wasn't my job to analyze any part of it. I didn't want to know anything about it," unquote? Did you say that to the detectives?
Sustained. Also assumes facts not in evidence. Also misstates the evidence.
Did you say to the detectives at the June 22nd meeting?
Sustained.
Putting aside the quotation marks, didn't you inform the detectives
Sustained.
to this entire line, Your Honor?
No, you're asking the wrong question here, counsel.
Did you ever say to the detectives during that meeting?
Sustained. Are there any detectives at this meeting, counsel?
I'm sorry, investigators from the district attorney's office.
Big difference.
And I appreciate that difference. Then. Okay. The meeting on November 22nd, did you say to Michelle Kessler and to District Attorney investigators, senior investigators, Michael Stevens and Dana Thompson, quote, "It wasn't my job to analyze any part of it. I didn't want to know anything about it"?
Overruled.
I might have.
Having shown you this portion of the transcript, does it refresh your recollection as to whether you in fact did? Would you like to see that portion again?
I see it on the paper, but
Hold on. She gets to answer the question, counsel.
I still actually do not remember saying that.
All right, let's proceed.
I make a motion to strike the witnesses as
Overruled.
I saw it on the paper.
Overruled.
Now, you testified on redirect examination that the most time-consuming portion of the process of evidence collection is to properly document and photograph the items being collected, as opposed to the actual physical collection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And two of the items that you collected late in the day were items 15 and 16. Do you have those?
203 and 204.
I ask you to please reopen prosecution's exhibit. They have a number on it. I'm sorry, number is
203 and 204. 203 being item 15, 204 being item 16. All right, the witness has cut through the sealing tape on the envelope.
And could you please examine what you've listed as item 15, please? And it's an airline ticket, correct?
It appears to be yes.
Okay. And just so there's no surprise about it, it's a used airline ticket, is it not?
Irrelevant.
Oh.
Yes.
And it has a date on it, doesn't it?
Let's see.
Does it have a date of June 10th on it?
Return flight, yes.
And it's not has nothing to do with New York and with Chicago to Los Angeles, does it?
It's best evidence.
Overruled. Is there any dispute as to what the airline ticket says?
Doesn't appear to be.
Thank you.
Don't forget we have an airline expert witness on the jury.
Okay. And by the way, item 16 is item 16 a luggage ticket for the same flight?
I'd have to check and make sure it was the same flight.
Although you have a lay person reading airline documents.
I know. All right.
Yeah, it appears to be for the 10th.
Now, before items 15 and 16 could be collected by you and Dennis Fung on the afternoon of the 13th, they had to be documented, didn't they? Just like other items.
Yes.
And part of that documentation process entails photographing them, correct?
Yes.
And so these items were photographed in their original state before they were picked up by you, correct?
I don't recall if they were or not.
Well, if they had been photographed, Ms. Mazzola, the first thing you would do is you'd bring over the photographer, correct? The forensic photographer.
Correct.
And the next thing you would do is you would document the location of the item someplace in writing.
It's vague and it's misstated testimony as to would do.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you would document
This is an improper hypothetical.
Overruled. Proceed.
and you would document the location in writing where the objects are, correct?
Correct.
And you would make that documentation in your field notes, correct?
Correct.
And then you would take out a photo ID card and you would set it near the object, correct?
Correct?
And you would instruct the forensic photographer to photograph it, correct?
Is full name is talking about these items or
Whoa,
hypothetical?
whoa, whoa, we're talking about these two items, correct?
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes.
And you would do that first, you said item 15 was the first one collected?
Item 16.
Item 16 was the first item collected. And if these two items were both photographed, they would both be photographed prior to the collection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And all those different steps would occur prior to the actual collection, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that if that happened here, that process takes anywhere from what, 5 to 10 minutes? Is that a fair estimate?
In this case, probably less.
Okay, approximately how long, ma'am? That's just as best you can approximate. To do the documentation, to get the photographer, to get the cards set up, to photograph them.
Probably just a few minutes.
Few minutes. And then you collect them, correct?
Correct.
Then after you collect them, you said that both items were handed to you.
Yes.
And after they were both handed to you, you said you walked into the kitchen. Is that right?
I believe I was around the kitchen area.
And is the kitchen area next to the foyer?
Yes.
So you could have been either in the foyer or the kitchen, you're not sure?
I'm not sure which one.
And you remained there for a few more minutes, waiting for a garbage bag to be produced. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how many minutes it was.
Well, approximately how long was it that you waited in that foyer kitchen area before you got a garbage bag?
It wasn't too long.
Approximately how long? Approximately how many minutes, ma'am?
I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Well, just give us your best estimate.
Maybe 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so you waited there approximately 5 minutes. You received a trash bag, and you said that you then put items 15 and 16 in this black trash bag. Is that right?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection at that same time of putting the different photo ID numbers in the trash bag?
I don't think I put those in personally.
Did you see them put in the bag?
I don't recall.
So the photo ID numbers are something that Dennis Fung could have put into the bag after you left the bag on the foyer floor.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Well, when you... One moment. You say, however, that as you sit here today, you don't have a present recollection of ever photographing items 15 and 16?
No, because the detectives were not interested in them as evidence. They just wanted them collected.
With court's permission, I'd like to put exhibit number 1107 up on the Elmo.
All right, defense 1107.
Ms. Mazzola, do you recognize this document as the evidence collection list for Rockingham that day, June
Yes.
13th?
Yes.
And this was the list that was filled out by you, correct?
By myself and Mr. Fung, yes.
And do you notice in the first column it has you're supposed to put in the sample number, correct?
Correct?
And the sample number could be different than the item number, could it not?
Yes?
And so at that point, what you were using as a sample number were ID photo numbers, isn't that right?
Correct?
And the next column says I period D period photo, right?
Correct?
And that column is there so you can indicate whether or not a photograph was taken of the object before it was collected, isn't that right?
Yes?
Now, I'd like you to look down items 15 and 16 at the bottom of the page. Those are the last two entries you made on that page. Do you see where it says 15 and 16 at the bottom?
Yes?
And do you see the column where it says photo ID?
Yes?
And you checked off that a photo ID had been made for items 15 and item 16, correct?
Yes?
And now that you've seen those check marks for photo IDs for 15 and 16, does that refresh your recollection that in fact photographs were taken at the scene of those two items?
I have not seen any photographs of those two items.
Didn't ask you whether you've seen any photographs of those two items. I asked you whether, by looking at your own field note, and the fact that you personally had checked off photo ID next to items 15 and 16, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not photographs were taken of items 15 and 16 while you were at the Rockingham residence?
According to the notes, photos were taken. Independent recollection, I can't say.
Well, in fact, those are your check marks. You wrote those check marks in, didn't you, ma'am?
Yes?
Would you have written check marks in the box that says that a photo was taken if a photo hadn't been taken?
If I had assumed that one had been taken, they would be checked, yes?
I mean, you would make an entry in this report about something which you did not factually know to be correct just because you would assume that it must have happened?
It's argumentative. Rephrase the question.
A moment. Next in order would be
1122.
and there's actually two of them.
All right, 1122 and 1123. (1122) number 1, the perspective shot. Number 1123 will be the close-up shot.
Zola, do you recognize what's in that photograph? Oops. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
It's a little hard to see exactly what it is.
Well, seeing that photograph of that bench, do you have any idea what's sitting on that bench?
I know that item 16 was recovered from a bench,
But you can't tell from that picture.
not from...
Can you see a card that says 16 on it?
I see a card, but the
All right.
picture's a little...
Now I'm going to show you when it's 1123, Your Honor. Now this is a close-up, is it not, of the same shot?
It appears to be, yes.
And you now know what the item is?
Yes, it is item 16.
And that's a card next to it that says item 16, correct?
Correct.
Now, having seen the photograph with the card in it of item 16 and the luggage ticket, which is item 16, does this now refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had forensic photographs taken of the items 15 and 16 that day?
I personally do not remember standing there watching the photograph being taken.
You collected item 16,
I
didn't
collected
you?
item 16, yes.
Wait. We're both doing this again. Let him finish answering the question. And Mr. Neufeld, 3 times already this afternoon, you've cut her off again.
I know you had mentioned that one of the best ways for you to refresh your recollection is by looking at photographs. Is that right?
In some instances, yes.
I know you said that with respect to the gate, seeing the photograph of the gate did not refresh your recollection that a gate was there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, how about this photograph with item 16 in it, seeing the luggage ticket, which became item 16? Seeing that photograph now, does that refresh your recollection about whether this item was photographed by a forensic photographer on the afternoon of June 13th, 1994?
Seeing this photograph, it would have to have been photographed by a forensic photographer.
But it doesn't refresh your recollection as to whether or not you actually saw it being photographed.
No.
You can print that also, I guess. And, Mr. Mazzola, you said that items 15 and 16 were put into the trash bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And the next day, in the afternoon, they were removed from the trash bag
Yes.
by Mr. Fung or by you?
I can't remember which one of us physically removed them from the trash bag.
Do you remember seeing them being removed? Do you have independent recollection as you sit here today?
I remember seeing them in the trash bag at the lab. I don't remember seeing them removed.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, showing you the actual envelopes that item 15 and 16 are in. Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that those envelopes, that you had those envelopes in your presence at the time that items 15 and 16 were photographed and collected?
No.
Is it possible, Ms. Mazzola, just like you don't remember items 15 and 16 being photographed, that you don't remember these envelopes actually being present with you when the items were collected?
Argument of sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you don't know whether it was you or Dennis Fung who removed these 2 items from the trash bag on the 14th. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that on item 15, Dennis Fung wrote his initials on it?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that on item 16, you wrote your initials on it?
Yes.
And isn't it the reason that your initials are on 16 is because you collected 16?
That I packaged 16.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that the reason your initials appear on 16 is, as you testified earlier, you personally collected it, you physically picked it up?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that the reason that Dennis Fung's initials appear on item 15 is because he collected item 15 at the Rockingham house?
He collected 15, but he also packaged 15 if his initials are on it.
So it's your testimony that it just so happens that your initials are on 16 and his initials are on 15, not because you each collected those respective items, but because you happened to package one at the laboratory and he happened to package the other?
That's correct.
And Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that in your lab box you not only carry coin envelopes, basically the size shown here for 15 and 16, but you also carry other manila envelopes, such as the one I have in my left hand?
In the kits?
In the kits.
Yes.
The one you're holding in your left hand, what's the size of that?
Should probably-
Should be written on the bottom of the bag. Turn it over. Down at the bottom. What's it say?
What does it say on the seal?
Does it have a size designation?
Oh, no, I don't see one.
All right. Give me an estimate for the record. Give me an estimate for the record.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, what would be your estimate of the size of this envelope? I'm holding it in my right hand.
I don't know, maybe 7 by 11, 8 by 11, something like that.
Might it be a bit smaller, perhaps?
It's possible.
Could be 6 or 7 by 9 or so?
It's possible.
Okay. And you said that after you had been standing in the kitchen for 5 or so minutes with Dennis Fung, that you then took the bag with items 15 and 16 in it, and you walked into the foyer. Is that right?
I received the bag after 5 minutes or so.
And after you received the bag after 5 minutes or so, did you continue to stand in the kitchen foyer area with Dennis Fung for some period of time before putting the bag down?
I was in that area for a short period of time, yes.
And approximately how long were you in that area after you received the plastic bag?
I'm not sure exactly how long.
I'm not asking you to be sure, ma'am. Just give me your best approximation.
I couldn't even approximate. I wasn't looking at my watch.
Well, is it closer to 2 or 3 minutes or closer to 10 minutes? How long, approximately?
It was more than 2 or 3 minutes, but other than that, I'm not sure.
So would it be fair to say that, now that you know, by the way, that 15 and 16, or at least 16 were photographed, that had these items been photographed, which I think you said takes a few minutes to set up and actually document, is that a fair statement?
Oh,
A few minutes, yes, not many.
And then you said that you were in the kitchen for approximately 5 minutes waiting for the, with Dennis Fung until you got the bag, is that right?
Approximately.
And then you said it was another few minutes, more than 2, but you said less than 10, that you continued to talk to Dennis Fung or stand near Dennis Fung before going to the living room, correct?
I don't believe I said it was less than 10. I said it was more than 2 or 3.
Fine. Well, was it close to 5, perhaps?
I do not know.
Somewhere between 2 and 3 and 5? Would that be a fair estimate?
I don't know.
But more than 2 or 3?
More than 2 or 3.
Okay. So just those 3 times alone, we're talking about a period of about perhaps 10 minutes or so before you went into the living room. Is that your testimony?
Could be a little more than that.
Okay. Perhaps as much as 12 minutes or so?
I
sustained.
Now, it's your testimony on direct examination that there came a time when you walked into the living room after leaving the bag, trash bag, on the foyer, and you sat down on the couch, and that you have an independent recollection that you closed your eyes. Is that correct?
yes.
I want you to take a look carefully, Ms. Mazzola, at the at this videotape that we received in evidence, which is time-coded. One moment.
And Mr. Harris, which exhibit is this?
E180.
Set it up at 1712. Go fast forward. No, just fast forward to 1712 to when they're about to go back in. Showing them going in. Okay, could you just back up a second? Now, a little bit more to the van. Stop. Well, now, according to the tape, it's approximately 17:12 when you begin to walk back into the Rockingham house, having made that first trip out to the van. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And according to this tape, do you recognize that gentleman in the picture?
In the
Not
suit?
the one in the blue uniform, the one in the gray suit?
Yes.
And who is that?
Detective Van Adder.
All right. And according to the tape, he's arriving at approximately 17:17. Is that right?
Yes.
About 5 minutes after you finished packing up the van and began heading back to the house.
Approximately.
Go. Stop. Stop there. Now, you recognize the gentleman on the left as Dennis Fung.
Yes.
And Dennis Fung seems to be holding some objects, correct?
Correct.
And what is the time?
17:18.
Now, Ms. Mazzola,
Actually, 17:18:57, because you need the precise frame.
Thank you.
At 1400s. Proceed.
would you agree that if at 17:12 you started walking back into the house, by 17:18, Dennis Fung is standing in the foyer with an object which has been purported to be the blood vial envelope. Would you agree that that period of time is 6 minutes approximately, or 6.5 minutes, from when you started walking back into the house to the image in this frame?
Approximately, yes.
And you said a moment ago, ma'am, that when you and Dennis Fung returned to the house from the van, first thing that was done was that items 16 and 15 were collected. Is that right?
When we got back there, yes.
And that to collect them, they first had to be documented, correct?
Correct.
And you said that took a few minutes, correct?
To document an item, yes.
Right. And then you said that after they were documented and collected, that you stood with Dennis Fung for about 5 minutes in the kitchen foyer area waiting to receive the trash bag, correct?
I believe I said approximately 5 minutes or so.
And you said that after you received the trash bag, Ms. Mazzola, that it was at least 2 minutes more that you waited with Dennis Fung before walking into the living room, correct?
I was in the general vicinity, yes.
And so, ma'am, I think you also said a little while ago, therefore, that it was at least 10 minutes that you were with Dennis Fung, either processing these two items or standing with him with the trash bag, before you put the trash bag down in the foyer and walked into the living room. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Didn't you testify that it was at least 10 minutes from the time you began to document and photograph and collect items 15 and 16 until you left the trash bag in the foyer and went into the living room?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, by your own estimates in the last few minutes, wouldn't you agree that more than 10 minutes passed from the time you re-entered Rockingham and began the collection process of items 15 and 16 until the time that you went into the living room to sit on the couch?
Overruled.
I believe I was giving estimates. It could have been 1 or 2 or even 3 minutes off.
Ms. Mazzola, but given the estimates that you gave, not that I gave, but that you gave, by those estimates, wasn't it at least 10 minutes from the time that you first went into Rockingham to collect items 15 and 16 until you left the bag on the foyer and went into the living room and closed your eyes?
Argumentative, false speculation.
Overruled.
By your estimates that you just gave.
Being off a couple of minutes to a few minutes could be anywhere from 6 minutes to 10 minutes.
Ms. Mazzola, a few minutes ago, before I showed you the KABC tape, didn't you say it was at least 10 minutes?
Sustained. I think we spent enough time on this, counsel.
Okay, you can stop the tape. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I think you testified on direct examination that by this point in the day you were very tired. Is that right? It had been a long day.
I was tired, yes.
And during the course of your examination, would it be fair to say that when I asked you about certain item numbers, it was frequently necessary for you to refer to your notes to see what item number a particular object was?
Yes.
And during the course of June 13th, you collected many different items. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you had a different set of numbers for the items you were collecting at Bundy from the items you were collecting at Rockingham.
Yes.
Well, how did you know that you were up to item 16 and item 15 when you collected the last two items at the Rockingham house?
Because we had started with number 1 at Rockingham, and we started with 100 at Bundy.
But, Ms. Mazzola, is it your testimony that even after you put the field notes back into the van, that you had an independent recollection that the next item you were up to was 15?
That was the next item that was up.
Ms. Mazzola, what I'm asking you, though, is whether or not, at this point in the day when you said you were so exhausted and you collected so many different items, that you were able to remember that the next item number available for an item was 15 without referring to your field notes.
Yes.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that the notations for items 15 and 16 and the times that they were recorded were written contemporaneous to their collection on the afternoon of June 13th?
Items 15 and 16 were the next items up. The times was written the next day.
Isn't it a fact that you recorded on this field document the numbers 15 and 16, the check marks for ID photo, their locations of the items, what they were, and their times on the afternoon of June 13th at about the time that you were actually collecting them?
Sustained, referring to 1107.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to simply pass this document to the jurors.
Certainly.
How is that done here? Do I have to give it to someone first?
Hand it to juror number 1.
Okay. Oh, just one question first, if I may. May I? Just, okay. Ms. Mazzola, and you can look at your own notes if you want, didn't you in fact give a detailed description or description of the actual location of each of these items on your field notes?
Objection, just to the word detailed.
Overruled.
There's location noted, yes.
And doesn't the location for item 15 not simply say that it's in a garbage can in the bathroom, but it even says what corner of the bathroom the garbage can is in? Isn't that also in the notes?
That is location Mr. Funk told me, yes.
And isn't that the location that Mr. Fung told you on the afternoon of the 13th when you actually wrote it down on that document?
No, I don't believe it was on the afternoon of the 13th.
It's your testimony that Dennis Fung recalled the very next day when he talked to you that that trash can was in the southwest corner of the bathroom?
Overruled.
I cannot testify to what Mr. Fong remembered or not.
I'm not asking you what he remembered. I'm asking you whether that's when he told it to you for the first time.
Overrule.
It was the next day.
I'll just take a minute while we're doing that.
Mrs. Robertson?
removed from the trash bag the inscription indicating that Mr. Fung had received the blood vial from Van Adder on June 13th at 5:20 p.m., correct?
I caught a glimpse of it, yes.
Yet, isn't it a fact that you still made out this handwritten list on June 14th with the sneakers identified as item 17, the vial as item 18, and the hair from the glove as item 19?
Overruled.
And
Yes.
ma'am, yet on this handwritten sheet, this is the handwritten sheet that you prepared, ma'am?
Yes.
With the items 17 being the sneakers, 18 being the blood vial, and 19 being some hair removed from the glove.
Correct.
You didn't put any time down on this handwritten sheet for when this blood vial was allegedly obtained, did you?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
You didn't write down any time next to the item number 18, the blood vial, so the time that you read on an envelope as to the time it was received.
And on this, no.
Yet the only date, in fact, there's no date either, is there, next to the item?
No.
The only date on that piece of paper that you wrote is June 14th, isn't that right?
For the tennis shoes, yes.
Excuse me, well, you certainly knew that item 19, the hair, was not collected on the, was not something that you were booking in on the 13th, correct?
Was not collected on the 13th?
Well, the hair was not something that you were separating on the 18th, on the 13th.
That's
Well, didn't you,
Sustain. You're rephrasing the question.
didn't you include or keep item 19, the hair from item 9, on a separate page with the sneakers in subsequent reports?
It's irrelevant.
Isn't it a fact that you never wrote down on that sheet that the blood vial was received on June 13th at 17:20 in the afternoon?
on this, no.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that the reason you wrote down the vial as number 18 and the sneakers as number 17 is that you never saw a vial come out of the plastic bag in the early morning hours of June 14th?
Sustain. What items do we have on the Elmo now?
Sorry,
What defense? What item is on the Elmo, Mr. 1107.
Now, yesterday, you were asked by Mr. Goldberg whether you had an independent recollection that on June 13th, 10 months ago, you remembered that the trash bag felt a little bit heavier when you carried it down the driveway than it had felt earlier on when you were holding it with items 15 and 16 in it. Isn't that correct?
Sustain.
Two, 4, 6, 4, 3. I think you heard me. Did you hear me, Your Honor? 24643,
What line?
beginning at line 10.
Proceed.
That's not inconsistent.
Not in-
It's hearsay.
Proceed.
It's a foundation question, Your Honor. When you testified yesterday under questioning for Mr. Goldberg, did you testify that, well, you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question. Now, in terms of weight, when you were carrying the bag, did the weight appear to be consistent with only 15, 16, and the little cards? Answer, it appeared to be a little heavier, but at the time I didn't think much about it. You were asked that question, gave that answer yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. And when you testified that way, Mr. Zola, were you saying, in effect, that you were recalling that the bag had a little more heft when you carried it down the driveway as opposed to the amount of heft that it had when you were holding it in the house?
This is testimony calls for speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
It was a little heavier than what item 15, 16, and the few cards would have had.
Well, when you testified that way yesterday, and you said it was heavier than what the cards in 15 and 16 would have felt like, were you simply assuming a weight for 15 and 16 in the cards, or were you thinking back to how heavy the bag felt when you held it with 15 and 16 in the little cards before you put it down in the foyer?
Do you understand that question?
I understand the question. I don't know if I was assuming the weight given the few pieces of paper versus remembering exactly how heavy it was when I had it in my hand.
Well, the photo ID cards are pieces of cardboard, are they not? They're index cards that are folded in half?
They're about that weight, yes.
And there were about a half dozen of them, or 8 of them, I think we said yesterday. Is that right?
I don't know if there were 8. There were a few.
Well, there was, item number 4 had an index card, right?
Correct.
Item number 5, 6, 7, 8, A, B, and C. Is that right?
Correct.
So approximately a half dozen or so?
Approximately.
And those are cardboard.
More like, as you said, index cards.
Sorry, thank you. And it's your testimony yesterday and today that you could recall that when you carried that bag down the driveway, that it had more heft than it would have with just the folded index cards in it and items 15 and 16. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a little heavier.
You have the item. With the court's permission, I would simply like to take the staple off of these 3 objects so I can isolate one of them.
Which item is that?
These are the 3 envelopes that are used for demonstrative purposes by the people. It's 163H.
All right, you may unstaple them. Of course, you have a staple remover.
In Brooklyn, we use our teeth. Mr. Mazzola, I believe you've already testified that the analyzed evidence report, which would hold a blood vial, is the gray envelope, which was part of People's Exhibit 163H. Is that right?
The envelope, yes.
All right. And you, of course, have seen the blood vials that are used to hold reference samples, haven't you, in your work in toxicology?
I've seen those samples, yes.
And I now show you what is defendant's exhibit. Looks like there's a number covered up with the strip, but 1112. And I ask you whether or not it appears to be same size and shape that is used as a standard vial for holding blood, reference samples.
In toxicology, we do not have the ones with the EDTA preservative.
You have a different type of stopper on it,
Correct.
but it's the same size, correct?
It might be a little bit smaller. I'm not positive. I need to compare the two.
May we have a very brief sidebar, Your Honor? I think I can, it's just a question of foundation.
Do you have any other vials available?
This is the problem. May I just approach very briefly on that, Your Honor?
Oh, just talk to Mr. Scheck.
We believe that Dennis Fung has already addressed this issue.
All right, let me see counsel without the
Thank you.
reporter.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that a purple top minojet tube was used to hold Mr. Simpson's blood?
Yes.
And that the minojet tube that was used is the same size and shape as the one you're holding in your right hand?
It appears to be.
Okay. Thank you. And what I've done, Ms. Mazzola, is I put water in this tube. Okay?
Okay.
And what I'd like you to do is to place the tube into the envelope. And I'd like you to clasp it.
Okay.
Now, I want you to hold that with your hand to get a sense of how much it weighs.
All right.
Now, is it your testimony, Ms. Mazzola, that you have an independent memory of the additional half-door weight generated 10 months ago by the inclusion in the trash bag of an object with that amount of weight?
Overruled.
Also, since that's not an evidence that it weighed the same.
Overruled.
There was an additional bit of weight in the bag, yes.
But what I'm asking you is it your independent recollection that you could tell that the bag that you carried out to the truck weighed more than the bag when you held it in the kitchen, given the amount of weight that you now sense this object has?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes, the weight was a little bit more and concentrated in one area.
And it's something that you could actually feel that day?
Yes, it felt a little heavier.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, and then I will be finished with this area of recourse, and I'll get back to finishing the cross. May I just simply pass this envelope around so the jurors can experience the weight?
I don't think you have an adequate foundation at this point, given the testimony of the witness. Demonstration has to most closely be identical, and her testimony is that this is not identical.
Well, there's been testimony that...
No, counsel, I'm
sorry.
Let me see counsel without the court reporter.
Zola, to your knowledge, was anything else in that gray envelope on the morning of June 14th when you saw it at the LAPD SID laboratory other than a test tube with blood?
No foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustain.
Did you at any time, Ms. Mazzola, feel in that envelope any other objects other than a test tube?
Vegas to date.
Oh, well.
From the bit I saw, the envelope, it looked like it was just one tube.
Looked like there was just a small tube in it?
One tube.
And nothing else was in the envelope other than that one tube?
From what I could see,
That's
it
all I'm
looked
asking.
like a tube.
Okay.
Still no foundation, personal knowledge.
I believe Your Honor now. I'd again now ask if I can pass this around, given her last answer to the jury.
Mr. Goldberg, any objection?
Could I take the witness on voir dire?
Yes.
Did you look inside the envelope on June the 14th?
No.
So when you said that there only appeared to be one tube in it, what were you basing that opinion on?
From the outline on the envelope.
You did not look inside.
No.
Your Honor, I would ask, subject to connection.
Right. Ms. Mazzola, does this appear to accurately approximate the weight of the envelope that you have felt or seen with regards to this case?
It's a little hard to tell, Your Honor. Blood, I don't know if blood weighs more than just 100% water or not.
All right, other than that difference, does it feel approximately the same?
I didn't hear the court's question. Our computers.
Other than that difference, does it feel the same?
It feels a little lighter, but
All right. To your knowledge, were there any other items inside that envelope, any reports or anything like that, at the time that you carried it?
that I know of personally, no.
All right. Go ahead.
With the court's permission, I would like to now publish the envelope and let the jury hold it.
You may.
Thank you.
Deputy, may I have that, please? Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, you may.
I'm moving into a whole new area.
Thank you.
You're welcome. On redirect examination, Mr. Goldberg asked you about your memory. Do you remember that?
Sustained.
Well, he asked you about your memory for details. Do you recall those questions that he asked you?
As to what items, counsel?
Do you believe that your memory is satisfactory, Ms. Mazzola?
Argumentative, overbroad.
Sustained.
How would you describe your own memory, Ms. Mazzola?
Memory as to what particular point, counsel?
How would you, well, when you worked at the Kern County Crime Laboratory, did you ever have the experience in which you believed you had inventoried an item only to learn sometime later that you had failed to inventory that item?
Sustained.
It's foundation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, at the Los Angeles Police Department Toxicology Laboratory, did you ever have the experience where you believed you had inventoried an item only to learn later on that you had forgot to do so?
Overruled.
Inventoried in what respect? I don't understand the
Making
question.
an entry in the books or making your own entry on a sample that you received for toxicology analysis.
Still vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
No.
And of course, from your work in toxicology, you understand the importance of chain of custody. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you understand that it's important to demonstrate the integrity of the evidence has not been undermined. Isn't that right?
Overruled.
Correct.
And specifically in toxicology, you knew that a police officer or other employee who took urine or drew blood would initial that sample that was eventually tested in your laboratory. That was a standard procedure.
Calls for speculation, not relevant.
Overruled.
Initialed the sample itself or
Yes,
what?
initial the sample itself.
I have seen officers send in samples both ways.
Well, either they initial the sample itself or they at least initial the package that it's contained in. Isn't that correct? One or the other.
They fill out the package that the sample is contained in.
With their name on it, correct? The police officer who actually collected the sample?
Overruled.
Either collected or booked it, yes.
And you testified that on the field reports, there was a box to fill in with the initials of the criminalist who personally collected each item of evidence. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Would you agree, ma'am, that one reason that it's important to document who collected which swatches and where they were collected is because little swatches all look pretty much alike?
The swatches are similar in size, yes.
And just by looking at a swatch, you can't tell whether it was from a drop at Rockingham or a drop at Bundy.
Sustained. We've asked these questions already, counsel. Last week.
Well, at the mini academy at LAPD SID, were you ever instructed that items of evidence should be photographed prior to their actual booking?
It's been asked and answered.
It has.
Not with respect to these items, Your Honor, not with respect to the swatches.
It has. You've already gone through the general booking procedures, counsel.
Not
Yes, you have. Proceed.
Well, were you taught that a photograph must be taken before there is any manipulation or alteration of the evidence?
Same question. Proceed, counsel.
Did anyone at the Los Angeles Police Department ever instruct you to have photographs taken of the swatches prior to their booking?
That's been answered and relevant.
That question hasn't been asked.
No.
And you did not take the initiative to do that on your own?
Overruled.
No.
So would it be fair to say that there are no photographs to show what the swatches looked like when they were collected, but before they were passed to third parties?
That is correct.
And there was no photograph to indicate the number of swatches that you collected for each stain.
That is correct.
And would it also be correct, ma'am, that there are no written records created by you indicating the number of swatches that you personally collected?
Overruled.
That is correct.
Your field notes only say, quote, red stain, unquote.
Correct.
And the official property reports only mention a, quote, swatch, unquote, in the singular. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
I did not fill out the property reports. I could look at them and give you an answer.
Well, you were able to testify about the property reports, I believe, during the redirect examination of Mr. Goldberg, weren't you?
Sustained.
Could you please look at the property reports and tell me?
Sure. It is in the singular.
It's in the singular. And in fact, isn't there a box or a column where the person filling out the property report is to indicate the quantity of an item?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that the quantity, namely the number of swatches for each of these bloodstains that you collected, is not filled in with a number?
The boxes are not filled in. That's correct.
So there's no listing of the quantity of swatches that were collected for each of these stains.
Sustained.
Now, even without photographs, would you agree that one way to distinguish one set of swatches from another is to clearly document the coin envelope that the swatches are collected in?
It is to clearly document.
Overruled.
It is necessary to have information on the envelope, yes.
And would you agree that one element of properly documenting the coin envelope the swatches are collected in is to record the initials of the criminalist who's collecting those swatches?
Not necessarily.
Well, would you agree that one reason for initialing the envelope is so it would be perfectly clear that this particular package contained the swatches that you collected as opposed to some other set of anonymous swatches?
The item numbers and DR numbers identify which case and which item number the swatches came from.
And do initials of the criminalist also help to identify it?
Overruled.
They could.
And wouldn't it be fair to say, ma'am, that on the day that you collected the swatches in this place, you didn't even know the DR number, did you?
At that time, no.
The DR number hadn't been bought on June 13th, had it?
I don't know when it had been bought.
Well, if you knew that there was testimony that it was not bought until the 16th of June.
Sustained. All right, counsel, let's take our break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations on the matter, or allow anybody to communicate with you. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and counsel, once you organize your exhibits for the next phase. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you may step down.
And if you could, just so the jury can see it, I'm looking now at People's Exhibit 163E, which is a coin envelope containing some plastic bags, a white paper bindle, and inside the bindle, is there anything inside the bindle, ma'am?
There are some white swatches.
Okay. And are those the two white swatches that I've now put on the coin envelope?
It looks more like 3. There's one on top of that one.
Okay. They sometimes get stuck together?
Sometimes.
All right. With the court's permission, I'm not going to pass them around. I just like to hold them up in front of the jury.
I don't know how effective that's going to be since they're Don't anybody sneeze.
And you would agree, Ms. Mazzola, that without proper documentation, none of these swatches in these plastic bags can easily get mixed up.
Or rule. Jury can draw their own conclusions.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that without proper documentation, it's easier for someone to tamper with them, too?
I don't follow that question.
All right. Now, the next thing you did with the plastic bag was to put it into a clean coin envelope at the scene. Is that right?
Correct?
And just as the swatches in the plastic bags all look pretty much alike, so do the coin envelopes, don't they?
Yes.
And so it is the standard practice at the Los Angeles Police Department to write identifying information on each coin envelope at the scene. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that is done so that one envelope and its contents can be distinguished from another.
Correct.
And would you agree, ma'am, that putting one's initials on the coin envelope at the scene is one way to identify a piece of evidence?
Oh. But we've pretty much been through this procedure.
I haven't been through this procedure, this witness.
Well, counsel, the jury already knows about this procedure.
think so.
Proceed.
Placing one's initials alone on a coin envelope would not help distinguish it from another.
But placing one's initials in conjunction with placing the item number on the envelope will.
The item number is more important, yes.
But placing one's initials also enhance that identification process, correct?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that, for instance, in this case, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that photo ID numbers can be used again and again at different crime scenes and different investigations?
Yes.
And so there could be more than 2 coin envelopes in the laboratory having the same number, such as 27 or 35 or 110.
Yes.
And so, in addition to placing the photo ID number or an item number on a coin envelope, placing the initials of the person who collected that item on the envelope is an additional way to individualize the envelope, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it a standard practice of the Los Angeles Police Department to retain for trial purposes the original coin envelopes used at the crime scene?
I don't know if that is a standard practice or not. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you ever testify as a witness in a toxicology case?
Yes.
And you were given a vial in an envelope?
Yes.
And when you would testify in court, was that same envelope retained and produced in court?
Sustained.
Would you agree that retention of the original documented coin envelope is one way to document the beginning of chain of custody?
Asked and answered and irrelevant.
Oh.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, by Mr. Goldberg, you denied personally putting your initials on the coin envelopes for the bloodstains that you personally collected at Rockingham and Bundy. Is that correct?
It's the opposite.
Oh.
I believe I said something to that effect.
On August 23rd, 1994, when you were under oath, didn't you swear that for each bloodstain that you collected at Rockingham, you personally put your initials on the coin envelope?
Argument that was phrased in that outset.
Sustained.
On August 23rd, 1994, referring to page 705,
Also, I think this has been asked and answered.
What line, counsel? What line, counsel?
I'm sorry. Beginning at line 2 and ending at line 15.
Which page?
705.
All right, line 2 to 15.
Thank you. On August 23rd, when you testified under oath, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers, Ms. Mazzola? Question. When you place the plastic into the coin envelope, you said you make a notation on the coin envelope, namely the photo number at that point as well? Answer. It is labeled the photo item number. Question. Do you initial the plastic bag yourself? Answer. The coin envelope is initialed. Question. By you? Answer. That is correct. Question. And in each of these instances where you collected the stain, you personally initialed the envelope? Answer. I collected the stain. It was initialed by me. Did you give those answers to those questions under oath on August 23rd, 1994?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, also page 768, lines 16 through 18.
Proceed.
And then again on page 768, Ms. Mazzola, at the same hearing on August 23rd, 1994, where you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question. Well, I'm sorry. You know the coin envelopes were initialed by you, correct? Answer. Correct. Did you give that answer to that question on August 23rd?
I believe so.
Now, your initials would be what, AM? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when Dennis Fung would initial an envelope or item, he would initial it DF?
Yes.
So it was your sworn testimony on August 23rd that you and not Fung initialed the coin envelopes for the stains that you personally collected.
Overruled.
At that time, I believe I had initialed them, yes.
And at that time, ma'am, on August 23rd, it was just 2 months after you had actually gone out and collected the stains in this case. Is that right?
Approximately 2 months, yes.
All right. And would you, since August 23rd, have you been involved in other crime scene investigations?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Haven't we gone through this already?
I have. It's just the foundation to get into the next question, Your Honor.
Well, then ask the next question.
Okay. Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that this crime scene on June 13th was your very first one where you were the primary collector of bloodstain evidence?
We've asked that question as well.
I understand. There's a few of these that simply lead into the next point, Your Honor.
Well, if we've asked them already, let's proceed to what's new.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, between June 13th and August 23rd, isn't it a fact that you didn't do any other crime scenes?
I don't recall if I had or not.
All right. And wouldn't you agree, ma'am, that since this was your very first crime scene, where you were the primary collector of evidence, that your recollection of what transpired is more vivid than it is after doing many more crime scenes in the interim?
Seems facts not in evidence, and it's also unintelligible.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
Not really.
Does this particular event stick out in your mind in any way because it was your first major crime scene that you collected the evidence?
Doesn't stick out in a major way, no.
Proceed.
The fact that it was your very first crime scene, Ms. Mazzola, and it was a case involving such notoriety, isn't it more vivid in your mind than are the other crime scenes that you have done in the interim?
It states the testimony is the first crime scene.
No?
Overruled. can answer the question.
Well, it was not my first crime scene, and is just another scene.
Mr. Mazzola, this was just another scene for you?
All right, counsel, we've gone over and over and
Mr.
over.
Mazzola, sorry. It was your first crime scene, though, where you were the primary collector of blood evidence, wasn't it?
This is the 5th time we're asking this question, counsel.
All right. When you testified on August 23rd, Ms. Mazzola, you didn't first discuss your testimony with your superior, Mrs. Kessler, did you?
No.
But since August 23rd, you have discussed your involvement in this case in the presence of Ms. Kessler, haven't you?
Sustained.
Before you testified on August 23rd, you hadn't discussed this testimony with the district attorneys, had you? He went on to it, into it on redirect, Your Honor.
Counsel, that doesn't mean that we have to hear it for the 3rd time.
Okay.
Are you about to finish with your cross-examination? Do you have anything new?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, because the cross-examination is about to end.
At any time during the last 10 months, Ms. Mazzola, did your colleagues at SID tell you it's time to close ranks because they're under attack?
No.
Are you aware as you sit here today that any of your colleagues have been criticized for the way they conducted themselves in this case?
Overruled. Overruled.
Some of them have been talked about, yes.
Well, not just talked about, are you aware they've been criticized?
That's irrelevant.
Are you aware, Ms. Mazzola, as you sit here today, that there have been reports in the media that the defense, in this case, has criticized the SID where you work and the manner in which evidence was collected in this case?
Sustained. Jury is to disregard the implication of the question.
When was the first time that you reviewed your transcript of the testimony of August 23rd?
Maybe it's a month or so ago, maybe a little more. I'm not exactly sure when.
And did your supervisors at SID tell you that there was a big problem with your sworn testimony of August 23rd, that you personally put your initials on every coin envelope for every stain that you collected on June 13th?
No.
Did the prosecutors tell you there was a problem with your August 23rd testimony on that point?
No.
When did the prosecutors or SID supervisors first show you what they claimed were the original coin envelopes from June 13th?
I saw pictures of the coin envelopes at the DA's office.
And when was that?
Probably a month or less ago.
And when you looked at those coin envelopes at that time, when you looked at the photographs of those coin envelopes at that time, did you experience a moment of panic when you didn't see your initials on those coin envelopes?
Sustained.
How did you feel when you saw those photographs of the coin envelopes that didn't have your initials on them?
Well, it assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Subject to connection with the very next question.
Proceed. How did you feel when you saw the photographs?
I didn't feel anything different.
Proceed.
Well, it has these be marked for identification, Your Honor. They are one,
I'm
two.
going to object to those being introduced based on our prior conversations. They still have biological evidence in them.
All right, we'll mark them by reference. Do we have photographs of them as well?
I don't have photographs of all of them now.
I thought we probably do.
All right. We'll mark them by reference because the storage will remain with the LAPD. However, you may mark them by reference for the purpose of this hearing.
Should we mark them collectively as one exhibit next in order?
I don't know, because I think that we are going to need to refer to them individually when we get to the testing. So unfortunately, I think we need to individually mark each one of these. Mr. Goldberg, do you agree with that?
Well, Your Honor, what we had intended to do, I don't know whether you wanted me to discuss this in open court, is simply refer to them by their item numbers. And that's the way everything would be connected up.
So we'll have a third numbering system in this case, item number coin envelopes?
Well, I don't know.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, but it's an evidentiary item number system as opposed to an exhibit
I agree.
item number system.
Since we've been referring that confusingly as so, let's do that. Mrs. Robertson will start a third list. Coin envelopes by item number. All right? And council will both sides stipulate that the coin number, item number, will be as written on the coin envelope for the purposes of the record. That'll make it simpler.
Yes,
All right, let's do it that way. Proceed.
and I also prefer the stipulation that in fact these are the original coin envelopes.
Well, I assume as soon as you start with the witness, we'll get that. Proceed.
Well, I'm going to show you then coin envelopes with the following numbers on them: 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, and 14. I'd like you to take a look at them, please.
All right, these are the Rockingham item numbers.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Mazzola, what I'd like you to do is at this time collect from that pile the original coin envelopes for the Rockingham samples that you testified to on August 23rd you had put your initials on.
I reject that question on the grounds that it's unintelligible.
Sustained.
Can I just-
When you asked this question, did you give this
I
answer?
have a line slide.
Line 11.
This has been asked and answered.
Just one question.
One question.
Question, and in each of these instances where you collected the stain, you personally initialed the envelope? Answer, I collected the stain, it was initialed by me. You were asked that question and you gave that answer, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, what I'm asking you to do is in that pile of coin envelopes that you have in front of you with the numbers that I just gave you, each of those numbers represents a different item number, does it not?
Yes.
What I'm asking you to do is to pull out the coin envelopes and with the item numbers for the blood drops found at the Rockingham property that at that August 23rd hearing that I just read to you from in this case has your initials on them.
It's still argumentative and
Sustained.
unintelligible.
Ms. Mazzola, do any of those coin envelopes that have been produced in court today by the prosecutor have your initials on them?
These alone or
Well, I'm asking you about those. Those are the Rockingham. Those have been purported to be the Rockingham blood drops.
no, they do not.
And in fact, Ms. Mazzola, whose initials on each one of those envelopes?
Mr. Fung's.
And Ms. Mazzola, let's, for instance, take item number 11. Item number 11 you collected without Mr. Fung being present, correct? He didn't observe it.
Correct.
The coin envelope here that has item 11 on it, whose initials are on it?
Mr. Fung's as
Your
by-
initials, I'm sorry.
Counsel.
Mr. Fung's as the one who booked them to the final packaging.
Ms. Mazzola, did you testify on August 23rd that for every stain that you personally collected, you put your initials on them?
This has been asked and answered.
It has. We've established that point, Counsel.
Ms. Mazzola, item number 11, he wasn't even present when you collected it, correct?
Correct.
Yet your initials are not on that envelope, is that correct?
Answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct.
Item number 7, item number 7 was a stain that you personally collected on the driveway in front of Mr. Simpson's house, correct?
Correct.
And for item number 7, Dennis Fung wasn't present, was he?
Correct.
Would you please look at item 7 on this envelope and see whether or not your initials are present?
My initials are not present.
Item number 8, another item that you collected without Dennis Fung even being present, is that correct?
Correct.
Are your initials on item number 8?
No, they're not.
And are you saying that the reason your initials are not on these envelopes is because you didn't book them? Is that your testimony today, ma'am?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You said that Dennis Fung's initials appear on that envelope. Is that because he's the one who booked the envelope?
He is the one who did the final packaging for that envelope.
Is it your testimony now, as opposed to August 23rd, that the person who actually collected the stain doesn't put his or her initials on the envelope?
Argumentative and also vague as to which case.
Overruled.
Back in August, I was under the assumption that I had put my initials on the envelopes, and I was wrong.
When you testified on August 23rd, did you say, I'm assuming that to be true, or did you say it was true, Ms. Mazzola?
It's argumentative as well.
Ms. Mazzola, in response to the question as to whether you initialed the envelopes at the August 23rd hearing when you testified under oath, did you ever say, I'm not sure?
Overruled.
I do not remember if I said I do not remember.
I'm going to show you testimony, just refresh your recollection.
Counsel, we've gone over it now. You've established the point.
As you sit here today, it is your current belief that Dennis Fung put his initials on these envelopes?
On these, yes.
And the reason he put them on these envelopes is because he was the one who was going to book them?
That he was the one who did the final packaging for that item, yes.
When you say the final packaging, what do you mean?
Placing the bindle containing the cloth swatches in the envelope and sealing the envelope.
And was the envelope sealed on the morning of the 14th, to your knowledge?
I do not remember.
Now I'll show you a group of a group of envelopes. Which would be following item numbers. Item 41, item 42, item 43. Well, actually, withdraw that. I'm going to focus a little bit. There were a number of drops that were collected at Bundy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they received photo ID numbers and item numbers, did they not?
Yes.
And the first item number would be 47,
Photo ID 112.
right?
Correct.
And the next one would be 48,
Correct.
photo ID 113, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Correct.
next one would be item 49,
Correct.
All right, record reflect the witness is referring to her field notes.
and the next one would be item 50, which is ID 115, correct?
Correct.
And finally, the last one in that series of drops is item 52, which is 117, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I ask you to take a look at these items. Now,
Hold
You-
on. Let her look at the items.
sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Mazzola, you personally collected the blood drop stains that became items 47, 48, and 50. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do 47, 48, or 50 have your initials on them?
.49 does.
Sorry, I asked you first about 47, 48, and 50.
Oh, excuse
Do
me.
those three have your initials
No.
on them? They don't.
No.
Now, items 49 and 52 have your initials, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying now that items 49 and 52 have your initials because you were the person who was there when the package was ultimately sealed for booking
I am the one who placed the bindle in the package and sealed it.
and sealed it. And when did that sealing occur, ma'am? What day?
I can't remember if it was the 14th or not.
And they would be sealed for booking at the evidence control unit, isn't that right?
Correct. Well, evidence processing room, actually.
Well, that's what you would do the sealing, but once they are actually sealed, then they're taken over to the evidence control unit to be frozen, isn't that right?
To be booked in and frozen, yes.
And so, to the best of your recollection as you sit here today, you sealed items 49 and 52 on June 14th for booking. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Well, to the best of your recollection as you sit here today, did you seal item 49 for booking
Yes.
on June 14th?
I'm not positive if it was June 14th or not.
To the best of your recollection, which day was it?
I'm not sure if it was the 14th or the 15th. I'm not positive.
Could be one or the other.
Could be.
How about item 52? Are you saying that the reason your initials appear on item 52 is because you're the person who sealed that envelope for booking on June 14th or June 15th?
Correct.
Now, up until the time that you saw photographs of these coin envelopes, didn't you believe that you had personally put your initials on every one of them?
Whoa. You can answer the question.
Yes, I believe so.
And so the reason you're now changing your mind as to whether you had in fact, as you testified on August 23rd, put your initials on each coin envelope for the stains that you collected is because they're telling you that these are the original coin envelopes. Isn't that true?
These are the original envelopes.
When the district attorney showed you photographs of these coin envelopes, did they point out to you that most of the envelopes, contrary to your sworn testimony of August 23rd, didn't have your initials on them?
I do not believe so.
And did you realize that when the prosecutors showed you the coin envelopes, that if your sworn testimony of August 23rd was correct, then the absence of your initials on some of these coin envelopes could mean that the original evidence may have been tampered with, in your mind?
Sustained.
Well, when the prosecutors showed you those photographs, up until that time, you believed, to the best of your recollection, that you had written your initials on the original coin envelopes at the scene on June 13th. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Would you agree, ma'am, that if your testimony on August 23rd was truthful and was accurate, that that would mean that these envelopes were not the original envelopes?
Sustained. Speculation, counsel.
And before you testified on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, did the prosecutors tell you that they wanted you to testify at this trial that your August 23rd testimony was false?
Your Honor, this is not
Sustained. There's counsel. Without the court report, please.
Now, after you left Rockingham for the second time, you said you returned to your offices at Piper Tech. Is that right?
Back to the laboratory, yes.
And that you'd be arriving there about 6:30?
Somewhere around there.
And you brought all the evidence that had been collected that day into the evidence processing unit?
Correct?
And there are two entrances to that unit, are there not?
Yes.
One is a door for which you need an ID card to get in and out of,
Correct?
and the second entrance is a garage door, is that right?
It is a roll-up door, yes.
And, for instance, if I were to enter the evidence processing unit with you, and you put up your card to gain access, I would not have to put up my card to go in with you, would I?
No, you would not.
And if once inside someone opened that roll-up door, then other people could come and go from the evidence processing unit through that large door, which is big enough for a car or a truck. Is that right?
Correct?
Now, you said that when you got back to the evidence processing unit, the items were taken out of the coin envelopes for drying. Is that right?
Correct?
And if they were still wet when they were taken out of the plastic bags, then there would be transfer stains on those plastic bags. Is that right?
Yes?
Did you preserve the plastic bags?
No?
Were you trained to throw them out?
Yes?
By the way, did you or Dennis Fung save the black plastic trash bag that you were seen carrying items out of Rockingham that afternoon?
No, I do not believe so.
And you said that you and Mr. Fung began to put the wet swatches into the test tubes. Is that right?
Yeah, so basically with YouTube, I have the premium also where we do not see the ads, especially when I'm playing these videos. I don't know if there will be ads running on that or not on the OJ trials, but we don't see them on here because I have it set up that way. And yeah, so we are in a different landscape. I don't know if the cable TVs show it, but on the internet, like with YouTube, there's companies that run ads on their platform, and YouTube itself has very strict guidelines, probably because of the companies that are partnered with them. And it may be their own quirk, and they don't like certain things being shown. And, of course, things be very gruesome and traumatic. You know, obviously for a lot of audiences. But, yeah, and there is things that may have happened on television, like self-deletion, suicides, stuff like that may have occurred where they watered it down. But I do think it's sometimes it would be nice to see some things where certain crime scenes to really grasp about how bad something happened. Because it sometimes would be good to see in a trial what occurred. This way it really shows the person being guilty. Like with the OJ trial, how gruesome the crime was. I've reported explicit ads in play on the game apps, though, adult ads, and what they call kids games. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to report those. And on YouTube, there used to be a problem with spam accounts being weird in the chats, and they eventually got rid of them. And like this chat, I try to, keep it as clean as possible, which we do well at. And yeah, just a game or whatever, especially if it's something creepy, we don't want to have stuff like that on there. So that's a good feature because, there's criminals and also just odd individuals that will put weird ads out there. And with the content itself, they have guidelines about, even if it's a criminal case, because remember this one time in China, there was this alleged, this will be kind of graphic, just a warning, because I look at a lot of mystery cases, that there was this abandoned place being used for organ harvesting, because they do that allegedly in China to get organs for people that need them. And a streamer was on another app was like showing it, and they couldn't show it on YouTube or the other platforms because it was gruesome. Obviously, they would want their platforms to be clean. But yeah, it's if people could see what these depraved people are doing, it really would cause outrage. So it's not for the faint of heart, but it's good to know what's going on. Yeah. And for instance, with OJ, in his book, If He Did It, there is these. Passion and I were, as I told you, going through it one night, and he was saying that he really liked her a lot, and he couldn't stand being without her, and he kind of had this mentality: if no one could have her, if he can't have her, no one could have her. And this other guy comes in walking like he owns the place, and he was describing if he did it, why he did it, and he was just like in a desperate state. And he lived the rest of his life, he was seen as a murderer, even if he wasn't like put in jail for that crime in this trial. But yeah, it's he let his the emotions get the better of him to the point where he was doing these things. And there was the Rodney King incident that happened. There was racial tensions because of at the time. So that didn't help the situation because they didn't want riots to break out. But I definitely do think he did it. His lawyers thought he did it too, on the Dream Team. And like he had the circumstances of the time and very good lawyers all at the same time where he was found not guilty, and the LAPD was very disliked also. Yeah, so that is some things about him. And right, and then the other part about his Dream Team, Shapiro said that there's moral justice and the justice in the courtroom and civil justice. So he's acknowledging that there's a moral obligation to know, like, obviously, yeah, they knew something about him that he did it, but they did their obligation to defend him because it's their job as attorneys. Now Kardashian, he had the big bag, for a long time, for a couple of months, for many months, holding it, and then all the stuff was gone conveniently. It was quite silly, where it's obvious that they're trying to hide something. It seemed, well, at least back then they thought that too, the people then, but now, we would see that as being suspicious. And he went and got the bag and had it in his house, and then he presented it later. The Cochran said he did it. He thinks that OJ did it. And yeah, so much of, if not all, the Dream Team thought that. And the dude right now, NEUFELD, he is basically the apprentice of Sheck. And Sheck was really grilling Fung, because they're grilling the people that were collecting DNA evidence and blood samples, trying to trip them up, and they'll ask the same question, and then twist it around a little bit, and then ask it again. Really deceptive tricks that they used. And I guess they didn't really have a lot to work with, but they did what they could work with, in very different trial than what we would see now. And some more context about Judge Ito is that we're watching one night, and he had a lot of. I had way too many windows open, and that is why I went out. Okay, so I am back now. I am back. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Judge Ito had lots of hourglasses on his table. On his bench, rather. Reason why he had I had over 10 pages open. I didn't even realize it. I know before I went live I had some stuff open, but I'm looking at the minimized windows. I had some of the AI prompts up. Yeah, it was just... I'm surprised the computer didn't crash. But anyway. So, on his bench, he had like a Twitch streamer set up. where he had all these hourglasses. And the hourglasses, he had a thing for collecting hourglasses. That was a hobby of his. So people from the audience that were watching at home sent him the hourglasses. And when he would he would display it on the bench, and then they would get mugs, and they would get flowers, etc. And by doing that, he was like thanking the people at home that liked what he was doing. But nowadays, they wouldn't do something like that. With the Darrell Brooks trial, he was really... Judge Zorro was not displaying any gifts that were sent to her. No, she decided not to do that. Because I remember when that was going on, and I thought that was... I didn't know they could send a judge something, but yeah, this trial, they did it a little bit differently. He had a remote control. He had like a joystick where he could control stuff in the courtroom. And he had all kinds of gadgets on his phone. He also had a Swiss pocket knife. He was all set. So it's interesting to see the Wild West type scenario of this trial where things are done unorthodoxly. Things were both like the defense and maybe the prosecution. Everybody did things their own way, not following the status quo really. And they also fought each other a lot. The audience laughed a lot. Something we noticed in the beginning, it's very rare for them to laugh in a trial because I remember Judge Penny would get angry when you would have a person get a little bit out of hand during the Johnny Depp trial. But over in this trial, they could laugh. So it was something that we all kind of noticed. That was different in this time. But he did get the audience to quiet down. He also got on Shaq a couple of times for being silly. Yeah, so he did quite a few things where... to keep the courtroom under control. Now, some people think he had a bias towards... he may have had favoritism towards OJ. Darden thought he was starstruck. So that was like some criticism about Ito. He seems to keep his calm generally while he does his trial. And Darden and Marcia worked very hard during this ordeal. But, as I said, in another type of scenario, he would have been found guilty, most likely. I don't think the evidence was necessarily planted. It could have been handled differently. And back then, they didn't seem to... They put blood samples in nothing refrigerated. Just like in a bag and a little envelope. It wasn't really done how we do things now. Like the CSI show. It was everybody just, put something in their pocket. And we don't do that now. So definitely things have improved. Forensics has improved. A lot of things have improved since then. But some things haven't changed with cultural things that go out of hand in United States culture. Sometimes you could have, attorneys that could make a case look really good where they're not found guilty. So yeah, that still is upholding today. Another thing is the computers are very different than they are now, the big monitors. So it's now everything's on a tablet or on a laptop, nice thinner screens. So it was, technology was different too. And he had a lot of books everywhere because they didn't always have it on a computer. People are commenting about how her hairstyle, the witness, was a little bit out. She could have had some makeup or some earrings to enhance herself a little bit more. People were, the style was an 80s style she had. Yeah. Yeah. Holland says, my teenager is interested in forensics, so we added forensics to his homeschooling schedule. Oh, that's good. That's good. And with all the different types of games and things they have now, there's all kinds of options for, your teenager to learn to his homeschooling schedule. Yeah, and you could teach them directly about it. And there's all kinds of resources out there, and I think it's for him to keep on pursuing that, and he will do very well with that. Yeah, awesome. It's good to find what you're passionate about and keep on pursuing it and getting better and better and practicing. I remember one of my friends growing up wanted to study dinosaur fossils. I remember they would have these kits where you could dig up a dinosaur and look at it and brush it off. So, that has to do with archaeology and things of that nature. So they have now there's animated things. There's physical games you could play. That too. We are walking through the see a Stotch trial now. Oh, nice. Nice. I have seen so many trials, I don't always recall them. And that one looks like a cool one that I will save. I don't know if I've seen that one. I probably saw it when it came out. But most likely, yeah. She looks nuts. And it's like, look at these eyes. Let's go this way, down the road here. Let's go down that. Are they going to see it? Yeah, those eyes look insane. The eyes are the windows to the soul. A good eye, like a positive sight, leads to a positive mind, and you see that there's something not quite right there. And although sometimes it can be hard to tell. If someone gives off something weird or they have some strange eyes about them, it could be a red flag, possibly, or a warning that it could be something not right. And they'll give off an aura, so if people give off something like a darker energy or we'll say a negative energy, that is something you could subconsciously sense, and I could see that with some of the defendants, but sometimes they don't give off anything at all. Now, OJ seems like he did it. He seems very arrogant and cocky. It's he knows he's getting away with it. That's what OJ seems to give off. Like when I see him in the trial, sometimes he looks bored, and other times he looks kind of like a villain, and his group of his dream team looks kind of like villains sometimes. The way they look, and the hairstyles were different in this time period, where you had some people that had bald spots. Now people usually completely shave it off when they start receding. That was something we noticed that was different. And I guess in 30 years, it's going to be another different technology and different styles, in that time period. I wonder at some point they're going to have like floating screens that you just touch at some point. Far different than the type. At some point they'll have that. I don't know. It's like a holographic computer. Which they have the concept of it now, but they don't really have them out in production. Yeah, so the burden of guilt ages faster. That is a good theory, yeah. That definitely would do that. It's like the burden of guilt will certainly cause more decay because guilt is a sign of death. And because someone did something wrong, and that'll just kind of waste away at a person or a situation too. In Star Wars, which there was a metaphorical thing where the Emperor Palpatine looked all deformed looking because of the dark energy he used. Same thing with Darth Vader too. He was a handsome guy, then he became, he burned in lava, and then that's like a metaphorical to eventually it leads to their own destruction, because they used the dark side, it made them into something different than what they used to be. Yeah. So even in the fictional stories, there's metaphors that are applied to these real situations. All right. And and some of the Dream Team is not alive anymore, but some of them are still. There was, Cochran died in 2005 from brain cancer. That must be, I don't wish that on anybody. That must be, any cancer is bad, but that also is rough. But yeah, he also helped Michael Jackson, too, Cochran. And he was I believe something to do with civil rights as well, but yeah, with OJ, yeah, definitely, I think he did it. Yeah, with Star Wars, there's lots of lore and about the different symbolic meanings. There's comic books about Star Wars. He did Darth Vader did different quests, and he met different people. He saw the ghost of his wife. There's lots of different stories that were added to it that weren't really always put in movies. Now, there is one of the, there's a new thing where Disney and other companies will stream movies now, which I think is cool, but I do like movie theaters, more like an old-fashioned thing for me. So, there's all these streaming platforms, which is cool, but, sometimes people have to buy so many streaming platforms, it just adds up. So, with the stream, there was these crossroads, this sort of like a different dimension where Darth Vader was he existed as a regular person without the suit, where he was like both people, which was there's lots of creative works that were put into that show. I think, although a lot of people think that the franchise fell apart at some point. I think Disney could have continued Pirates of the Caribbean. They could have done more with that also, but they didn't. They could have made some prequels, but they haven't done that yet. So, yeah. That's just some stuff about the movies. But yeah, movies in general and TV shows can have symbolic meanings of real events. It is... So yeah, OJ was very graphic. His crime, he was very desperate. And yeah, he wanted to kill himself. Delete himself. And the lawyers talked him out of it, and they did some negotiations, and he wrote a suicide note too. And yeah, he was going crazy during the Bronco chase. Yeah, but then he surrendered. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I remember a couple years ago when we were talking about the Depp trial. I was doing the first time a couple years ago. I went back and rewatched it with some people in the chat because I wasn't doing live streams during the time of the trial. And when we were doing the stream, one of my friends brought up about the hospitals, and I saw that before. And yeah, he was... Depp, he'll dress as Captain Jack, and he'll go to the hospitals, and he will go see the cancer patients, and that's a very noble thing that he did. He is always nice and kind to many people, including them. So yeah, I do think that's very noble of him to do that. He's not perfect, and he had his own demons to struggle with, but he did very well with the fans and helping those in need, putting a smile on somebody's face, with his role. And he certainly, I don't think he did the things that he was being accused of. He wasn't perfect though, but yeah, it was. So it's good that he got his name cleared. But yeah, now so far, I don't think Amber Heard has pledged any of the money to any charities to this day. I don't think she's done it yet. So, the truth comes out eventually. The kids, it's a nice surprise. It's almost like Santa Claus coming to see kids, right? So that's what he's like to them. I'm glad Disney went with that franchise, the pirate franchise. Yeah, shocker. Yeah. Yeah, the pirate stuff when I was little, it was, remember they had like white and red stripes. It was a different type of look than when that movie came out. The more of darker clothes, it changed the whole entire way we view pirates, which was an interesting transformation. And OJ, I knew about the trial, but in my time, not much was talked about him. I mean, you would see him in the media, but a lot of people remembered him as, was in movies, and he was a famous football player. And everybody saw that chase. Everybody saw it. The Bronco chase, where the slow driving Bronco, and then they were asking, remember they had a witness on the stand from South America, and she really didn't want to be there, and she was allegedly bribed by the defense to say different things, and that really was a mixed up situation, because it's like, is she saying this, but she's saying something else. Yeah. One of my friends I made recently told me that they're watching the NBA Finals, and it cut to the OJ chase. And they were both angry. Yeah, but it's crazy. It's like, look, I'm learning about it later, but the people that actually experienced it, they see, OJ, fleeing. And it's like he's like fleeing but with no plan. And he was just like fight or flight mode, really. Yeah, and this one, they're trying to Miss Mazzola. They're trying to trip her up and cause her to stumble her words. He has done a good job at painting a picture, and he's really aggressive, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the truth, though, because you can make anything look like anything, really. That's not all the time, but most of a lot of the time you can make something look like something it wasn't. If the sky's blue, the sky's blue. So there's some situations like that. But, yeah, he was able to make it look a certain way by tripping up the words. He's still alive, the one that we're watching now, the NEUFELD. Yeah. OJ passed away last year. And that was, because I didn't know that. Like, I didn't even think I really heard about it. But his kids are still alive. They don't really comment much on the case. The lady witness, Miss Mazzola, Andrea Mazzola, she was part of the forensics team to collect the blood samples and the evidence. And along with Fung was there right before she was, and he was being questioned by Sheck, and Sheck was a pain in the arse. And this guy's a pain in the arse too, that's questioning her. So he's saying, did you wear gloves, Miss Mazzola? Did you look down the street, Miss Mazzola? Did you think what you were told the other day when you're eating lunch, Miss Mazzola? Exactly, that means you were not doing it right, Miss Mazzola. And he gets real angry. It's like he's like this angry librarian that's needs a raise, and that just breaks his silence. She's like a school student that did something bad, and he's like getting scolded in his office. That's the way he's acting now. And we're gonna watch some more of this cringe right now. Here we go.
Correct.
And are the test tubes marked at that point?
We marked them, yes.
And the test tube is then put back in the same little brown coin envelope, isn't that right?
Correct, corresponding to its item number.
And you do that because the original coin envelope contains the markings to enable you to identify the swatches you collected from other drops at different scenes.
They correspond to the item numbers that are also written on the test tubes.
And I believe it's your testimony on direct examination that at least with respect to some of the bloodstains, you personally removed the swatches from the plastic bags and put them into test tubes. Isn't that right?
On a few of them, yes.
And you processed that evening both the Rockingham and Bundy items at the same evidence processing unit.
Correct.
Did you place a sheet of paper on the table before you began to transfer the swatches from the plastic bags to the test tubes?
I don't remember if we did or not. We might have.
Did you receive any training at the SID Mini Academy on the necessity of placing a sheet of paper on the laboratory counter before working with the different items?
For Mr. Fung's procedure, the swatches and envelopes were not in contact with the table.
For the procedure that you utilized, Ms. Mazzola, didn't you have to actually use an item to scoop things out of the plastic bag?
I used a glass pipette to move the swatches into the mouth of the test tube.
Okay. And haven't you been taught to put down some paper just for safety precautions, just to avoid an accident of a wet, bloody swatch falling onto the table?
The swatches were never where they could fall on the table.
Was this exercise done over a table?
Yes.
And did you wear a pair of gloves for the removal of the swatches from the plastic bags?
I did, yes.
And did you wear the gloves for the same reason that you wore the gloves at the crime scene, namely as a safety precaution for yourself?
It's just a force of habit to wear the gloves.
And so, do you have any independent recollection as to changing your gloves between the handling of each item that evening?
Independent recollection, no, I don't recall.
And the samples from both locations, that is Rockingham and Bundy, were processed in the same room at the same time. Is that correct?
I was working at a different table than Mr. Fung, and after a few, I just started labeling the test tubes for him.
Well, when you started working at a different table, were you working on the samples from Rockingham or Bundy as opposed to Dennis Fung working on samples from the other location?
We worked on samples from the same location.
And then the samples from both locations are then laid out on a carton. Is that right?
Correct.
And you would lay them out on the bottom of this carton until the bottom is covered with envelopes. Is that right?
Not completely covered, no.
Well, I mean, you left some space.
There had to be some space left, yes.
And you said all the Bundy bloodstains were put into a brown shopping bag back at Bundy. Is that right?
A brown paper bag, yes.
And a brown paper bag was used for the Rockingham samples as well. Is that right?
Correct.
One moment. Did you watch Dennis Fung do his procedure after you stopped doing yours?
I wasn't watching him constantly.
But were you watching him some of the time?
Some of the time, yes.
Did you ever see when he actually would take the test tube and scoop it right into the plastic bag to scoop out the individual swatches? Is that how he did it?
He maneuvered the swatches from the outside of the bag rather than place anything in the bag itself.
Well, the swatches were still wet, weren't they?
Not necessarily wet, slightly damp, yes.
Well, some of them sticking to the sides of the plastic bag?
A few, yes.
And to get those swatches that are sticking to the plastic bag, did he use the tube to sort of scoop them out?
No, he would manipulate the plastic bag itself to move the swatches down.
Is it possible that when he did this, that blood would sometimes collect on the outside lip of the test tube?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
When the test tube is then placed in the coin envelope, is the lip of the test tube sticking out?
Yes.
And the envelope itself is left open in the carton, is it not?
Yes.
Has anyone at the SID taught you that when blood on the test tube or on the lip of the test tube dries, it can flake or aerosol?
Sustain.
Have you ever been taught anything about the dangers of, or the possibility, withdrawing. Have you received any training at all about potential contamination which can occur as the blood dries in those test tubes when the envelope is left open?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Call roll. Have you received any such training?
No.
Then you left these envelopes in the carton in a cabinet in the room, correct?
Correct.
The cabinet's not locked, is it?
No.
And when you left for the evening, did you take the clipboard, clipboard with the field notes home with you?
No.
Did you leave them on the table at the evidence processing unit so you'd have them out the next day?
They were left in the evidence processing room.
Now, the next day, you arrived at the evidence processing unit at about 6:52 in the morning, didn't you?
I don't recall the exact time I showed up.
One moment, Your Honor.
Certainly. Till 4 for a break.
For it. Whatever time it was on the morning of June 14th, it was early, was it not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you left the laboratory around 10:30 to go to the print shed with Dennis Fung to examine the Bronco, is that correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you were at the laboratory that morning before leaving to go to the print shed for 3 or 3.5 hours?
About, yes.
Now, when you testified... I'm sorry, one moment. Mazzola, I simply show you, see if it refreshes your recollection as to what time you arrived. Defense exhibit number 1100.
All right, what is 1100? What is 1100, Mr. Neufeld?
What is it?
What is it?
It's a computer printout.
All right. Next question.
Okay. And when you arrived that morning on the 14th, didn't you and Dennis Fung participate in removing the swatches from the test tubes?
Correct.
And didn't you and Dennis Fung make a visual inspection of the swatches to assure that they were dry?
Yes.
And didn't you and Dennis Fung at that point separate the item numbers both from Bundy and Rockingham and be proceeded to make bindles?
The bindles, for the most part, Mr. Fung was working on. I was filling in the DR number and the item number that he was assigning.
Ms. Mazzola, didn't you personally prepare, that is, create bindles on the morning of June 14th
We'll have to get a bucket of water for those things. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, this is a paper bindle, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And you create these bindles by simply folding up a piece of white paper into different sections, is that right?
Yes.
And then once you fold up this piece of paper, you then put the swatches inside, and then you fold it closed, and that's how you hold the swatches, is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it a fact that on the morning of June 14th that you personally created these bindles for some of the items of evidence, for some of the stains in this case, and put swatches in them?
For a few of them, yes.
And when you, there was no particular way, there was no particular assignment, was there, that you would only do certain select stains and he would do other stains, was there? I mean,
No.
It was broken up fairly randomly.
We were not assigned which stains to do.
And all you did that day is you and Dennis Fung simply divided up the test tubes containing these swatches and performed these tests at different tables in the same room. Isn't that right?
Objection to tests.
Overruled.
What?
Overruled. Actually, no, sustained. It's not tests.
Test tubes, I said, didn't I?
No, you said
I
tests.
apologize. In fact, what happened on June 14th is that you and Dennis Fung simply divided up the test tubes containing the swatches and began to process them.
I started processing, as I said, a few, and then after a few, Mr. Fung was much faster, and I started helping him.
When you testified on August 23rd, did you ever limit your involvement in this case to simply a few?
Your Honor, that's improper impeachment,
Sustained.
you're saying.
Did you put down a sheet of paper on the table at which you were working when you began to process the swatches on June 14th?
Yes.
And again, was that done to protect the table so no bloody swatches would get on it?
And to protect the swatches themselves, just everything in general.
Were you ever trained to change the sheet of paper each time you moved on to a different item number?
The swatches never came in contact with the paper.
Ms. Mazzola, the individual bindles were right on top of the table, right on top of the piece of paper that was on the table. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you would have to pull or use some instrument to get the swatches out of the tube into the paper bindle. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is there any danger that any of those swatches could either miss that piece of paper that's a bindle and hit the table, or simply glance off the paper and hit the table? Isn't there a danger that that can happen?
No.
Okay. So you would never change the sheet of paper between item numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Overruled.
And you also wore a pair of gloves for this operation as well?
Yes.
But you were not trained to change your gloves between the handling of each item when you were doing this procedure, were you?
No, because the hands never came in contact with the swatches.
Why are you wearing gloves, ma'am, in the first place?
It's just something that is routine that I do.
Wait, weren't you taught to wear gloves when performing this procedure, Ms. Mazzola?
I would do it whether or not I was taught or not.
Ms. Mazzola, were you taught to wear gloves for this procedure?
I do not believe we were taught to specifically wear gloves for that procedure.
Were you taught to wear gloves anytime you're handling bloody swatches?
A person does not need to be taught that.
And the reason you have to wear those gloves when you're handling swatches, even if you're using instruments, is because there's always that danger that an accident could happen and a swatch could come in contact with your skin. Isn't that correct?
It's possible.
Well, isn't that the reason for the rubber glove? To protect your skin from coming into contact with the bloody swatch.
Sustained.
Now, would you agree that just as there's nothing special about the coin envelope and the plastic bag, there is nothing unique or special about a folded piece of paper that becomes a bindle?
That's correct.
That without some kind of identifying markings on it, they all look alike?
Correct.
So you put the swatches that you removed from some of the test tubes into paper bindles that you had created. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there were no photos taken of the swatch. And there's no notation by. And there were no photos taken of the swatches as they're sitting in the paper bindle before it's folded. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there's no notation by you in any document at that point in time of the number of swatches that you're putting into each of those bindles. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And of course, you have never directed a forensic photographer to take a photograph of the swatches as they're sitting on that bindle before it gets folded up. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Do you know, as to your recollection of that day, were the swatches all dried as they were put into the paper bindles?
The swatches were all dry before they were put into the paper bindles.
Do you have an independent recollection of that?
If they were not dry, they would not be put into the paper.
That's your standard procedure?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, have any of the swatches been mixed up and placed in the wrong paper bindle or the wrong coin envelope, either accidentally or intentionally in this case?
No.
Well, item 11 is a stain that you collected from a wire at Rockingham on June 13th. Isn't it correct?
Correct.
And you collected that stain with a swatch. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And you moistened that Sorry. Are you aware, as you sit here today, Ms. Mazzola, that a technician employed by the California Department of Justice tested the swatch that you put in the evidence bindle, and it tested negative for the presence of blood?
Sustained. Jury is to disregard the implication of that last question.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that some swatches could get put in the bindle which has been incorrectly, accidentally marked?
No.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that without writing a proper documentation on each bindle, there is really no way to identify these otherwise unidentifiable swatches?
Overruled.
The bindles were marked.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, when you... Sorry, one moment. With respect to every bindle, Ms. Mazzola, that you personally folded and packaged on the morning of June 14th, didn't you write your own initials on those bindles?
On the bindles themselves?
Yes.
No, the item number.
Page 768, Your Honor. Line 19 to line 22.
Do you got that, Ms. Goldberg?
Yes.
Proceed.
Mr. Mazzola, again referring you to the August 23rd, 1994 hearing when you testified under oath, where you asked the following question, did you give the following answer? Question. And you also believe that the bindles that you packed that morning were also initialed by you? Answer. That's correct. Did you give that answer to that question just 2 months after, or 2.5 months after you were involved in packaging bindles on June 14th?
Correct.
And that's because on August 23rd, when you testified in this case, it was your belief that you had in fact initialed the bindles that you had prepared the morning of the 14th. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the reason that you would put your initials, the reason that you would put your initials on these bindles is because you had learned that technique from watching other criminalists at the crime scenes that you had been present at. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that you learned from these other criminalists, Ms. Mazzola, that whenever you personally create a bindle, you write your initials on the outside. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that you were simply following the same procedure that you had seen these other criminalists use on the morning of the 14th?
No.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that all the bindles that you initialed were put back in the original coin envelopes on the morning of the 14th?
I did not initial any bindles.
You're saying that your testimony, your sworn testimony of August 23rd is wrong.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Were you taught, Ms. Mazzola, that to demonstrate a reliable chain of custody, the original paper bindles created the morning of June 14th, 1994 are retained for trial? Have you been taught that?
Not really, no.
Have you been taught that by keeping the original bindles, the police can show that the swatches sent out to other labs come from the original bindle that the evidence was placed in?
Well,
I do not know that.
Were you taught at any point, Ms. Mazzola, that at trial, by placing one's initials on the original bindle, it can be identified by a criminalist as the same bindle that that criminalist folded and personally placed evidence in on a particular date?
I was not told that, no.
Were you told that one reason to retain the original bindles is to refute an allegation that the original evidence had been tampered with?
No.
You've been told that the practice of saving original bindles is a standard practice at the Los Angeles Police Department?
I had not been told that, no.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, what I'd like you to do now, looking at the envelopes that are in front of you, the coin envelopes, I would like you to produce those paper bindles that in your sworn testimony of August 23rd, you claimed had your initials written on them.
sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, when was the first time you learned that the paper bindles that the prosecution intended to introduce in this case did not have your initials on them?
As soon as facts not in evidence, we intend to introduce them.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, would you please now look through those envelopes and show this jury which, if any, of those bindles have your initials on them?
As I had said before, they do not have my initials on them.
And you know that, Ms. Mazzola, because before this jury walked in here today, you opened each and every one of those coin envelopes, didn't you?
I had known that my initials were not on the bindles before today.
When was it that you first learned that your initials were not on the bindles, Ms. Mazzola?
It was some time ago.
Well, was it after August 23rd, Ms. Mazzola?
It was after, yes.
Was it during one of the prep sessions with the prosecutors that you learned that, Ms. Mazzola?
No, I do not believe so.
Was it one of your superiors at SID who first brought that to your attention?
No.
Was it another employee at SID who brought that to your attention?
I do not believe it was another employee who
Were
brought
you-
it to my attention.
Were you shown photographs of those bindles?
No.
One moment. Who was it who first brought it to your attention that the bindles that the prosecution was saying were the original bindles did not have your initials on them?
Overruled.
I had seen a few of the bindles in serology and they did not have my initials on them.
And when was that approximately?
I can't tell you approximately. I don't remember the
When you
date.
say you saw a few of the bindles, approximately how many bindles did you see?
I can't remember the exact number or even the approximate number.
Well,
It
you
was
said,
some bindles.
all right, but as you know, Ms. Mazzola, there were at least 30 or 40 bindles generated in this case, correct? By you on the 13th and 14th.
Sustained.
Well, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that there were more than 25 bindles generated by bloodstain evidence in this case?
I did not count them.
Would you please take a quick look at your notes? Maybe that'll refresh your recollection as to how many bloodstained bindles were generated in this case.
It's approximately 35.
And you said you saw a few in serology one day, is that right?
Correct.
By the way, you're not assigned to serology, you're assigned to toxicology, isn't that right?
Correct.
Were you brought over to serology to look at some of the bindles that had been collected in this particular case?
I was not brought over, no.
Well, why were you looking at some of the bindles in this case in the serology laboratory?
Because I had gone over there to look at them.
And had someone asked you to come over to look at them?
No.
Well, how did you know that these bindles were out on the counter in the serology laboratory?
I saw them as I was passing by.
You mean, how big is the serology laboratory, Ms. Mazzola?
I don't know.
Well, would you agree that it's certainly longer than the width of this courtroom, the entire serology laboratory?
I don't go into serology a lot. I couldn't tell you honestly.
Well, just approximate. Would you say it's almost as long as this room?
I don't know.
Is it at least half the size of this room, Ms. Mazzola?
At least half the length, yes.
And there are many different workspaces in there?
They're the main table down the middle, yes.
And that table runs the entire length of the room, doesn't it?
Not the entire length, no.
And there are workstations around the perimeter of the room as well?
I don't know if those are workstations or not.
And Ms. Mazzola, the bindles that you're talking about are about this size that I'm showing you right now?
Correct?
And I'm referring to bindles in People's Exhibit 1630D.
Approximately inch by inch and a half, 2 inches.
And is it your testimony that you just happened to be walking through this room and you noticed that a couple of the bindles that were on the counter somewhere happened to be from your case? Is that what you're saying?
I had seen them out, people working, and I went in to see.
Well, did you go in to see because you knew that people were working on the bindles in this case? Is that the reason you went into serology?
I saw they were working on something. I went in to check out what it was.
You mean you had no idea that what they were working on was this particular case?
They work on several cases,
They work on hundreds of cases, don't they?
probably hundreds, yes.
Right. But you walked in thinking that perhaps they were working on the serology of this particular case. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes,
That's what piqued your interest, isn't it?
yes.
But you said earlier that you had no particular interest in this case, didn't you, Ms. Mazzola?
I had seen my colleagues working on it. I thought it was this case. I just went in to see what they were working on. That's
And the
it.
reason you went in to see what they were working on is because you wanted to see work going on the case that you participated in. Isn't that right?
Not the actual work. I just was interested in what they were
Who
doing.
were the colleagues you saw working on it that day?
Oh, I can't remember. This was a while ago.
Well, was this this is after August 23rd, though, correct?
Correct.
And you don't remember which serologists were working on it that day?
The probative value of this line of questioning, I think, has been exhausted.
Ms. Mazzola, but needless to say, they were not working. I'm sorry, how many different bindles did you say were created in this case? Was it 35 or thereabouts?
Those,
This case
Call roll.
would be just Ms. Millside.
You testified a moment ago to a certain number, and I don't recall the number. Could you
Those-
remember?
those were the number of the item numbers with red stains that were picked up.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that simply since Mr. Fung collected many of these bindles, or formed many of these bindles, and you made some of the bindles, that just seeing some bindles not having your initials on them would not necessarily be surprising, would it?
Yes,
I mean, accepting your testimony on August 23rd, one would expect to see your initials on some of the bindles and Dennis Fung's initials on other bindles, correct?
correct.
So simply seeing Dennis Fung's initials on some bindles that they were working on in the serology laboratory on a date after August 23rd did not cause you any alarm, did it?
Sustained. Counsel, we've covered this area.
Ms. Mazzola, did you realize at some point that based on your August 23rd testimony, that if the prosecutors could not produce the original bindles that you claimed you had initials, that could be devastating?
Sustained. Curious to disregard the implication of that question. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 10-minute.
I'm through.
You're through?
Yes.
All right. We're still going to take a 10-minute recess, then we'll conclude with Mr. Goldberg. I'd like to finish this witness today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief 10-minute recess. Remember all my admonitions to you. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. In the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Let's have the jurors, please.
A fun fact about this, she was on the stand for 4 days, but it seems like she was longer than a week. Fung was on the stand for like 9 days, and he felt high and euphoric when he was off the stand. So, yeah, being on the stand was very intense for the witnesses in this trial.
Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Mazzola is again on the witness stand. Ms. Mazzola, good afternoon again, and you were reminded you were still under oath. And Mr. Goldberg, you may commence and conclude your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think it'll be too long, hopefully. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Mazzola, as to the coin envelopes that you were asked about on cross-examination by the defense attorney, did you open up and look in every single one of these coin envelopes today?
Yes.
And where did you do that?
Here in the courtroom.
Who was present when you did that?
The prosecution and the defense.
Was this something that was done on the record but outside the presence of the jury?
Correct.
And did you take a look at the the bindles that were in each one of those coin envelopes?
Correct.
When you did that, did you recognize the bindles in each one of the coin envelopes?
I recognize them as to the item numbers.
Did you recognize the writing on the numbers as being either yours or Dennis Fung's?
For the item numbers, yes.
And on many of them, did you recognize Dennis Fung's initials?
I don't remember if I saw his initials or not.
Okay, let's take one of these items as an example. Item number 47, if I may. I'm not going to go through all of these now, but I'd like her just to
Certainly.
remove
Proceed.
from item number 47.
I need a pair of gloves. Gloves?
Do you need gloves?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, did you want to have her put something down on the court's?
Please, why don't you clear that box off, Mr. Goldberg, for us? Here's, would you hand me the towels? I mean the glove box. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Item 47, evidence item 47 appears to be comprised of 3 coin envelopes stapled together.
Now, maybe you can just hold that up for the jury so that they can see it.
All right, Ms. Goldberg, you have to stand back.
Now, this appears to have quite a bit of writing on it. Did it have all that writing on it when you created the bindle initially?
No.
Can you tell us what writing was on it at the time that the bindle was originally created?
On this particular bindle, the number 112 and the initials DF.
And do you recognize that to be Dennis Fung's initials
Yes.
and writing?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe she's competent to testify that Dennis Fung's initials indicate that Dennis Fung created that bindle.
Overruled. Do you the question was, do you recognize Dennis Fung's initials,
Yes.
yes or no? All right, that's where it stands.
And when you and Mr. Fung were processing these, was it his, was he writing on the bindles that he was creating and you were writing on the bindles that you were creating?
At the time, I thought I was writing on the bindles I was creating.
I mean the item number.
Oh, the item number?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you went through these various items, did you recognize them to be the original bindles that were created by you and Mr. Fung?
When?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
On the 14th.
Yes.
Did you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. Now maybe you can replace item number 47 into that coin envelope. Tell us what you're doing for the record.
Just placing the bindle back into the coin envelope.
Before we move on to the next bindle in item number 47, do you see the original coin envelope into which the item was placed on the 13th when it was collected?
Yes.
Can you hold that up so the jurors can see?
All right. Is the actual writing on that important? On the face of that? I'm not sure that 1492 can see that.
Maybe we should put that on the Elmo. Can you just detach that from the other coin envelope so I don't heat up the remaining items? Okay, this is the original coin envelope into which item number 47 was placed
Yes.
when it was swatched at the scene on June 13th.
Correct.
And you were asked about photo documenting these items. Was this particular coin envelope photo documented in any way on the 13th?
Yes, it was.
How was that?
This particular coin envelope, photo item 112, was the actual photo ID card at the scene for item 112.
So if we looked at the photograph for item number 47 that was taken at the Bundy location, we would actually see this photo ID number 112?
Correct.
And why is this particular coin envelope folded?
Because it was folded to be used as the actual photo ID card.
And have you recognized when you looked at the photo ID numbers that were placed on the Bundy Trail, for instance, were you able to recognize that those were in fact the coin envelopes into which the items were placed?
Yes.
Now, at the upper portion of this coin envelope, there's something that says DR and then there's a number on it. What's that?
That is the DR number that is assigned to each particular case, scene, sample that we get into toxicology.
And was that assigned and put on this when they were processed on the 14th?
No, that is bought usually by the detectives that are in charge.
Okay. And the item number 47, when is that placed on the envelope?
That is the property ID number that was placed on this particular one would be on the 14th.
And the 112 was placed at the scene?
The 112 was placed at the scene.
Your Honor, I'd like to take a look at another exhibit that's already marked as People's 48B for identification, but I'd like to put it up if we can simultaneously. Okay. Directing your attention to People's 48B, what is that?
That is item 112.
Okay. And can we alternate now back to the coin envelope, item 48? Maybe we can just do that a couple more times. Is that possible? We can put those. Can we put those next to each other? Thanks. So taking a look now at the card number 47 and the photograph that depicts a card number 112, are those the same object?
Yes, they are.
When you got back to the laboratory, the item number 47 and the photo ID was added,
Right back at the laboratory.
and then the DR number.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Now, at the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing, you were under the impression that you had initialed the coin envelopes and the bindles, the coin envelopes in the field. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I know we discussed this a little bit on direct examination, but why is it that you believe that to be the case?
Because at the previous scene that I had done, my first scene, that is the way the criminalists at that scene did it.
Okay, and why is it that you did not do that in that particular way on the 13th?
Because Mr. Fung said we would be working as a team. There was only two of us, and it had to be picked up by either one of us.
And similarly, you believed at the time of the Griffin hearing that you had initialed the coin envelopes that you created. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you believe that?
Because, again, that was the way it had been done at the first scene I had gone to, and I believe that I had done it on the 13th.
All right. And is it your understanding, based upon your training as a criminalist, that what individualizes the bindles in the coin envelopes is the handwriting number that is placed on by the criminalists at the time that they're created? What is your understanding as a criminalist with respect to what individualizes the bindles that are created by the criminalist?
It's the item numbers that are important, because the item number on the bindle ties it to the item number of, say, the bloodstain that was collected.
Okay. Now, maybe we can take a look at the other bindle that's contained in item number 47. Maybe you can hold that one up for the jury.
It's a little hard to see.
Focus on. And does that have some writing on it?
Yes, it does.
And what writing is that?
It has several initials, some dates, and 112C.
Okay. And is the 112C what was placed on there by Mr. Fung on the 14th?
Yes, it was.
Objection as to what was placed on by Mr. Funk.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Well, you and Mr. Fung were working on these together, is that correct?
Correct.
Whose 112C is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Improper foundation.
Do you recognize Mr. Fung's writing?
Somewhat.
And were you there when these were created?
Yes.
Do you recognize whose writing is on that 112C?
It is not mine, it is Mr. Fung's.
Objection, has moved to strike the last answer.
Overruled.
Now, the other writing that was put on there, was that at some subsequent time by other people?
Yes.
Your Honor.
No foundation for that. Answer stricken, juries to disregard.
Well, did you see that writing being put on there?
No.
Okay. Thank you. You can replace that item. And at the time that you were working on them, was any of the other writing on other than the 112C?
No.
Thank you. You can replace that item.
Seals.
She doesn't have any seals.
All right, with regards to this item 112, I'll direct Mrs. Robertson to restaple and reseal.
As to the writing that was on the bindle, did you recognize any of that as being writing from other people in your laboratory?
I believed I recognized a few of the initials.
Was there any writing on the item that appeared to be from people that were from an outside lab that you did not recognize?
Sustain.
Okay. Have you replaced those?
Yes, she has.
Now, you say that at one point you went into the serology laboratory and saw some of the bindles that you and Mr. Fung created in this case.
Correct.
Are you allowed as a criminalist?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the last portion of the question. There's some facts not in evidence.
Hold on.
Are you allowed into the serology laboratory?
Yes.
You have access to that as a criminalist?
Yes.
Are the people who work in serology your colleagues?
Yes.
Do you know, are you on a friendly basis with those people?
Yes.
Is there any lab policy or rule that prohibits you from going into serology and talking with colleagues?
No.
When you brought the items back from the Bundy and Rockingham location on the evening of the 13th, how did you get into the evidence processing room?
I believe one of us entered the evidence processing room and opened the large outer door.
Can you open the large outer door from the exterior of the facility?
We cannot.
So you have to go in and go through the evidence processing room first?
Correct.
What is this large outer door in the evidence processing room?
It's a large, heavy-duty metal door that is electric that can be rolled up to gain access to the room.
Okay. And when you went in through the large metal doors, did you bring the items with you, you and Mr. Fung?
That is how we brought them into the room, yes.
Did anyone else go in there with you?
No.
Is it possible that maybe some person ran in there and snuck into the evidence processing room and then hid until you and Mr. Fung left?
Objection, leading speculative.
Sustain.
Well, did you see anyone scurry into the room and hide, waiting for you and Mr. Fung to leave?
No.
All right. And when you left the evidence processing room, were the doors closed?
The door was closed.
And locked?
And locked, yes.
Now, in order to get into this door in the evidence processing room, do you need any kind of key or electronic device?
It's operated by a computer lock. We have an ID card that we must put over the lock for the door to unlock.
I wanted to take a look at the evidence drawing board. I think it's People's 170 for identification. We happen to have that key card with you that you use?
Yes, I do.
Maybe you could just, don't worry, we won't mark it as an exhibit, but maybe you could just.
Please don't.
Would you describe that for the record, please, Mr.
Yes, she appears to be holding a plastic card that appears to be about 1/4 of an inch in width. Seems to have a barcode sticker on one side and is approximately 2.5 inches by 3.5 inches.
Large credit card size.
Equals 170.
All right, Peoples 170.
Ms. Mazzola, maybe you could just step down for a moment. Does Peoples 170 depict most of the major steps that are involved in the evidence drawing process?
Yes,
And you were talking about how Mr. Fung was manipulating the swatches into the tubes in order to set them out for drawing. Is that depicted on this board?
yes, it is.
Is that cell number 2?
Number 2, yes.
And when he did that, in your presence, did his hands ever come into contact with the swatch?
No, it did not.
And after he does that, what does he...
Objection, Your Honor, and I move to strike no foundation.
Overruled.
And after he does that, what does he do with the test tube?
The test tube is placed back into the coin envelope corresponding to the item number.
And is the same thing then done for the control swatch?
Identical thing.
Now, when you are working on these items on the evening of the 14th, do you simply line up all the coin envelopes in a big row and then in an assembly line fashion go from envelope to envelope?
No.
Why don't you do it that way?
It's just as easy to work on one at a time. It's safer to work on one item at a time. That completely finished in the box before moving on to the next one.
What advantages are there to working on one item at a time in terms of making it safer?
You decrease the risk of getting swatches mixed up, getting your numbers mixed up, possibility that 2 swatches from 2 different items come into contact with each other or the same surface.
So you're only processing one item at a time?
Correct.
And after that item is processed and both the control and swatches are in their respective test tubes and in the coin envelope, what happens to the coin envelope?
Coin envelopes are placed in a shallow cardboard box for security to hold them together.
And where does this box go?
The box goes into a cabinet where the swatches are allowed to dry overnight.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to take a look at People's 171. It's the evidence packaging board.
All right, which item is this?
This is People's 171 for identification.
Thank you.
Ms. Mazzola, direct your attention to People's 171. Does this depict most of the steps that are involved in the evidence packaging portion of the processing phase?
Yes, it is.
And when you were talking about placing the items on a bindle, is that depicted here?
Yes.
And which photo ID number is that?
Photo 1.
All right. And how are the swatches placed on the bindle?
They are placed on the bindle using a long glass pipette.
Can you also do that simply by tapping the test tube onto the bindle itself?
Can, yes.
In either way.
Either way.
And what happens to the pipette if you use the pipette technique after you've done this?
The pipette's thrown away.
And the test tube?
Test tube is also thrown away.
All right. And what happens after those items are thrown away?
Well, the bindle is folded up and the clasps are tucked in to secure it.
And then what's done with the bindle?
The item number is placed on the bindle to distinguish it from any other bindle.
And do you also place a number to distinguish the control, or a little C to distinguish the control from the swatch?
Most people do, yes.
Then what's done with the bindles?
Bindles are placed back into the original coin envelopes, and the envelopes are then sealed.
Now, with this procedure, do you do this in an assembly line fashion?
No, one at a time,
And again, why is it that you only work on one item at a time?
for the same reasons as before.
Okay, thank you. You may resume your seat. Now, you were asked about looking at photographs in order to refresh your recollection, and specifically item number 47. I think it was photo ID number 112.
Correct.
When you looked at a photograph that refreshed your recollection, was that a close-up or a perspective shot?
It was a perspective shot.
And what did it show?
It showed the location of item 112 at the scene.
What was it about that item, if anything, that stood out in your memory?
Well, it was the first blood drop on the trail at Bundy.
And when you say the trail, you're talking about the series of dots that started on the walkway and ended in the area of the driveway.
Correct.
And what was it about the location of that drop, if anything, that caused you to recall that Mr. Fung had participated in swatching that particular stain?
Well, the fact that it was the first...
Beyond the scope at this point, I believe with my
It was the first drop on the trail, and it was also at the corner of the house in the front.
Now, you were asked some questions about the blood vial containing the reference sample of the defendant. Did you ever touch that blood vial?
The blood vial itself, no.
Do you ever recall touching the envelope itself?
I don't believe I did.
So did you ever handle the blood vial?
No.
And to your knowledge, did you ever handle the envelope?
To the best that I can recall, no.
I just want to go back to item number 47 for a second, that you looked at the photograph in order to refresh your recollection. Could you see in that perspective shot where the blood drop was in relationship to the corner of the building?
Somewhat, yes.
In other words, could you see the placement of the drop, the
Yes.
relative position of the drop?
Yes.
Right. And was it viewing that caused you to refresh your recollection as to that drop?
Sustained.
What was it that caused your recollection to become refreshed as to that drop when you saw the photograph?
The fact that it was the first drop on the trail and it's positioned right in the front at the corner of the house.
All right. Now, going back to the blood vial for a second, was it your belief when you testified at the Griffin hearing that you had left shortly after 5 o'clock?
Yes,
And why did you believe that?
because that is the time that I thought we had left. It did not seem that a long period of time had gone by.
When did you discover that that was not the case?
When Mr. Fung told me to write down that he had received the blood vial and the time.
Now, On either the 13th or the 14th, did you ever have any reason to believe that the issues relating to when and where and how that blood vial and its packaging was recovered would be important?
No.
Or that there would be any kinds of allegations of wrongdoing in connection with the blood vial by the defense or by...
No.
Now, with respect to item number 15 and 16, when did you put those items on the crime scene identification checklist?
I believe it was the next day on the 14th.
Maybe I can see, I think it's defense 1107. While they're getting that, I also wanted to take another look at a portion of People's 186, the scene showing Ms. Mazzola placing stuff, the items in the back of the LAPD crime scene truck.
Is this the one with the time code on it?
Yes.
How many times do you think it's necessary for us to see that?
I don't know. It seems to come up over and over again. Well, I'm only going to see a little snippet of it, Your Honor.
Do you have it queued up?
Maybe we could fast forward a little bit, just up to the point where they put the items in the back of the truck. Okay, let's just go a little bit further. Okay, let's stop for a second. Now, can you see your hands and Mr. Fung's hands in this frame 1711-57-28?
I could see Mr. Fung's hands and one of mine, yes.
Okay, let's go a little bit further. Just take a look at your hands and Mr. Fung's hands. We don't have to go in slow motion. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Now, were either you or Mr. Fung carrying anything back into the Rockingham location when you left the crime scene truck after you'd placed the kits and also the items of evidence in the rear of the truck?
No.
So did you have your crime scene identification checklist?
No.
Did you have anything at that time that you could use to fill out and record the locations of item number 15 and 16?
No.
Did you have any of your coin envelopes with you or any packaging materials with you at that time?
No.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, you say that you didn't have your crime scene identification checklist or any coin envelopes. Could have you hidden your crime scene identification checklist and the coin envelopes in your sock?
Sustain.
Well, did you hide them somewhere on your person so that you could produce them later on when you got back to Rockingham?
Overruled.
No.
Did you see Mr. Fung doing that?
No.
All right. Now, I'd like to take a look at Defense 1107. Maybe we can see 15 and 16 a little bit better at the bottom. Okay, that's fine. Now, on 15 and 16, did you write down any measurements as to where the items were actually located?
No.
Did you have your measuring tape with you at the time?
No.
With respect to the other items that were collected at Rockingham that are contained on this list, maybe we can just take a look at item number 1. Starting with number 1, that's the stain that was contained on the Bronco?
Correct.
And even for that, you have some measurements?
Yes.
Do you have measurements for the other items that are contained on this list, including A, B, and C, A and B, which were not collected?
Correct.
So the only ones that you don't have measurements for are 15 and 16.
Correct.
And why is that?
We didn't have our measuring tape with us.
So when did you place the notations as to where those items were located?
When we placed the items themselves on the identification checklist.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said when you were walking out with the plastic bag that it appeared that the weight was concentrated in a part of the bag. What did you mean by that part of your testimony?
Objection, no.
I think she did.
Sustain.
Do you recall testifying in substance that the weight was concentrated in one part of the bag?
Objection, I asked this leading
Sustained.
question also.
Was the weight concentrated in one part of the bag?
It appeared to be heavier in one area.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Well, if it was item 15, 16, and the photo ID cards, they really didn't weigh that much, and the weight I felt tended to be in one area rather than spread out over the whole bag.
Now, with respect to the photo ID cards at the Rockingham location, is it your general practice that after the items are collected, the stains, the card would be lifted up?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing a segment of videotape that showed Mr. Fung lifting up some cards in what appears to be the afternoon?
Yes.
Do you know whether those were cards A, B, and C?
I don't know for sure which ones they were now.
Do you know for sure whether all the cards were down in the afternoon?
I don't know.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Yeah, I just wanted to show one more photograph.
Can we see it, please?
Well, I think it's already in evidence.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Which number is this, Mr. Goldberg?
48A. I direct your attention to 48A for identification. Does that depict photo ID number 112, item number 48?
Yes, it does.
And is this the perspective shot that you were referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Time that we've expended today before the jury, I think we're going to call it quits for today. Counsel and myself, counsel though, before we leave. Used as a witness.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Mazzola, I'm going to ask you to collect the items before you return them to Mrs. Robertson, the clerk. You are now excused as a witness, however, you were subject to recall. All right? All right, counsel, given the time that we've expended today before the jury, I think we're going to call it quits for today. All right, I do have a few matters I want to take up with counsel, though, before we leave. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regards to the case. And have a pleasant weekend. I think I mentioned to you that we have other commitments tomorrow, counsel and myself. We will not be in session as far as witnesses are concerned. Tomorrow we'll start again promptly Monday morning, 9 o'clock, and we're going to have a full week of testimony next week. So I'll see you next week. All right, have a pleasant weekend. Enjoy the outings. All right. And Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. And would you take those items, please, over to Mrs. Robertson? Let me ask counsel, I understand that we're going to have Mr. Matheson as our next witness. All right, are we going to need any of these items for him tomorrow?
Do I need any of these for him tomorrow?
Correct.
I mean Monday?
Excuse me, Monday.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think I need them.
Mr. Who is going to be doing, Mr. Blazer, doing the cross-examinations to Mr. Matheson?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, do you anticipate need of these for cross-examination?
I don't at this time, but I would request that the prosecution have available photographs of those items in case we do need at least photographs referred to.
Yes, she is so ordered. And they are in a sealed condition now, Mrs. Robertson? All right. Mr. Goldberg, did you hear Mr. Blazer's comment regarding the availability of photographs as to these items?
I'm sorry.
Did you hear Mr. Blazer's request regarding the availability of photographs of these items?
Well, I think we probably have photographs of all of these items, because they were sent out to the defense in Albany, and photographs were taken at those times, so they should have all of them. I do not know if we have photographs of the bindles of all of those items.
We certainly won't need them Monday. I understand Mr. Goldberg is going to take at least a day for Mr. Matheson.
All right, well, whoever needs the photographs ought to have them here. I mean, do you have a set of photographs, Mr. Blazer?
We can check to see if we have. I'm not sure we have all of each individual item.
There are sets of photographs, and
it's my understanding.
It takes some going through to find them, but I think they're all there.
Okay. All right, we had one other item regarding the EAP issues on the demonstration board for Mr. Matheson. Do you want to, let's take that up now.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know whether the court had a chance to read our letter brief that we filed.
When did that get filed?
I think it was just today.
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, I've been busy.
I know, Your Honor. That's why I assume that the court probably would have had an opportunity.
No, I have not seen it. All right, I'll read it. All right, are there any other issues that we can resolve?
Is the court going to read it before we have any further argument on that?
If you want me to read it, I'll read it.
I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll read it.
I would like to respond to it. I can do that in writing over the weekend if you like.
How about tomorrow, by tomorrow morning? You can fax it to me. All right.
I'll do that.
But there were also some other...
I have a session regarding this case tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so I'll be here.
There were also some other issues regarding EAP that I wanted to raise, and I didn't have an opportunity before the close of yesterday's session.
All right, well, let me ask counsel to be here then on Monday at 8:30.
Do you not want any argument tomorrow, however? I mean, I'll be here.
No, why don't you file your documents? Okay. I've got the reason we're not going to be in session is because I've got other things, other cases, other things to do tomorrow. But if you'll file whatever you want, then I'll consider it over the weekend, do any research that I need to do.
I know when we talked about this last time, the court suggested that you wanted to hear Mr. Matheson testify outside the presence of the jury in a 402 hearing. Not yesterday, the time before that. I don't know whether the court still desires that. It's somewhat of an involved issue in that I think once the court understands the technology and the scientific issues, that the legal issue will become absolutely crystal clear. And perhaps the court would want that testimony first, because I don't know whether I've adequately explained what our position is and why it is that we feel we're entitled to prevail.
Well, as I've indicated to you, I'll read your letter brief, I'll read the cases that you cite, I'll read the response from Mr. Blazier, and then we'll see where we are. All right, at 8:30 on Monday. All right, Mr. Scheck, anything else on the EAP issue? All right, Mr. Scheck.
A brief request, Your Honor, that I think will save us all time in the long run, and I think is something of basic fairness. I understand that they've changed the order of the witnesses now, because we had anticipated Mr. Yamuchi, now we'll have Mr. Matheson. And I've been further informed that the prosecution intends to then start with DNA witnesses. And we've been given a lead time of 3 days. Problem is that the DNA evidence is so voluminous. As of 10 days ago, we got a 200-page handwritten set of notes from DOJ, and I must confess, I haven't read them yet. What we would request is that we be given more advance notice. We want to know which labs are coming first, so we can be preparing this weekend, because if we get that kind of advance notice, then it will go faster. Frankly, given the voluminous data, the continuing results that are coming in, we don't want to be in a position where we would have to turn to the court and ask for some extra time. That would be the last thing we'd want to do, because I want to go home. So I think it would expedite everything if we could have, just as far as the DNA issues, because it's so dense, that we get more advance notice with respect to which set of tests and witnesses are coming first.
Refresh my recollection as to what our specific agreement was regarding prior notices to the witnesses. Was it the next?
Yeah, at least 3 days of witnesses. And what's happened has been changed. They've changed the order.
Well, I advised them that I changed the order of witnesses on Thursday last week.
Well,
And that I expected Mr. Matheson to be
All right, but
we don't want to
who do you?
fight.
Well, let me just ask, who do you? So I can also get prepared myself. Who do you anticipate for our DNA witnesses? Have you set an order yet, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the first witness will be Dr. Cotton from Cellmark, who will testify to the results in the series of reports that Cellmark has already issued.
All right, who do you anticipate after that?
Then the Department of Justice.
All right, who do you anticipate coming from the DOJ?
At this point, it would appear...
I take it California DOJ.
Correct.
All right.
Gary Sims as well as Renee Montgomery.
All right, who do you anticipate after that?
Mr. Yamauchi, most likely.
All right.
The only other thing that we would indicate that the previous order of witnesses had included the nurse, Mr. Paradas, and Mr. Yamauchi, which we regard as chain of custody witnesses and foundational witnesses with respect to the blood, particularly the blood vial, which is obviously of greatest interest to the defense. They must have some...
It would seem to make some logical sense. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, so we obviously would request, and maybe they can brief it if they want, but we think that certainly the nurse's testimony should come in before they start introducing the test results.
Well, as to the nurse's testimony, Mr. Van Adder testified already that he saw the blood being drawn and that he dropped it off to Dennis Fung. There is no further foundation. Even if the court were to require us to put it on in some particular order, there is no further foundation that's necessary.
Well, the issue here is not, first of all, is notice to the defense as to who's coming. Mr. Clark, my guess is that you've just given us 2 to 3 weeks worth of witnesses.
That depends on cross-examination.
They told us that the chain of custody witnesses were going to take a week. That's what we were told.
I
have one concern about the last remark of Mr. Goldberg's, which is that it's our position, as it has been all along, it's no surprise that we have been challenging the chain of custody, and we are challenging that there's not a proper foundation, which is for some of these DNA test results to come in. And I think you yourself said, even in your ruling, that no matter what the ruling was on the Kelly Fry issues, that the people still have to lay the proper foundation before any witness can testify to results. And I don't believe it's just a New York rule, Your Honor. I'm sure it's a California rule and a rule in every jurisdiction in this country. As a matter of foundation, you introduce the blood into evidence before you can have anybody testify to what the results are about the blood. You introduce the narcotics into evidence before a technician can testify to the results.
Counsel, the issue hasn't been presented to me yet. I don't have to rule on it. The issue here is Mr. Scheck asked who's coming next. He knows. You can take whatever action you feel is appropriate in light of that information.
Okay, just so that the people are on notice, we will object to any testimony about results, for instance, results of a DNA profile or a conventional serological profile attributed to Mr. Simpson, until the blood is introduced in evidence. And the same will apply to swatches allegedly sent to these laboratories by, or any other swatches or anything else, that at least the person who collected it, it has to be introduced.
Right. Well, you're tipping off what your objections are going to be, and we'll see what happens when we get there.
Okay.
All right.
One final thing, Your Honor. The people filed a brief today also about, there was no statement of facts, but the subject matter was introducing police reports in lieu of having witnesses testify as business records.
Something to do with lab reports. Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, and we're very concerned about what it is they intend to introduce that way. We will have certain objections, and we would appreciate some sort of an offer as to what it is they intend to introduce this way so that we can make the appropriate objections.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, that was your handiwork. Citing your own handiwork.
I had my able assistant put that together for me. Your Honor, what we're going to do is we're going to put on every piece of evidence and every test result from a single witness in LAPD. And we're not going to call any other witnesses. I guess humor isn't very rude, doesn't seem to be receptive on that. I don't know. It's a humorless group of people, I guess.
Mirthless.
What?
Mirthless. Yes. All right. Okay.
No, what we do plan on doing is we plan on putting certain chain of custody evidence up through Mr. Matheson that would normally require some other witnesses to be called. But essentially what he's going to be testifying to is that items are packaged up and nailed out based on business records, and that's what the brief goes to.
All right.
It doesn't refer to test results.
Okay.
We will object to that, and we'll file something in writing by Monday.
All right. All right. Anybody interested in the 980 hearing? I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, have a nice weekend.
Very good.
Mr. Robles is not in the courtroom every day, and although he is trying to...
A copy of further paperwork on this just this morning. I don't know if the court's had a chance to review this or not.
I was handed something and told that it was going to be resubmitted.
No, and then I said that we were not. There was only one typographical error, which I corrected in hand and then dated it. So the court...
All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you grab that off my desk?
As I understand the argument in this new paperwork, the people are taking the position that there should be no testimony about the EAP-B results of the blood under Nicole Brown Simpson's fingernails, on the basis that they're now saying that unless they can testify about these other inconclusive results, this now becomes an inconclusive. And that argument makes no sense to me. First of all, I'm not sure how to respond to it because it's a senseless argument. There are a number of statements...
You mean to say it's a contradictory argument? Thank you. Never mind, go ahead.
Okay. Both. I mean, there are other statements in this this brief that are just flat not true. They talk about how the typing results for the pool of blood under Nicole Brown Simpson shows a banding pattern consistent with a type B, and they say that this result was called an inconclusive B. I would like to have marked Mr. Matheson's report on this.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Blade.
If you will look at page 2 of this report, you'll see that item number 42, which is the blood under Nicole Brown Simpson, Mr. Matheson concluded that it was an inconclusive. Not an inconclusive B, but an inconclusive. If you look also at the blood on Nicole Brown Simpson's thigh, which is item number 85A and B, in this brief they just filed, it's described as an inconclusive BA. In Mr. Matheson's report...
Number 85?
Yes. In Mr. Matheson's report, it is an inconclusive. It is not an inconclusive BA. You'll also note that the fingernails, which are items 84A and B, are not inconclusive at all. They are a B, a straight B. And to represent otherwise is just simply not scientifically correct. Now, they may try to explain, well, it sure looks like a B, but maybe it was a BA at some point in time, and we're prepared to deal with that particular argument. But to change these other results to say, well, they were inconclusive before, but now we need to make them something else, is just simply scientifically fraudulent in our view and should not be permitted. So we would submit the matter with those comments on this brief that they just filed, as well as what I've already submitted in my brief before.
Mr. Goldberg.
Actually, Your Honor, it would be scientifically fraudulent not to admit them, and that's why we felt so strongly about this and have insisted on this to the extent that we have in filing a number of points and authorities and making a variety of arguments. We would like to call Mr. Matheson in a 402 hearing because we do believe that when the court understands these issues and it's not immediately apparent why the prosecution is taking the position that we are and why the defense is taking the position that they are. In fact, there's a certain aspect to it that's counterintuitive, because if you just look at the results on their face, the EAP result of the pool of the victim's blood being an inconclusive B is inconsistent with the defendant and is inconsistent with the victims in this case, and would seem to lend a theory that someone else deposited it. So you would think that the defense would be seeking to get that result in, that the prosecution would be seeking to exclude that result, because why would we want to put on a result, an inconclusive, albeit an inconclusive one, that's inconsistent with anyone in this case? Why would the defense want to exclude that result? It does seem to be counterintuitive, but when the court understands that scientifically we know that the pool of the victim's blood has to be her blood, and therefore we know that the true type is a BA, and we know that that's not what we see when we test it, that tells us something about what is happening under the environmental conditions at the crime scene. And it tells us that type EAP BA blood is degrading in such a manner as to create the appearance of a B. And I think Mr. Matheson can communicate this to the court that I cannot, and that's why we would seek to put him on for the purposes of explaining this and perhaps using a chart that we have that we'd use with the jury to explain what this banding pattern looks like when it's not degraded, what it looks like when it is degraded, to explain the scientific literature that identifies this problem that we quoted in our most recent brief, and to discuss the literature that says that according to some analysts, you are required as a forensic scientist to look at the pool of blood and blood on the victim's clothing as a control study to determine whether or not you in fact have degradation on this one particular marker, because it has certain problems in terms of degradation that the other markers do not have. And we've cited the literature which says that Mr. Matheson is required, according to these authors, to do the precise thing that he is doing, and that he should not, if you accept these authors, express an opinion about the blood under her fingernails unless he's also looked at what's happening in the pool of blood and the blood that's on her clothing or on her person. Now, counsel has given you a copy of the analyzed evidence report, which simply reports inconclusives. It does not give an indication as to whether it's an inconclusive B or an inconclusive BA or what have you. On the electrophoresis worksheet, which in light of counsel's argument, I should probably also mark, only unfortunately my copy has writing on it. I'd like to give the court a clean copy. Do we have it? I'm going to get a clean copy to mark. But it talks about the EAP result on item 84A and B, which are the fingernail scrapings, and 85A and B, which are the dots of blood that came from Nicole Brown's thigh. And the way that it is called on the electrophoresis worksheet, which is the one that is done contemporaneously with the testing while you're actually looking at the plates, the analyzed evidence report is a formal document for external purposes, for attorneys and for the court and so on. But in what is actually a document that is generated at the time of the analysis, what Mr. Matheson says on 84A and B, that being the fingernails, is B question mark. And the question mark typically...
Mr. Goldberg, let's cut to the chase here. Let's assume that as a result of this challenge, the court needs to conduct a 402 hearing. What's your time estimate as to how long that'll take? And how do you suggest we accomplish this as expeditiously as possible, understanding we have a jury?
I understand that, Your Honor. And I don't like 402 hearings, and I don't believe that 402 hearings should almost ever be done with live testimony. So this is contrary to my ordinary practice, because I understand what the court is afraid of here, and that is that it's going to turn into a little bit of a mini trial on an issue where the prosecution feels that there is no factual or legal issue for the court to resolve. The bottom line conclusion that Mr. Matheson is going to give is that based on the totality of the evidence that he has in front of him, that the EAP results under the victim's fingernails are in fact
Well,
a
Mr. Goldberg,
BA.
I asked you two specific questions. How long is this going to take, and how do you suggest we do it?
Now, the way I would suggest it is this. Counsel has raised an objection to the people's chart. They haven't tried to limit the scope of Mr. Matheson's testimony or somehow force him into giving an opinion that is scientifically unsound or that is contrary to what he believes as a forensic scientist. So what I would suggest is this. If the court still has a problem with the chart itself for some reason, after looking at the people's brief, and the court believes that it would be helpful to hear more about this issue, then Mr. Matheson should simply be allowed in front of the jury to testify to this result, to other results, to how he's interpreted them, to the forensic science literature and what he believes the literature requires in making this kind of an interpretation, and his bottom line opinion. And after that, I think it will become clear to the court that the chart itself should come in as well as summarizing what is actually placed on the electrophoresis worksheet. Because the electrophoresis worksheet does, in fact, provide that 85 is a BA question mark, or an inconclusive BA. And all of our results on the chart do, in fact, come either from the electrophoresis worksheet or from the analyzed evidence report. So it's a summary of business records.
Are you suggesting that I conduct this 402 hearing in the course of the presentation
Yes.
of Mr. Matheson?
Yes.
All right. I've heard that before. Mr. Glazier?
We certainly object to that. And let me make it clear, we're not objecting to Mr. Matheson testifying as to how a BA degrades and whether it can look like a B or not. We're fully prepared to cross-examine him on that issue. What we're objecting to is him testifying that inconclusive results are anything other than that. And the analyzed evidence report that he prepared was prepared after the worksheets and were based on their observations of the worksheets. This is the report he submitted for the attorneys and the court and for everyone else who wants to know about him. These are the results that he called. He called them inconclusive, and we object to him testifying anything other than that.
All right. Thank you. All right, the court finds that this particular issue as presented is an issue that goes to the weight of the testimony, the weight that is accorded to the testimony, not necessarily its admissibility. However, having said that, the court anticipates that we're going to see rather extensive cross-examination as to this particular issue. And I have to indicate to counsel for the prosecution that given Mr. Matheson's original report, I suspect I'm going to have to give rather wide range to the defense as to these, quote, inconclusive indicating a degraded sample. All right, let's have the jurors.
There are other issues as well.
Such as?
The prosecution just brought in a new chart this morning on this very issue of the fingernails, and we have no objection to anything on the chart except there is a picture of Nicole Simpson's body from a long shot that I think it may have been used before in some other context, but it has no meaning really on this particular chart. We think it's overly gruesome and unnecessary.
Mr. Goldberg, will you get to that chart before we break for lunch?
I don't anticipate that I will, but it is possible.
All right, let's assume that we're not going to get to it. I'll take a look at it over the lunch hour.
But I believe
I'd like to get rolling with the jury this
I
morning.
believe it is a photo that's been introduced. And then counsel also had another motion that they filed
has to have some
this morning.
relevance, though. But
What?
I'll look at it over the lunch hour.
Yeah, we did have an additional motion that Mr. Neufeld is prepared to argue that we filed this morning concerning the order of proof. In essence, we're objecting to Mr. Matheson testifying to any test results on Mr. Simpson's blood before they call, without proper foundation of the person who drew the blood. And Mr. Neufeld's prepared to.
Well, I assume I'll hear that objection as soon as there's some testimony regarding the blood, a foundational objection.
And finally, there was a brief filed on Thursday, I believe, about the business records exception. And
regarding chain of custody.
Regarding chain of custody. We have no objection to testimony from Mr. Matheson about what amounts to ministerial acts of putting things in packages and sending them off to other labs. But we would object if they have any intention of offering testimony about Mr. Matheson testifying about tests that some other person did or evidence collection that some other person did under that exception. But I understand from Mr. Goldberg they don't intend to do that, so that may be a moot point.
I don't have a present intention of doing that, Your Honor.
Terrific. Glad to hear it. Let's have the jurors.
And finally, we would object in advance to avoid a sidebar if possible that if they intend to ask Mr. Matheson any questions about anything that our experts have done, either at some other location or in Los Angeles, we object to that and want to be heard about that before that's done.
All right, that would seem appropriate. Mr. Goldberg?
I do have a present intention of doing that, Your Honor.
This morning's session?
I don't think we're going to get to it this morning.
Okay, give me a heads up when that comes so we can discuss that out of the presence. Let's have the jurors, please. Rejoined by all the remaining members of our jury panel. Previously in chambers, the court conferred with counsel. The court has found good cause to excuse from further service juror number 2. Mrs. Robertson, would you please draw a number of an alternate juror to take seat number 2?
Juror number 1427, can you please have a seat in seat number 2?
All right, Mrs. Robertson, at the noon break, you will renumber the seats and provide court and counsel with a revised juror chart.
Swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Gregory Matheson, Gregory, M-A-T-H-E-S-O-N.
Mr. Goldberg.
Sir, what is your occupation and your current assignment?
I'm employed by the City of Los Angeles, working for the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Laboratory. I am currently what is called a Chief Forensic Chemist 1, which is Assistant Director of the laboratory.
Okay. And, sir, in that capacity or in any other, are you part of any conspiracy in this case to frame the defendant?
No, I am not.
Or part of any cover-up for the purposes of framing the defendant?
No, I am not.
All right. Now, you said you're the Chief Forensic Chemist?
Yes, that's the title.
And
Gregory Matheson, G-R-E-G-O-R. Gregory Matheson, G-R-E-G-O-R-Y, M-A-T-H-E-S-O-N.
Mr. Goldberg.
Sir, what is your occupation and your current assignment?
I'm employed by the City of Los Angeles, working for the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Laboratory. I am currently what is called a Chief Forensic Chemist 1, which is Assistant Director of the laboratory.
Okay. And, sir, in that capacity or in any other, are you part of any conspiracy in this case to frame the defendant?
No, I am not.
Or part of any cover-up for the purposes of framing the defendant?
No, I am not.
All right. Now, you said you're the Chief Forensic Chemist?
Yes, that's the title.
And why is it called that?
Well, that's a civil service class that was assigned to that position a while back. It exists in two-step. The Chief Forensic Chemist 1, which is an Assistant Director position, and the Chief Forensic Chemist 2, which is a Laboratory Director.
All right. And how many Chief Forensic Chemists are there in the crime laboratory?
Well, there's a total of 3, 1 director and 2 assistants.
Okay, I'm going to get into your training and experience in a few moments, but did you perform some of the conventional serological testing on some of the biological evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Right. And also, did you participate in managing the sending of items out for analysis to outside laboratories?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, do you have a degree that qualified you to become a criminalist at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And what was your degree in?
Well, I have a degree in criminalistics from California State University at Long Beach.
When did you get that, sir?
Was in May of 1977.
And I want to ask you about some of the other courses that you took since then. Do you have your curricula vitae in front of you? Do you need to refer to that to give us specific dates and times?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right, the record reflects that Mr. Matheson does have before him a ring binder with a number of pages in it.
Sir, since you graduated in 1977, have you taken a fairly large number of courses in furtherance of your training and experience as a criminalist?
At that point, it depends on what you mean by courses. I have had a handful of what I'd call formal training or courses, along with attendance at a number of seminars and meetings and that type of thing.
Okay, I just want to go through some of the courses and seminars that are pertinent to the issue of serology. And let's start with the 1982 two-week FBI class. What was that about?
Well, in 1982, I took a 2-week course called Biochemical Methods of Blood Stain Analysis that was offered at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. That was mainly about the electrophoretic determination of genetic marker types. It's the steps or the process that's used in what has been called conventional serology to identify the types of enzymes that are present in the body.
Okay, and just so that we're defining some of these terms, when you say conventional serology, that is distinguished from what?
That term came around as DNA analysis in forensics started becoming possible or used within the field. In a way to define the difference, we started calling the systems and techniques that we'd used for many years as conventional, and the rest is being DNA.
And when you say electrophoretic techniques, we'll get into this in some more detail further down the line, but can you just give us a simple definition?
Well, electrophoresis is a process or a technique whereby a gel is poured, samples of biological materials placed on one end of it, electrical current is passed through it, and the end product is a sequence of bands that can be interpreted to tell you what type of blood you're looking at.
And were these techniques, the electrophoretic techniques and ABO type testing, around for a significant period prior to the use of DNA technology?
Yes, they were.
Now, in 1987, did you attend the serology symposium dealing with a collection and preservation of evidence?
There was a symposium held at that year which involved attendance by a large number of forensic scientists, mainly in the California area. I did attend it, however, I was also one of the working groups or met with one of the committees for several months prior to that in preparation of the meeting. The area that I was involved in was standards of training.
Okay, and what was the focus of this particular symposium?
The focus of that symposium, which was to elicit what was the standard practice or the consensus of practice within the forensic community at that point in time.
In terms of what?
What we were calling conventional serology.
Did this deal with any of the collection and preservation aspects, or just the testing aspects?
No, it also involved collection and preservation.
And was there any product that was generated as a result of the symposium, such as a manual or a pamphlet or publication?
There was a kind of a loose covered document that, I don't know the number of pages, it's about a 1/4 inch thick.
All right. And did that cover the subjects of the collection preservation and also the conventional testing?
That's correct.
All right. Now, was a lot of focus placed at this serology symposium into the mechanics of how you actually collect a stain from a crime scene?
The actually getting down on your knees and
right.
No, it didn't go into that aspect of it very much at all.
And do you know why?
The only reason that I...
Well, you were part of this working group?
No, the working group I was in dealt with training.
Okay. Has the actual mechanics of how you collect a stain been a controversial issue or a widely discussed issue in the forensic field?
No, it is not.
Why not?
Because it's a fairly basic process. Even in reviewing a number of forensic texts, there's very little reference to that step. They talk about locating the stains and eventually then, packaging and preserving them, but the actual collection is not addressed very often.
Now, going back to some of the courses that you took, in 1989, did you take I guess 2 classes at the University of New Haven, Connecticut?
Yes, they were held at the university. However, they were, it wasn't like a university course, but it was held at that facility.
And can you tell us what the 2 classes were?
Well, one of them dealt with the ABO typing of bone samples, and the other was an overview of DNA.
When you say ABO typing, you're referring to what?
Well, that is, it's a fairly common what we call genetic marker. It's what, matter of fact, it's the genetic marker that most people are aware of. You are either a type A, type B, type O, or type AB, and that's a system that hospitals usually use when they're cross-matching blood for transfusions.
Is that also used in blood banking?
Yes, it's what's commonly referred to as your blood type.
Okay. How long has that system been around?
I believe it was originally identified at the turn of the century, 1900.
So one of these courses dealt with, was it just ABO typing of bones, or did it also deal with electrophoresis?
No, that was strictly ABO.
Okay. And What was, and you said the other course had to do with DNA
Yes.
techniques? And what type of DNA techniques did that deal with?
I believe it was mainly about RFLP, but we also spoke a little bit about the PCR technique.
And those are two of the techniques that are used in DNA typing.
Yes.
And was this course instructed by a leading advocate of using DNA technology in forensic cases?
Sustained.
Okay. Was the person that taught this course in favor of using DNA technology in forensic setting?
Well, actually, it was taught by several different people. They brought in several different speakers to talk on the different subjects. But yes, most of the people that were there because they believe in the technology.
And was there any particular individual that's prominent in the forensic field that taught this course?
One of the people that was involved in both setting the course up and presenting it was a Dr. Henry Lee, which is the head of the Connecticut State Crime Laboratory.
Okay. And does he advocate using or support using DNA technology in forensic cases?
Sustained.
Okay. Well, did he actually teach some of the courses that you, or one of the courses that you attended?
I believe he was involved in presenting some of the information.
All right. Did he appear to be a supporter of using DNA technology?
Yes, he did.
Now, in January of 1990, did you take a 2-week course relating to DNA technology in forensic cases?
Yes, I did.
And where was that course held?
That course was held in Denver, Colorado, at the Analytical Genetic Testing Center.
What did the course, how long of a period of time did the course last?
It covered 2 weeks. The first week dealt with this technique I mentioned before, RFLP typing in general, the basic background to it, involved in actually performing some of the tests. The second week focused a little bit more on the technique that was used by the FBI.
Okay. And then in June of 1990, did you attend some training at the University of New Haven and CETUS Corporation?
Yes, I did.
What was that training?
That was a course that was offered by the CETUS Corporation, which I believe at the time was the manufacturer of the PCR kits that were being used for forensics. And it involved the theory and practice and techniques in PCR analysis, along with some hands-on getting a chance to run the techniques ourselves.
Okay. And how long was that course?
I believe it was 5 days.
Now, in addition to these courses that we just mentioned, did you attend seminars of the California Association of Criminalists?
Yes, I have.
And when did you start attending those seminars?
Well, I became a member of the California Association of Criminalists in 1979 and attended every seminar I could go to. From that time till now, I believe they're held twice a year, and I think I've only missed 3 or 4 over that time period.
How long are those seminars?
Normally they last 2.5 days, a full day Thursday and Friday and half day on Saturday.
What range of topics do they cover?
Just about anything to do with forensic sciences.
Did they deal with serology issues in these seminars?
Many times serology is one of the main topics of discussion, both in the papers that are given and outside of them.
And by the way, what is serology?
Serology deals with the analysis of body fluids.
Okay. Now, and you said that these seminars by the California Association of Criminalists are twice yearly?
That's correct. Once in the fall and once in the spring.
And as a result of attending these seminars, do you learn the practices that are standard within the criminalistics profession?
That's part of it. Like I said, the seminars have a wide range of topics, from techniques that may be used in the future that are just becoming available to us, to hints and tips on how to do current techniques better, and just, generally kind of dealing with this, the topic in general.
Are the forensic scientists who attend these seminars coming only from California, or do they come from other places as well?
No, they can come from just about anywhere. As a matter of fact, our last meeting, which was held in the fall, was done in conjunction with the Forensic Science Society from England, and we had a number of attendees join us from England.
Okay. Now, is there also an organization known as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Yes.
And are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you attend their seminars?
I have attended about 4 of them, yes.
And how long are their seminars for?
Well, they tend to, the actual papers or technical presentations are basically the same as the CAC meetings, or the California Association of Criminalists, in that they're about 2.5 days. The meeting itself can run anywhere from 6 to 8 days because there's an awful lot of, ancillary type of activities that go on. I believe it was 5 days.
Now, in addition to these courses that we just mentioned, did you attend seminars of the California Association of Criminalists?
Yes, I have.
And when did you start attending those seminars?
Well, I became a member of the California Association of Criminalists in 1979 and attended every seminar I could go to. From that time till now, I believe they're held twice a year, and I think I've only missed 3 or 4 over that time period.
How long are those seminars?
Normally they last 2.5 days, a full day Thursday and Friday and half day on Saturday.
What range of topics do they cover?
Just about anything to do with forensic sciences.
Do they deal with serology issues in these seminars?
Many times serology is one of the main topics of discussion, both in the papers that are given and outside of them.
And by the way, what is serology?
Serology deals with the analysis of body fluids.
Okay. Now, and you said that these seminars by the California Association of Criminalists are twice yearly?
That's correct. Once in the fall and once in the spring.
And as a result of attending these seminars, do you learn the practices that are standard within the criminalistics profession?
That's part of it. Like I said, the seminars have a wide range of topics, from techniques that may be used in the future that are just becoming available to us, to hints and tips on how to do current techniques better, and just generally kind of dealing with this the topic in general.
Are the forensic scientists who attend these seminars coming only from California, or do they come from other places as well?
No, they can come from just about anywhere. As a matter of fact, our last meeting, which was held in the fall, was done in conjunction with the Forensic Science Society from England, and we had a number of attendees join us from England.
Okay. Now, is there also an organization known as the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Yes.
And are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you attend their seminars?
I have attended about 4 of them, yes.
And how long are their seminars for?
Well, they tend to, the actual papers or technical presentations are basically the same as the CAC meetings, or the California Association of Criminalists, in that they're about 2.5 days. The meeting itself can run anywhere from 6 to 8 days because there's an awful lot of ancillary type of activities that go on.
And is that are those seminars along the same line as the California Association of Criminalists, or do they differ?
Well, in that they cover a lot of different areas of forensics, they're the same. They are significantly larger, though, because that's a national organization, and it's composed of not just criminalists, but forensic pathologists and odontologists, dentists, and a lot of different areas in forensics. And each of these specialties are meeting, at the same time in different areas of the same facility.
So when you attend one of these meetings, do you go to all of the presentations, or just the ones that are involved in your area specialty?
Well, you can't go to all of them because a lot of them are running at the same time. I try and not just stay with what I've spent most of my time with, and that's serology. I like to attend all those that seem interesting or appropriate, but also get out and get some exposure to some of the other areas.
And as a result of attending these meetings, do you also get an idea of the standards and practices that are being used in the forensic community on a nationwide basis?
Yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned this manual that was generated from the serology symposium, but other than that, have you had the opportunity or have you had time to papers yourself while you've been working at the Los Angeles Police Department?
I have never personally published any sort of scientific paper.
And why is that?
Well, normally, an awful lot of the papers that appear in scientific journals and that type of thing deal with research, validating existing systems, bringing new systems online, that type of thing. My interest has not been in research. I enjoy applying the technology. I've always enjoyed doing casework. And a mere fact of the fact that we're with the Los Angeles Police Department and our criminalistics laboratory has a very high caseload. There's unfortunately a lot of crime in the city, and it does keep us busy just doing casework. So it's a combination of the two things. I don't have a strong interest to get out there and publish and do that, and I enjoy doing casework, and there's plenty of casework for us to do.
When you say casework, you're referring to what?
Anything that comes into the laboratory associated with a crime or incident within the city of Los Angeles could range from the type of casework the laboratory gets runs the gamut from narcotics to serology cases associated with homicides and rapes to blood alcohol analysis, just about anything.
Okay, let's turn a little bit to your professional career. When you were in school getting your degree in criminalistics, did you work for any law enforcement agencies?
Yes, I did.
What agency did you work for?
For the Culver City Police Department.
And in what capacity did you work for the Culver City Police Department?
My title was a community service aide, and then it got changed to community service officer. Basically, it was a student position. It was part-time during school and then full-time during vacations and holidays. I worked a couple of different assignments. I was with them.
You said identification unit. What's that?
Well, normally, crime laboratories tend to exist only in the larger cities, counties, state, federal government, that type of thing. Small municipalities, as a rule, do not have crime labs. They have what are called ident sections or identification sections. They focus in on evidence collection, fingerprinting, and photography.
When you were working with the identification section at the Culver City Police Department, were the people that you were working with criminalists, or did they have some other job classification?
Well, we're talking about a small department. The person that I worked directly with would be another civilian. It happened that the two people that I worked for, they were identification technicians. They were both retired, one from the Los Angeles Police Department as a fingerprint person, and the other was retired from the LA County Sheriff's as a fingerprint person.
But did they also do things like collect biological evidence, or was it limited to fingerprints and the like?
No, if there was a reason, if there was a crime that involved biological stain or evidence, either they or I would, depending on who handled the particular scene.
So they were collecting biological evidence even though they were not criminalists?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that standard throughout the state in terms of the way law enforcement agencies, or many law enforcement agencies, collect biological evidence?
Sustained.
Well, sir, are you aware of the standards and practices in a variety of law enforcement agencies as a result of your participation in these various state and national organizations you've testified to?
I am aware that the personnel that are used to perform different tasks varies from agency to agency.
And do some agencies use criminalists, whereas others use technicians, identification technicians?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, in the case of City of Los Angeles, we have criminalists. We do not have ID techs or identification technicians, so we use criminalists to collect that. Like I mentioned, many smaller municipalities that don't have crime labs have their ID techs collect the evidence, and actually there are some cities that have their own crime lab that also hire ID techs that are the ones that go out and process, mainly the simple scenes, but process scenes.
Okay. Now, when did you first join the Los Angeles Police Department as a criminalist?
It was in June of 1978.
And by the way, are you a sworn personnel as a criminalist?
No, I am not. Our criminalists are civilian.
Okay. Now, when you first joined the Los Angeles Police Department in 1978, what was your first assignment?
Well, I was hired in as a criminalist 1, and I was assigned to the toxicology unit.
And how long were you at the toxicology unit?
I worked toxicology from June of 1978 until I believe it was early January of 1980, so approximately 18 months.
What was your next assignment after you were finished in toxicology?
Okay, after working toxicology, I was transferred to what we call a special testing unit, and in that unit I dealt with maintaining a couple of analytical instruments, running some of the more unique or unidentified drugs or narcotics, bomb debris analysis, poisons analysis, a variety of different things.
So what does special testing do in terms of, I mean, do they just test anything and everything that's unknown, or what?
Well, with the way our laboratory is laid out, the special testing unit has some specific assignments, such as any sort of bomb residue case, a poison case, that type of thing, go directly to that unit. Beyond that, basically the people that work that unit get whatever doesn't fit into any of the other units. It's things that handle some sort of unique or special handling.
Okay. And you were there for 18 months, you said?
Actually, it was a little longer. I believe it was from January of 1980 until I think it was August of 81, so it'd be about 20 months.
All right. And where did you go after you were finished with your assignment in special testing?
After that, I was assigned to serology.
And how long were you assigned to the serology unit?
Well, as a criminalist 2 or doing bench work, would have been until I believe it was May of 1988 when I was promoted to what was called a Crim 3 then, which was our supervisor position.
Were you a supervisor in serology initially?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, you used another term. You said bench work. Is that the same as casework or different?
Yeah, that's a term that's used for the person that's actually sitting working on the evidence, doing the analysis. Is called bench work.
Okay. How long have you been a supervisor at the Los Angeles Police Department and the crime laboratory? How many years?
Actually, I probably should have referred to my notes before. It was May of '89 when I was promoted. So it'd be from May of '89 until October of '94 that I was a supervisor.
So when you were first a supervisor, were you supervising anything other than serology at first?
Well, my unit was serology. I was also a member of one of our special field response teams that goes by the name of the Forensic Accident Investigation Team. That was formed while I was a Crim 2. Myself and 2 other criminals were assigned to this. It was a special assignment to go out and collect evidence from specialized crime scenes, mainly those that were vehicular-related homicides, hit and runs, that type of thing. When I became a supervisor in May of '89, I was supervisor then of serology plus of this team that I was on.
And when you initially became a supervisor and you were supervising this team in serology, did you still play an active role in the bench work that was going on in the unit?
Yes, I did.
Right. And in addition to that, did you also have any function in terms of reviewing reports and confirming results and the like?
Yes, as supervisor of the unit, one of your goals is to, or jobs, is to review the analytical notes that come out of the criminalists or the analysts that are working the units before a report can be submitted out. We want to have it reviewed by a supervisor and either signed as being complete and accurate or returned to the analyst for either correction or updating, whatever required.
Were you performing any function in terms of actually reading other people's electrophoresis plates or photographs of the plates?
Well, actually, for the first 3+ years of being supervisor of the unit, I was still doing casework. Obviously, it wasn't at the same level as I was before, but I was still a analyst within the laboratory. In addition to that, these electrophoresis plates that I previously described with the bands on it, they were always co-read, either by the original person that did the run, plus then somebody else that was following up on it. Didn't have to be a supervisor, it could be a co-worker. I continue, as a matter of fact, to this date, still continue to occasionally co-read plates.
Okay. Now, approximately 6 months ago, did your position within the crime laboratory change?
Yes, it did.
And what did it change to?
Well, in October of 1994, I was promoted to my current position of Chief Forensic Chemist 1, and I currently manage what's called the Forensic Analysis section of the crime laboratory, which includes not only serology, but other units such as our trace analysis unit, chemical processing unit, which does fingerprints in-house, our firearms unit, a Valley unit, and question documents.
And are you still performing bench work in this capacity, generally speaking?
No, I'm not.
All right. Are you still performing work in terms of looking at other people's electrophoresis plates and co-reading them?
Occasionally. It is not near as often as it used to be, obviously, but if somebody has some work that's been completed and they want it reviewed and there isn't anybody else available in the unit for whatever reason, then they have come and asked if I'd go back and do a co-reading on it.
Are there any plates that only you are qualified to read, or that you have to read in the laboratory?
There is one system that called haptoglobin that I tend to co-read more than anybody else. I don't know if anybody else.
How do you spell haptoglobin?
Haptoglobin, I think.
And why is it that you tend to co-read that more than others?
Well, everybody has their own interest when it comes to a particular system or something within the unit. One of the criminalists that works the unit now is the one who runs them the most, and she and I have worked together with it on the past. So I tend to read them for her when she has one of these come available. I haven't done it in, I think it's probably been a month or month and a half, so either she's not running that system as often or somebody else now in the unit is trained in co-reading.
Okay. Now, with respect to some of the professional organizations that we asked about, is there also an organization called the American Board of Criminalists?
It's the American Board of Criminalistics, yes.
Criminalistics. And what is that organization?
That is an organization whose function, actually sole function, is the certification of criminalists on a national basis.
And did you play any active role in that organization?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I was involved in forming it. I believe it was in 1987 or 88. A group of people was called together, and I was one of those who was invited to attend as a guest because I had some experience in a certification program, a meeting held back in Chicago. And out of that meeting, eventually was born the American Board of Criminalistics, a incorporated nonprofit organization. And like I said, I was part of that original planning group of it, and then for the first 2 years of its existence, which I believe was from February of 90 through 92, I sat as the vice president of that organization.
And when you say that this was involved in certifying criminalists, what does that involve?
Well, the process of certifying somebody is that you want to know or have some sort of indication that they possess the basic skills, minimum skills and knowledge to be able to perform their job. And in criminalistics, there was a lacking of a system like this, particularly on a national basis. So what we did is, in establishing this organization, gave the professional criminalists throughout the country a body with which they could apply to, take a test, do proficiency testing, these type of things, to be able to demonstrate that they have the minimum criteria necessary to do this type of work.
And what type of showing does a person have to make, or criminalist have to make, in order to get the certification?
Well, there's actually a couple different levels of the certification process. To be in the American Board of Criminalistics, to be what's called a diplomate, you have to have, I believe it's 2 years experience in forensic sciences. You have to pass a written examination that is on general criminalistics, not in any one particular field, and be working in the field, actively working in it.
And do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Now, is there also an organization known as the California Association? Well, we talked about the California Association of Criminalists, and you said you joined in 1979.
Yes.
Did you hold any sort of positions within that organization other than just being a member?
Yes, I have.
And in 1987, did you begin to hold a office in that organization?
Well, 1987, I was made the chair of the certification committee. At that time, the California Association of Criminalists was interested in starting the certification program, actually before the national effort began. And the first step towards doing that is putting together a committee. I was the first chair of that committee when it was formed. I believe it was either in January or February of 1987, and held that position until the program was actually up and running and we were testing people and offering certificates.
Right. And did your status in that organization change in approximately May of 1990?
Yes. In May of 1990, I was appointed to the position, a board of directors position called the Regional Directors South. Our association is basically divided in North and South. And I sat on that position on the board of directors for 1 year.
And then in May of 1991, did you run for president of that organization?
Yes, I did. Actually, you run for a president-elect. It's a 3-year commitment. The first year you're president-elect. You sit on the board. It's a board position. Kind of learn the job. The second year is as president of the association. The third year then is the immediate past president, where you still stay on the board, have an active position in it, but it gives you a chance to wind down and assist the current president.
And did you serve in that capacity for those 3 years?
Yes, I did.
So then your term ended in May of '94?
That's correct.
Do you continue to serve on any committees or any organizations within the California Association of Criminalists today?
At the moment, I currently belong to 2 committees. One of them is a publication committee that is involved with putting together our newsletter, and the other is a financial review committee. I would have liked to have been more active on it, but I've been a little busy lately. So though I belong to them, I haven't been as active as I'd like to be.
And are you also a member of the California Association of Crime Lab Directors?
Yes, I am.
What's that?
That's an association that I don't know what our current membership is. I think it's probably in the 80 to 90 range, that's made up of managers and supervisors of crime laboratories, mainly in California, but we also have members from other states.
And while you were working in the serology section of the Los Angeles Police Department, can you give us an estimation of approximately how many ABO tests you performed during that period of time?
I didn't memorize those numbers. I did make myself up a kind of review chart of the type of tests and the quantities that I did. Okay, during the course of my career in serology...
Hold on just a second. Let counsel review the chart that you're referring to. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Okay, in the area of ABO typing, I estimated that I've done approximately 6,500 of those type of tests.
Okay. And approximately how many electrophoresis tests have you performed on something called PGM subtype?
That would be, it was approximately 1,000.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about crime scenes. Have you had any experience in actually going out to crime scenes during your professional career at the Los Angeles Police Department in processing crime scenes yourself?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've processed?
My best guess is about 150. I didn't have real good statistics on that, but that was my best estimate. I think it's conservative.
Have you ever rigged up any mock crime scenes for training purposes?
A couple, yes.
And when you attend these seminars at the California Association of Criminalists and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, do they cover crime scene investigation as some of the topics in those seminars?
Sometimes they do, yes.
Have you trained any people within the Los Angeles Police Department in terms of crime scene investigation?
Yes, I have.
Have you trained any people outside of the SID section in crime scene investigation techniques?
Yes.
Who would that be?
Well, I have been one of the instructors in a couple of our detective training courses that we offer. One of them is the sexual assault detective school. They obviously focus more in scenes and evidence collection related to sexual assault. I also have taught for a couple of years at our homicide detective school, teaching them on the division's capabilities, SID's capabilities when it came to crime scene and simple evidence collection techniques. I also teach at a detective supervisor school, and we touch lightly on field techniques.
When you say evidence collection techniques, have you ever taught detectives how to collect a stain using LAPD's procedures?
You're talking about a biological stain? Yes, I have.
And why are detectives taught that?
Well, we want the detectives to be able to have the capability of collecting biological stains, blood drops, that type of thing, if a criminalist isn't available. Though we do have an on-call system where a criminalist is available to be called out any time of the day or night to assist with evidence collection, we're not always called. Sometimes the scene may only have one or two drops or one or two items. They don't feel it's necessary to call us, but that's still evidence that we want to have captured for later analysis. So we have been for, I believe it's the last at least 6 or 8 years, training homicide detectives mainly on the proper techniques for collecting biological evidence. We supply them with a blood collection kit, which is simply a file box with the tools that are necessary in it to collect those samples.
And are they taught how to, take a control and use the distilled water and use the tweezers and the whole 9 yards?
Yes, they're both shown in a demonstration form. We talk to them about it. It's demonstrated to them, and if time permits, we have them practice it within the class.
And are detectives, in fact, collecting biological evidence in the Los Angeles Police Department and submitting it to your laboratory for analysis?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, does the Scientific Investigations Division also have a field unit?
Yes, we do.
And who supervises that now?
Well, right now, the unit is, they have a lead criminalist, or what we call a criminalist 3, that's in charge of that unit. That person also works in another unit. Our trace supervisor is the immediate supervisor of them, and then I manage it.
Now, why wasn't the field unit assigned to processing the evidence or collecting the evidence in this case?
The deciding who ends up processing a scene is mainly a function of what time the call comes in. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have people that are on call, criminals that are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, if a call comes in during working hours, normal working hours, which for our field unit is 7:30 to 4, Monday through Friday, rather than send the off-watch person who may have been up the night before or may be going out the following night, we send somebody from this field unit to do the evidence collection.
Are the people assigned to the field unit necessarily more experienced in crime scene processing than the individuals that are criminalists who are on rotation?
No, not necessarily. They can be. Our field unit consists only of Crim 2 individuals, or those people that have advanced to the point where they could handle a crime scene by themselves if they had to. However, we rotate people through that unit just like we rotate people through our off-watch on-call situation.
So if, in this case, the evidence shows that there was a Bronco search that occurred on the 14th during the daylight hours, why would the field unit not respond to that as opposed to Mr. Fung and Andrea Mazzola?
Well, what we try and do is maintain some consistency throughout a particular case. If it's possible, the person that handled a scene, say the night before or week before, if some sort of follow-up occurrence occurs, like a car search or an additional scene, we want the same people handling it that handled the original scene. So in that case, that's why we did not send out somebody from the field unit.
Would you always have to, if you had two criminalists that responded to the first scene on day number 1, will you always send the same two criminalists to the second scene, or can just one or the other go?
No, we can. It depends on the circumstances. We can just send one of the team, or if neither one of them is available, we will go and send somebody from another part of the laboratory.
But is there any rule that if you use 2 on day 1, you have to use the same 2 on day 2?
No.
Right. And typically within the Los Angeles Police Department crime laboratory, do you always send 2 criminalists to investigate a crime scene?
We try and get 2 people out to a scene whenever possible, yes.
Are there instances where only 1 is sent?
Well, we make an evaluation as to the complexity of the scene. If it appears that it's going to be something very simple, maybe a simple car search or something involves going to a tow yard and doing an examination, there are times where we will send only 1, but we believe 2 people can do a better job.
And was there ever any management decision that was made not to send Andrea Mazzola out to certain subsequent scenes after the 14th?
Oral.
As far as, I mean, there obviously are decisions made when somebody is sent or not sent. So in that case it was. There has never been a decision made that said she will not handle any more scenes, no.
Well, that's what I meant. There was never a decision like that.
That's correct.
So if on a subsequent scene you only, because of the complexity, needed 1 person, you would send 1 person out?
That's possible, yes.
Now, in this particular case, before testifying, have you watched some of the proceedings or heard some of the proceedings on television or on the radio?
Yes, I have.
And have you heard some of the testimony and seen some of the testimony relating to the crime scene processing?
Yes, I have.
And did you also speak to me about the testimony that you were going to give?
Yes.
What were the nature of those discussions?
Mainly it was a two-way thing. I was in preparing you for what I was going to be testifying to, just as you would talk and tell me some of the areas that we were going to discuss. Normally it is just acquainting each of us with styles and with general topic areas that are going to be brought up during direct examination.
Did you also provide me with some instruction in terms of how ABO typing and electrophoresis is performed and certain technical topics such as that?
Yes, that was part of my comment about preparing you for it. There has been kind of a training process going on to acquaint to acquaint you with the techniques and the procedures that we use.
Have you also talked to any defense lawyers and provided them information about the case as we've progressed?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is there any rule within the LAPD crime laboratory with respect to talking to defense lawyers? I mean, how does that work?
The only rule that we have deals with discovery materials, and that is that if items are going to be released to the defense, that the prosecutor's office is aware of it, and that if it isn't your own work, that the original criminalist is aware that these informations are being provided. Beyond that, there is no specific rules about whether, who you can or cannot talk to with regards to a case.
Do you talk to defense lawyers?
Yes, I do.
And is it common for criminalists to speak with the person that's going to be calling them as a witness prior to getting on the witness stand and testifying?
Yes, and it's not only common, it's preferred. We want to make sure that everybody understands what's going on, that you have a chance to discuss the issues.
Let's get a little bit into the issue of collecting evidence. First of all, what does it mean from a criminalistic standpoint to collect evidence at a crime scene?
Well, collection involves everything from documenting where the evidence is, describing the item of evidence that's to be collected, the actual process of picking the evidence up off of the ground or off of whatever item it might happen to be, eventually packaging it and describing it for a property report, and then what's called booking it in or placing it into our property facility.
And when evidence is collected by criminalists at the Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigations Division, do you use some sort of form in the field for the purposes of doing that?
We have actually a couple different sets of forms. One of them that I believe is called a crime scene checklist, and the other is a vehicle search checklist.
Do you have that? I wanted to show you Defense 1107 for identification. Ask you some questions about that. It's the page, Your Honor, that is in table form. Or chart form, I should say. Can you see, is the resolution good enough so that you can see that, Mr. Matheson?
I can see it, I can't read it, but I can see what it is and I recognize what it is.
Okay. And is that one of the pages in the crime scene identification checklist?
Yes, it is.
And is this page typically filled out contemporaneously with the evidence collection, or with certain phases of the evidence collection?
Most of the information is. Some of it is filled out later on.
Well, in terms of the numbers and measures, are those done at the time that the measurements are actually done or shortly thereafter?
Yes, I would expect it to. The item number along with a kind of brief description of what it is, such as red stain, coat, whatever it happens to be, along with the location of where it was found, if it was on the street or on a bed, and then measurements in the room or location if that's appropriate.
Now, are there any strict rules in the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory with respect to how this form is to be filled out?
No, there isn't.
And do you have a function now in reviewing these forms after they come back from the field?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the photo ID number column, or ID photo number, actually, excuse me, it just says ID photo. What is that to be used for, generally?
For me, I have always considered that a checkbox as to whether or not a photograph was taken of a particular item out at the scene. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Either photographer's not available or whatever. I mean, that's been the place where I see, yes, a photo was taken, check it off.
Have you noticed any other practices?
I believe that there have been a couple people that use that as an indication of maybe a alternate number location if there was a different number used or something. I'm aware that people have different interpretations of what that column means.
And is there any requirement that you have to check off everything in that column?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. Now let's move the form over a little bit. And what about the by column? What is that to be used for?
My understanding of that is that's a spot where you put your initials, the person that was involved in collecting the evidence.
What if you're working in a team? How is that to be used?
Well, in the same way, if you have a couple of people out there and for some reason it may be important at some point to know who picked it up, it would be nice to have the initials of the person that was involved in it, but is not necessarily required.
And if you're working in a team and both people saw a particular piece of evidence collected, is there any standard practice with respect to whether you say the person that physically picked it up, his initials should go in there, or both people's, or how's that handled?
No, we currently don't have consistency on that.
Okay. And what about the time column? How do you use the time column personally?
Normally I use the time column to bracket things. If I'm going to be, many times in the situation of picking up evidence, you go through and you locate the evidence have it photographed, you put your numbers down, have it photographed with the numbers, do your measurements. You kind of work in groups of items in, say, a particular vicinity or locale at a scene. What I would do is record the time of the first item in a group that I pick up, a rough guess as to what time it is, you know, look at my watch or something like that, and then I'd record the time of the last item in that group and just run a line between them. Sometimes I don't even record that information on this form. I've also been known to write it on the packaging or the envelope and then come back and fill that information in later.
So if you had 10 items, you would know, in that particular group, you'd know when the first and the 10th were collected with some specificity.
Roughly, yes.
And then everything else would just be an arrow between those two times.
A line, yes.
Do other criminalists use that in the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And are there other practices that are used?
Well, there are some people that record the time for each and every item that they pick up.
Okay. Now, from a serology standpoint, if you're talking about a stain that was collected at, let's say, 11 o'clock, and then a second stain that was collected at 11:15, is there any forensic relevance to knowing that one was at 11 and the other one was at 11:15, generally?
Objection.
To the phrase forensically significant, no foundation for that.
Vague.
Well, is there any significance from a serology standpoint to the time difference?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Now, within the forensic community, based upon your membership in these various organizations that you've discussed, are you aware of any consistent practice with respect to when you are working in a team investigating a crime scene, whether you should signify who physically collected a particular piece of evidence, whether you should separate it out?
I don't remember having any discussions about that.
That is not a hot topic within the forensic community?
No, it isn't.
All right. What about the issue of the times? Is that a hot... I'm sorry.
Did you locate that item? Goldberg, proceed.
And what about with respect to the portion of the list that says time or notating the time? Does that appear to be a controversial or hot topic within the forensics community as to how you should fill that kind of information out?
Not in specifically how it should be filled out.
All right. What is the goal that is the criminalist is trying to achieve in generating this paperwork? I mean, why do you even have to bother with it?
Well, the main reason is to be able to locate where the items came from. The most important piece of information that is on there, or the sequence of information that exists on that form, is the item number, the location where the item came from, and a description of the item itself. That way you can track that item through the system. Many of the other items that are on there are nice to have, you know, but the most important thing are those three items: the number, the location, and a brief description of what it is.
So do those three items help you to place a particular piece of evidence back in the crime scene? In other words, figure out where it came from specifically?
Yes, well, it relates back to the photo that was taken of it, so you can see a picture of how it was at the scene, and gives you a location of, you know, in general where it was.
But if you have a photograph, is it absolutely necessary to even have this kind of information? I mean, isn't it duplicative to a certain extent?
Well, to a certain extent, but not completely. Photographs are not perfect in their depth or their perception as to where they are. It's still nice to have, measurements to generally locate it, where it is in relation to other items, in relation to a room, or in relation to a victim, something like that.
Okay. Now, is there any rule within the Los Angeles Police Department as to whether this form can be filled out in pencil or pen or any other writing instrument?
No, there isn't.
And with respect to erasures, is there any rule on that?
No, there isn't.
If the form is a mess to the point that it's difficult to read, can the criminalist rewrite it?
We talking about the whole form?
Or portions of it?
There's no rule that says they can't rewrite or clarify certain areas of a document.
Maybe we can just look at the next page, 18 and 19. This is also 1107, Your Honor.
All right.
Have you seen this, taken a look at this document before?
Yes, I have.
For instance, on this document, if you wanted to clean it up to place it in numerical order, and because some of the items appear to have been erased and written over, is there any rule that would prohibit you from doing that?
Oh, well, but we have gone over this
Well, but
previously.
yeah, but it's something that the defense has made a lot of.
But we have
deal
gone
about.
through it. We've discussed it. You can get his perspective as a manager, but I think we've about covered it.
I know, and it's just one question on this, and we spent about an hour on it during the defense case.
Wait, counsel.
Okay.
One question. Proceed.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
I hope I don't get in trouble. With respect to this type of form, if the criminalist wanted to clean this up because there are erasures or just to put things back in numerical order, would there be any rule against that?
There would be no rule with them rewriting it. From an administrative point of view, I'd like to have the original still thrown in with the notes. But if it made things clearer to rewrite things or reorder them, that would be fine.
But is there any written policy or oral policy on that one way or the other that you're aware of?
No, there isn't.
Now, you said that part of your function is to, currently as a supervisor, is to review, thank you, the crime scene identification checklist when they come back. Did you do that in this particular case? Did you review these?
Well, when I was supervisor of the trace or serology unit, I also at one point was given the trace unit. One of my duties did involve the review of field notes as it related to crime scenes. These were not reviewed prior to their photocopying and distribution.
Why was that?
It was mainly a function of the hecticness of the time. We were involved both in this case and along with many other ones that go on constantly within the city. Mr. Fung does not work directly in our facility. He's in one of our satellite locations, and he had the notes with him for a period of time. And it was just a matter of circumstances that by the time we got copies of the original ones for distribution, they had not been reviewed at that point.
And who was supposed to actually review those while you were the trace supervisor? Was it supposed to be you personally, or did you have someone under you?
The normal process would be the notes would be left in a box in our trace unit. They'd be initially reviewed by our lead or the CRIM 3 of the field unit, and then he would give them to me with the recommendations of either filing them because they're complete or suggested things to advise the criminalist on when it came to maybe making them more complete prior to filing.
Did you have a CRIM 3 of the trace unit at the time that this case was, at the time that Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola went out and investigated the crime scenes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, was he at that time reviewing them, or were you doing it?
It was, we were both doing it. He was reviewing the majority of them, but I was also involved in that.
Okay. And what is the purpose of reviewing them at all?
Well, it's kind of a twofold purpose. One of them, we are looking to see if they're complete or as complete as possible, that they have recorded things like field tests that were performed, mainly that they were as complete as possible. If there were areas that were left undone, we would send them back to the criminalist, and if he had that information available, we would ask them to make them complete. If they didn't have it, or you'd have to just make guesses on the information, we didn't want that. At that point, it becomes a training process in that we point out to them, next time maybe you should put a little more detail here, you should make sure your measurements are all included, whatever it happened to be, so that the next time they went out in the field, their notes would be more complete than they currently are.
So on occasion, you will ask someone to actually add something to the crime scene identification checklist to add some additional information?
I will if I am sure that they know that information, that they're absolutely positive and they're not just putting something in there to fill it in.
And other than that, the review process serves a training function?
That's correct.
Right. Now, on the crime scene identification checklist, in this case, there's been some testimony that Andrea Mazzola was placed on as the officer in charge on the Bundy list. Her name.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Yeah. And is there any significance to that?
No.
Why is that done typically? What does that signify?
Well, the OIC, or officer in charge, just normally by habit is the person who is on call. Officially that weekend, Ms. Mazzola was the criminalist on call. When Detective Headquarters Division, which is the section of our department that dispatches us, has a homicide scene where a criminalist is requested, they go to a sheet that we supply them on every Monday and Friday and refer to the name of the criminalist that is available, and the name appearing on that sheet was Ms. Mazzola. She then, because of the fact that she was a Crim 1, would call the Crim 3 that was responding with her, the supervisor, in this case, Mr. Fung. So it merely was an indication of the fact that it was her weekend on call and her name was placed on top.
And that is how it's typically done? Is that what you're testifying to?
Yes.
All right. Now, with respect to collecting evidence again, do you have a practice, and when you're talking about biological evidence, of collecting representative samples?
Yes.
What does that mean?
To me, a representative sample is, well, probably the best way to do it is by a example. If you have a blood trail that leads away from a scene or into a scene or whatever, if you have a blood trail that consists of 30 or 40 drops that goes on for a block or two, it would be unnecessary and inappropriate to pick up every single drop of blood along that trail, because you can tell by looking at it that it's a continuous trail being dropped by the same person. What we would like to see, rather than picking up all 40 of them and spending the time doing that, is to pick up what we call a representative sample of that trail, a blood sample from the beginning, maybe one or two in the middle, depending on how long it is or more, and one from the end. I would also expect somebody that's doing a trail like that to collect any sample that appeared that it was out of place or not consistent with the trail. That's my definition of what a representative sample from a crime scene is.
And what about in a situation as in a car like the Bronco in this case? Do you have to collect every last stain in there, or do you take a sample of them? How do you do it?
It depends on the quantity of blood that's present. If there are a number of stains that are grouped together, then I would say no, you probably are not going to collect every single one of them. I would expect somebody that's doing a car search would pick up samples from different areas within the vehicle that represent the possibility of different blood samples coming from different individuals.
And what is the purpose of taking representative samples in situations like the ones you've talked about, as opposed to just collecting every last stain that's there?
Well, we deal with realities when it comes to resources. We have only a certain number of people that are available to collect evidence and a certain number of people to analyze evidence. And at some point, you have to be practical. You have to decide that you're spending too much time picking up every one of these 20 samples, where that time could be better spent evaluating other parts of the scene, getting the samples packaged and ready to go. And then ultimately, when it comes to the serology unit, they are not going to analyze all of those items as a rule anyway. They are going to have relied on the person at the scene to pick up the best samples, the ones that will be most representative of the crime and the people that were involved. And it's the best utilization of the resources so that we can get as much provided for the people of Los Angeles as we can with the resources that we have.
Can you judge how well a criminalist has done in terms of processing or investigating a crime scene with biological evidence by figuring out the quantity of stains he or she collected?
No, we have had some people that collect very few but always seem to find the most probative samples, and we have had people in the past that collect many, many samples but don't always give us the best information.
When you say most probative, you mean what?
Ones that answer the questions, ones that if there's multiple people bleeding at a scene, that we are getting blood from multiple people and not just from one. Whatever is necessary to get the most appropriate or the best information out of the evidence that's left at the scene.
Now, is this idea of using selectivity in collecting evidence one that is discussed in some forensic science literature?
Yes, I'm aware of it being discussed elsewhere.
And specifically, did you look at the discussion of this idea in Henry Lee's book on crime scene identification, the one that I always refer to as Henry Lee Child Edition?
I have seen that information in his book, yes, that you need to be selective in the samples that you collect.
And I'd like to just show you one portion of this book and see whether you've taken a look at it. It just has big print. That's the big print book. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Yes, child.
What?
Referring to the page, referring to the size of the print.
Referring to the size of the print. It's big print. It was my idea of a joke, but anyway.
You're obviously not at the age where you need bifocals.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there.
You may.
And directing your attention to page 79, the first full paragraph. Maybe you could just read. Have you considered that paragraph? Have you read that before?
Yes, I've read it before.
Maybe you could just read what Dr. Lee says about collecting evidence, where it starts recognition, and well, maybe just starting there through the rest of the paragraph.
Recognition of evidence involves selectivity and a general understanding of logic of crime scene. If all objects at the scene are collected and submitted to a forensic laboratory for further analysis, the forensic facility will be overwhelmed. If critical evidence is omitted or improperly preserved, the use of sophisticated equipment cannot salvage the investigation. Hence, correct crime scene search and collection methods are of paramount importance.
Okay, so basically it's a balancing act between not wanting to overwhelm the laboratory with too much and not wanting to miss the relevant evidence.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the Bronco, well, I'll get into that later. Have you heard some testimony to the effect that in this particular case that there were 5 stains at the Bundy location, all of which were collected, whereas there were 3 stains at the Rockingham location, A, B, and C, that were not collected?
Yes, I have.
And is there, from a forensic science standpoint, in terms of crime scene identification, based upon your understanding of the evidence in this case, any reason for that?
There's my understanding of it, yes, there's an explanation for that.
What is that?
Well, in the case of the items that were collected from Bundy, that was the crime scene. We had 2 victims there, and there were blood droplets that appeared to be inconsistent with having come from either of the victims. So they would indicate somebody else that had been present at that location. At that point, it makes sense to collect as much as possible of that, keeping in mind what I said before. If it had been extremely long, I would have expected them not to collect all of them. But to collect a good representative sample of what we have there as far as the blood goes. As far as the other location at Rockingham, that was not a crime scene. It was another location that may or may not have been involved, and they used a little bit more selectivity there, collecting a stain at the beginning, at the end, and leaving some of the ones in between in place.
Your understanding is that there was no body or evidence that a crime actually occurred at that location?
That's correct.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Is it your understanding that there was no body or evidence that a crime actually was committed at that particular location? Homicide.
Sustain.
Oh, it's okay. I'll withdraw the question. Sorry. Now, did you also hear some evidence to the effect of I'm not sure if it was triangular, but a little corner piece of paper that was in the area of the entrance to the caged-off area not having been collected?
Yes, I have.
And what is your view on that?
As far as I'm concerned, if it...
Sustain.
Should that have been collected?
Yes.
And why?
The area that we were talking about as far as this crime scene goes is a fairly limited in size, and not like, again, using an example, if the crime had occurred in an alley where there was a lot of debris, a lot of trash around, then some selectivity should have been done as far as collecting. You're not going to collect every bit of paper, every bit of trash that's in an alley. This particular area, though, was smaller. I would assume had some maintenance done on it with some regularity, possibly cleaning up. A piece of paper in that location kind of stands out as being potentially involved somehow, and had the criminalist been aware of its existence, should have collected it.
Okay. And could the failure to collect that item have in any way affected any of the other biological evidence, some of which you tested in this case?
No, not in any way.
Okay. Do we have a picture? I'm sorry. While they're looking for that, let me go on to another topic, and then we'll come back to it. Does the Los Angeles Police Department use plastic baggies or plastic bags for the purposes of putting the wet swatches until they've had an opportunity to dry them?
The plastic baggies are used to transport the evidence, yes, until they can be taken back to the laboratory, opened up, and allowed to dry.
And how long has that procedure been used?
Well, that's the one that I learned pushing 17 years ago, so it's been in use at least that long.
And during the 13 or so years that you were involved in the serology, is that right? Was it approximately 13?
Yes, approximately 13 years.
Okay. What effect, if any, did you observe on that collection technique, on the evidence that you were actually testing?
Well, considering it was the technique that was used and was a standard technique in our laboratory, and we would, with regularity, analyze evidence items that would give us good typable or identifiable results, I would have to say that, that the use of that technique was appropriate and effective for bringing samples into the laboratory for analysis.
And during the 13 or so years that you were in serology, did you notice any particular problems in terms of evidence being degraded to the point where you couldn't get results?
No, there is not an ongoing problem at all with degradation that I can relate back to the bags. Occasionally we would have a piece of evidence come through that had been allowed to stay in the bag, and that's very inappropriate, and that would show us problems with that evidence.
Under what circumstances would that happen?
if the person forgot to take it out, if they were not properly trained. That would happen sometimes with the detectives. It just is a situation that would occur, though, very rarely.
Sometimes when detectives were collecting some of the stains.
Occasionally, but rarely.
And in those instances where it was not taken out of the bag to dry for an extended period of, well, when you say extended, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, as far as ultimate packaging, where it then gets put onto a shelf and is left for, anywhere from many days to months.
You mean you would have situations like that occasionally with detectives?
Where we'd see a blood sample still left in a plastic bag?
Yeah.
Occasionally, but rarely.
And what happened on those samples?
Normally they were degraded. You wouldn't get false results, you'd just get no results.
What do you mean you wouldn't get false results?
Well, except for a very unique or specific situation, degradation of a sample doesn't change the type to another type, it just makes it so you don't get any information at all.
So when you say no information, when you do your test, what do you come up with?
No result. Nothing, there's no typable result that's obtained.
So in that particular instance, if the perpetrator's blood has in fact been lifted from a crime scene or a crime location, and the results have been degraded to the point where you don't get any information, would that benefit the perpetrator?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Would that cause the perpetrator to be falsely included as a possible donor of the stain?
No, it would not.
Could it cause the perpetrator to be falsely excluded?
No, there's no information there at all. It just wouldn't provide any forensic information.
Okay. Now, let me just go back to this photograph. I think I'd like to mark this photograph as People's 205 for identification of what appears to be the little piece of paper. I think it's depicted in some other photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to show you 205. Is this your understanding of the piece of paper? Any questions you about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can we see that? All right. And is this piece of paper, you said that you would have collected if you'd been out at the crime scene.
If I was aware that it was there, yes, that's one of the items I would have
Assuming it
collected.
hadn't been covered over by a blanket or some other item, and you'd seen it.
If I'd seen it, yes.
Now, is this the kind of thing where there's a hard and fast rule that you should collect it, or is this the kind of thing about which reasonable forensic scientists could differ? I mean, how would you characterize it?
When it comes to what to collect, there are very few hard and fast rules. That's what is acquired with experience, the mental picture of what you collect and what you don't collect. So as far as a hard and fast rule, whether or not somebody should collect it or told to collect it by a manual, no, that doesn't exist.
Okay. And in your estimation, Mr. Matheson, if this particular piece of paper were located in an area where there was fairly extensive pooling of the victim's blood, would this be the kind of evidence that you would want to test for biological evidence showing the victim's blood type?
I don't believe I would recommend this particular item to be tested for the biological evidence on it, particularly in light of other evidence that was collected.
Okay, thank you. Now, going back to the issue of collecting, why would you not recommend that that be collected for, tested for biological?
Phrase that.
Why would you recommend that that piece of biological evidence or the biological evidence on it not be tested further for genetic markers?
Well, like I just mentioned, you have to look at the whole scene, and we do have other items of biological evidence that provide information as to what possibly occurred. This particular one being found in close proximity to the victim, being heavily blood-stained, at some point we do have to make some assumptions, and the assumption would be that the blood that's present on that is coming from the victim herself. At some point, if it really seemed necessary or if there was a lack of other evidence in the case, we may want to go after and analyze some of the individual drops, but it would be a low priority when it comes to that.
Just wanted to show one of the overall photographs of the crime scene that's already been marked. Can people 6 we don't want to show? It's 43D, and I guess this is it's a bloody photograph, but so the court might want to cut the feed. Sir, showing you what's been previously marked as People's 43D. In this area of the pooling of the blood, how much, if any, of that blood on the sidewalk, it's not a sidewalk, in this walkway, should be tested?
On that particular location, very little of that blood. It is common sense does come into play when you're picking and choosing which items to analyze or which items to collect, and common sense would tell you that by far, if not all of the blood that's visible in that picture is coming from the victim herself. I would want at least one sample or item of that blood to be collected as a standard of the victim, but
and if the evidence showed that the piece of paper were found in what would be the upper right-hand portion of the photograph, would that location be consistent with the answer that you previously gave about why you would not want to test that necessarily for biological evidence?
that would be the
Sustained.
Is there anything about the photograph and the placement of the object that would relate to your answer previously given us to testing the piece of paper for biological evidence?
Well, given the location of that piece of paper and the way it's heavily stained, I wouldn't say that we'd never test it, but it would be a very low priority.
Okay. Thank you. Now, getting back to the issue of collecting stains, have you looked at the Los Angeles Police Department manual, specifically section 52520, as to booking of biological evidence?
Yes, I have. I've looked at a number of manual references. I'd like to make sure that the one you're talking about is the one I'm thinking of.
just going to show this to refresh the witness's recollection. So showing you a section of the Los Angeles Police Department manual. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And specifically 52520 talks about preserving wet stains.
Yes.
And does that state in the second sentence that plastic containers or plastic wrap shall not be used as a packaging material?
Yes, it does.
And what is your understanding of that requirement?
Well, the operative term there is packaging. We teach, and in consistency with the manual at that point, say that biological evidence should never be stored or packaged for permanent storage in plastic.
Now, when you say packaging, final packaging, what are you talking about?
When the items are submitted to our property division for storage until such time they're analyzed.
Okay, I'll get into that a little bit more later. So, in terms of the usage of plastic bags for transporting a stain from the scene to the laboratory when it's dried, within the forensic science community and amongst serologists, is that one acceptable technique for collecting a stain?
Yes, it is.
Now, does the Los Angeles Police Department, let me just ask you another question about the manual first. Is this manual, the manual provisions dealing with the booking of evidence, are they up to date?
No, they are not.
In what manner are they not up to date?
A perfect example is we currently have within part of SID a property room that's called the Evidence Control Unit, and we have a courier system, which are light duty officers that travel throughout the city at night collecting evidence from the different stations and bringing them down to our Evidence Control Unit for final storage. Both of these functions have been in existence for at least, I believe 2 to 3 years, one of them longer than that, and there is no reference to either one of them that I'm aware of in the manual.
In other words, there's no reference to this new evidence control unit that you have at SID in the manual?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And if a piece of evidence is collected from a crime scene, biological evidence, in a manner that's forensically accepted, but the manual provisions have not been updated in such a way so as to authorize that particular collection, would it affect the outcome of the test?
Well, first off, I'd rather they followed the proper procedure rather than following the manual.
Okay.
If that is the way that we're doing something, then it's better to use a procedure that's going to give you the best results than a reference in the manual that may be outdated.
Now, with respect to the crime scene truck, is there a refrigerator in the crime scene truck?
Yes, there is.
And what kind of materials are stored in the refrigerator?
Mainly it's chemicals, particularly chemicals that we use for field spot tests.
Would there be any problems in storing biological evidence in the refrigerator?
Any problem with it?
Yeah.
No, there isn't a lot of space, but there wouldn't be a problem with it.
What about spillage? Is there any issue concerning spillage of these chemicals onto the biological evidence?
Well, ultimately that could be a problem, but we don't have a lot of spillage in them, but we do carry chemicals in there.
Now, is there any rule that you're supposed to use the refrigerator when you're collecting a stain?
No, there is not.
What about with respect to the whole blood? When whole blood is collected and a criminalist comes into possession of it, does that whole blood that's taken as a reference sample have some preservative in it?
Yes, it does.
I'd just like to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 1112 and 1124 for identification, 2 purple top tubes. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
They are two samples of two different brands of blood collection tubes.
What's the significance of the purple tops?
The color of the top of any tube indicates the preservative or anticoagulant that's present inside of the tube. Purple happens to pertain to something that goes by the initials of EDTA.
Do you use purple top tubes in the laboratory?
Yes, we do.
And do they come from the manufacturer with the EDTA in them?
Yes.
What does it do?
I'm not sure if it is just a anticoagulant or if it's an anticoagulant preservative, but it helps the blood to stay in such a condition that it's appropriate for typing.
And is it critical if you have an EDTA purple top tube to refrigerate that reference sample immediately?
Not immediately.
Okay. How long can you keep the purple top tube out, or should you keep it out before you refrigerate it?
I don't know if I know of any particular, specific time frame. I would like, personally, I would like it to get into a refrigerator as soon as it's possible. However, I do know that we get legitimate results if it's not placed in the refrigerator as soon as possible. So I don't think I can give a specific time frame on that.
What happens if you get a reference sample from a living victim or a living defendant? The defendant has to be living. And the activity from the tube is lost, genetic activity.
Well, in that situation, it creates a little bit more paperwork, I'm sure, but the source of that blood is still available. We can get an additional tube.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, would this be a good spot?
Maybe I could just ask one more question to tie this up. Okay. And what is the effect, therefore, if the genetic activity is lost from one of these tubes?
Well, if it is lost, then the information from that particular tube is no longer available to us. However, if we can get a additional sample from that individual, the results would be exactly the same as from the first tube.
And what if you couldn't get an additional sample from the individual? Would you get a false inclusion as a result of a blood vial having degraded?
No, you wouldn't get a result. There'd be nothing to compare the information from your evidence items to compare it to.
Similar to the case of a dried stain taken from a crime scene.
Sustained.
Well, is that similar to the explanation that you previously gave when we were discussing a stain taken from a crime scene?
That's correct, in that if you lose the information, there isn't anything there to compare to. You do not make then erroneous comparisons, inclusions or exclusions.
And in this particular case, were you able to test and get results from the reference sample that came from the defendant?
Sustained.
Did you test the reference sample, in this case, item number 17?
Sustained.
I didn't hear grounds.
Foundation.
Okay, I'll take it up. Maybe we can take it up.
All right. The person whose cellular telephone went off is ordered to immediately surrender that telephone. In this section of the courtroom. If I don't get a response from anybody, everybody's going to be searched coming in and out of the courtroom for the presence of cellular telephones and pagers. We've had enough problems with this. We've disrupted these proceedings 6 times already. I don't want to have to order the bailiffs to search each individual person. So the person with the cellular phone. Their purses were searched when they left. All right, bailiffs are ordered to search each individual entering the courtroom. No pagers, cellular telephones, any noise-making devices may be allowed in the courtroom from this point hence. All right, we'll be in recess. 1 o'clock. All recess again present. Mr. Blazier, when we recessed, you indicated that there was something about, we had one other issue, one of the boards that you had an objection to.
Actually, now there are 2 issues, Judge. They just brought another board in.
All right, well, let's take a look at the first board.
Which board? The fingernail board.
Is it okay if we arrange this easel in this manner? So it's
yes.
Jesus' name I ask to open the heavens and pour out your peace and strength in the earth.
Exhibit number 42, which bears the frame counter number 0039. This bears the frame counter 0040. See the 2 photos.
No, I recognize the scene that's depicted there. All right, Mr. Goldberg, why do we need this?
what?
Why do we need this?
The reason is that this goes back to the EAP issue. As the court recalls, the defense made a big deal in the opening statement about someone else's blood being found under Nicole Brown's fingernails, and we're going to address that in some great detail. The court knows that one of the things that we want to do in order to do that is to put on evidence as to the testing of item number 42, which is the blood underneath Nicole Brown. And what I want to be able to show here is why it was reasonable from a forensic science standpoint to make an inference about the results under the fingernails from the results on the pool of blood. I want to show that they are in contact, that she is lying in that area, and that the blood that Mr. Matheson tested, item number 42, is subject to the same environmental conditions and was deposited on the crime scene at the same time, presumably as the blood underneath the fingernails.
So you're saying the relevance is the location and position of the hands from whence the nail scrapings come from?
In contact with the pool of blood. And then the relevance of the hands themselves is the close-ups of the hands, which I believe may also be in evidence, according to Mr. Glazier, is that they do the same thing. They're showing that this is all really part of one contiguous and continuous blood source, and therefore we can take test results from a variety of locations in that source of blood under the fingernails and interrelate them and trying to figure out what's happening to the items underneath the fingernails.
All right, Mr. Glazier, do you have any response to that?
Just that the jury has seen these pictures over and over and over again. You can't even see item 42 in any of these pictures. I think it's irrelevant and cumulative and prejudicial.
All right. The court finds that in this particular context, the location and position of the hands relative to the crime scene itself, the pool of blood, and the location of Nicole Brown Simpson as she was found, that there is significant probative value with regards to the nails, clippings, and scrapings, and that the jury has already seen a similar picture to this in a relevant context. I don't think it will have the inflammatory effect that counsel argues, so the objection will be overruled. All right, what's the second board?
There's a new chart that just was brought down at 1 o'clock, I believe, and it concerns testing by the defense. And this is an issue that we've talked about a number of times before. We're waiting for a ruling from the court on issues related to these items on this board, I believe. And we have items during the period of time when we had possession of them. There is virtually no probative value. Clearly, there's a prejudicial effect to what they want to do. We strenuously object to any testimony concerning what happened to items when they were in our possession or what didn't happen to items.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe Mr. Harmon could address this because he's going to use this with one of his witnesses and mine in order to establish the authentication for the exhibit.
All right, let me ask you, though, Mr. Goldberg, before you go, one question. When do you anticipate using this?
I'd say I probably have about an hour and a half worth of material to cover to 2 hours is my best guesstimate prior to this board.
All right. Mr. Harmon?
Your Honor, remember we proposed the stipulation that would accomplish what this board accomplishes, and it's kind of disappeared from everybody's agenda. This board is our attempt to utilize the provisions that you made in your order on February 8th. They would like everybody in the world and this jury to think they never tested any evidence in this case, and that's simply not the case. They took part of our samples in October. They did not have writing on them. That was pursuant to the court's order. Mr. Matheson can lay the foundation for that being turned over. When they came back, they had all these names and dates all over them, and that's the subject of what we're going to discuss Wednesday afternoon, but it's also contained in the stipulations. And so, absent them stipulating to a very sanitary, you took our evidence, you brought it back, you consumed part of it in the testing, which is what you afforded us the opportunity to do. We have to prove it. And this is one way that we begin proving it, Your Honor.
Mr. Glazier?
The critical phrase there is consumed in testing. We've stated from the beginning we have no objection to the jury being told that the reason there's a half of 3 swatches missing is because it was provided to the defense. The jury needs to know nothing beyond that. Mr. Harmon wants to get into what we may have done in a confidential, privileged basis where he wasn't there. He doesn't have the foundation to go into that. He wants to raise some sort of specter that because we've tested evidence that we got results we didn't like. which is not...
So your objection is characterizing it as having been used in testing rather than just having been given to you for whatever purpose you deem appropriate.
Correct.
So if the court's instruction to the jury is that on such and such a date, this item, for example, item 47, the possession of which was given to the defense, that a certain portion of that was removed and given to the defense, and then the remainder returned to the prosecution on a subsequent date, you have no objection to that?
No problem with that at all.
All right, then you would have, I take it, then no objection if that is the limitation on the testimony here with regards to these packaged items.
Well, I would object to the introduction of these large photographs of the packaged items with all sorts of different signatures on them that presumably Mr. Harmon is going to feel the need to explain to the jury where they came from. Nothing is added by this chart that isn't conveyed to the jury by what you just said, what the court just said.
All right, Mr. Harmon?
Well, we've been pussyfooting around with this for months now, Judge, and every time, we tried to make it in a direct, very sterile way, and then they dodged it, and they filed this prosecutorial misconduct when any fool can read what happened to these things. And now when we're about to prove things, which is what the jury trial is about, now they want you to just tell them something. Well, I'd rather that we're not asking for a stipulation. We're not asking for an instruction. We're asking to explain the factual history of what happened to these samples. And whatever legal instruction you give at a later point, I'm sure will comport with the process or the due process requirements that we can't comment on the defendant not testifying or them not presenting any evidence. But this is the factual history, the chain of custody of these things. And we've tried in many ways to resolve this. And now, when it comes time through the logical witness to begin the proof process, now they want you to just tell them something that's just not quite true, consistent with the factual history of these things. I think we should just prove it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. I'll contemplate that. Mr. Goldberg, let me know when you're about to launch into that. We'll take a break, and I need to look at 2 cases before I rule on this.
Thank you.
All right, let's proceed.
One other quick issue, Your Honor. Mr. Goldberg showed us some papers, some handwritten lab notes this morning that we have never seen before. He indicated that he thought they had been turned over. Mr. Scheck and Mr. Neufeld and I have never seen them. We don't yet have copies of them. I would ask that we be provided with copies and that he not elicit any testimony concerning these documents until we've had a chance to explore them and find out why we didn't get them in a timely fashion.
What are these things, Mr. Goldberg?
Your Honor, these are not lab notes. This is an item that was generated on 6/29/94, which are the handwritten copies of the inventory that was done, that was the subject of the Griffin hearing, and that was subsequently generated in a typewritten form. Counsel says that he does not have it in a handwritten form, but I believe that the handwritten copy of this was introduced at the Griffin hearing itself as an exhibit, as Exhibit K to that hearing. But he is correct, it does not have L numbers or D numbers, but if they went through the Griffin hearing materials, they'd find that this is, as I said, Exhibit K.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, are you going to get to any information on that at this point for our next recess?
I could, and as I said, it's identical to, well, I'll probably get to it sometime around when we address the photographs that are the subject of the court's other pending.
All right, is there an item K from the August hearing? You pull that out, Mrs. Robinson.
But at any rate, it should be identical to the typewritten one that was generated from it.
Was that during Mr. Matheson's testimony?
No, I believe that was during Ms. Kessler's testimony.
How many pages of these handwritten notes? Mr. Goldberg? Is this the 11 pages?
That's correct, Your Honor. By Mr. Scheck.
All right, item K in the transcript, in the list of exhibits at page 6, transcript of August the 23rd indicates item K are handwritten notes, 11 pages, dated June 29, 1994. And the testimony was that these were then converted into the computerized, computer-generated printout. And they were, as you indicate, marked by Mr. Scheck for the purposes of that hearing. Mr. Blazier?
Well, I wasn't aware of that. I know that they're not in the lab book. These are handwritten notes that we were under the impression we were given all of the handwritten notes prepared by people at SID. I don't believe those are in any of the discovery documents. Whether they were provided at the time of that hearing or whether Mr. Scheck got a copy, I'm just not sure. But I know there is a typed document that presumably mirrors that.
Well, it appears that Mr. Scheck had them for the use at the Griffin hearing, so the argument that you haven't seen these before, I'll have the staff make you a photocopy of what Mr. Goldberg has. Do you have any additional copies, Mr. Goldberg? Mr. Goldberg, do you have any additional copies? No, Your Honor. All right, would you give that to Mr. Byrne for me, please? Mr. Byrne, would you make some photocopies of that? All right, let me know before you get to that particular document, and we'll get a copy for counsel. All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, also we had a number of foundational objections right before lunch that
That's correct.
We need to resolve.
All right, what's the nature of your objection, your
Yeah,
foundational objection,
Mr. Neufeld has prepared the brief on this. Ask that he argue that if possible.
Well, you're the one presenting the witness, counsel.
Well, we strenuously object to have Mr. Matheson testify about the results of any testing conducted on Mr. Simpson's reference sample without a proper foundation being established, and that foundation being testimony by the nurse who drew it, the manner in which it was drawn, how it was preserved, how it was logged in, how it was packaged, and how it got to the point where he performed testing on it. The foundational question, as the court is aware, we're raising serious questions about foundation, chain of custody, packaging, collection.
Do you have any argument that's not included in Mr. Neufeld's written argument?
No.
All right. Mr. Goldberg.
Well, Your Honor, on page 19367 of the transcript, it's volume 110 of Detective Van Adder's testimony. He did testify to seeing the item drawn, to the defendant being in the jail dispensary and blood sample having been drawn, and that he then took that blood sample and dropped it off to Mr. Fung at the Rockingham location. Actually, the chain of custody on the blood sample has been more thoroughly explored in this case prior to Mr. Matheson's testimony than any other exhibit that I can recollect in any of the previous trials that I've been involved in. I mean, we've gone into this for hours and hours and hours, and we have testimony leading from the time that it came out of the defendant's arm to the time that it was packaged up in the gray analyzed evidence envelope and booked. That's the first argument. So just simply factually, the defense is wrong. The second argument is on order of proof, the court has complete discretion with respect to the order of proof and how witnesses are going to be called. If we were to require a chain of custody to be done on every item prior to the witness testifying to it, then we would not be able to get into evidence of the fingernail scrapings because we haven't heard from the coroner yet, or the clothes that came from the coroner on which some testing was done, which we clearly can do. And we would not be able to present evidence on the victim's reference files, which came from the coroner. A lot of these things have to be tied up later. And we also have a situation here where items of evidence were exchanged back and forth between Cellmark and the Department of Justice. So how would you do that? I mean, one of those organizations has to testify first. So if Cellmark testifies first, they're going to be testifying to items, some of which...
Let's look at the item that we're talking about here today.
Well, the point is, Your Honor, is that there are dozens of items, the chain of custody of which is going to be proved through other witnesses, whether they're coroner's witnesses, whether they're DOJ witnesses, whether they're Cellmark witnesses, or whether they're other SID witnesses. We also have...
I'm not interested in that issue or that argument. I'm just interested in this blood vial, this particular situation.
And that's what I'm trying to address is order of proof, which is contained in Penal Code Section 320, which says that except as otherwise provided by law, the court in its discretion shall regulate the order of proof. And we just know that the case law is replete with instances where courts have virtually absolute discretion in doing this. This case has to be presented or should be presented in some kind of orderly way. And we could call a lot of witnesses twice, once for chain of custody and then for their respective tests. It doesn't make any sense to do it that way. So certain aspects of the chain of custody will have to wait until later to be proved. So that's the second argument. The third argument is a business records argument. We have the case of People versus Aguilar, which I cited which was cited in the points and authorities that we prepared, and stands for the proposition that you can prove the chain of custody of narcotics evidence of a police officer that was deceased by his notations on the evidence package. As the court is familiar, evidence packages typically contain a chain of custody statement where the police officer fills out what he did with the chain of custody of the item. And that was held to come in as both an official and business record. In this particular case, Mr. Paradas filled out that same type of chain of custody statement, which is in the pictures, the photographs of the analyzed evidence envelope.
Has Mr. Paradas been
withdrawn?
What? Has Mr. Paradas been withdrawn from the People's Witness List?
No.
And he will be testifying?
He may be testifying at some point.
Isn't that something I need to know now?
Well, the issue is one of chain of custody. And the issue is one of foundation. And the court asks, is that something the court needs to know now? We believe that that issue...
Your argument is order of proof. You're telling me that you don't need to call this guy right now.
Right, and if the court concludes that we do need to call him at some point, we absolutely will, obviously. We're going to do whatever needs to be done in order to establish a chain of custody of these items.
So implied in your order of proof argument is that that person will be coming sometime during the case in chief.
Or may be coming at a later time if the court so orders, or if the court so finds.
Later than the case in chief?
Well, no, later in the case in chief.
Okay, all right.
But the first argument, as I said, Your Honor, is that we don't need to call him at all legally because we've established it through an eyewitness, Detective Van Adder, and the third argument is that we don't need to do it because we have the business records and we have a case that's on point that says that the chain of custody statement on the envelope does qualify as an official record.
All right. Mr. Blazer, any brief response?
This is not a chain of custody argument. This is a foundation argument. We would ask the court to use its discretion, which we accept the court has, to say this is important. This person should be on first to establish the foundation before Mr. Matheson testifies about test results. Mr. Paradas was on their witness list. He was going to be called before Mr. Matheson until the people changed their mind a week or so ago. We would ask that that be done first and that the court not allow the prosecution to suspend this witness's testimony or Mr. Paradas' testimony for some indefinite time in the future.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I agree that I believe also that the court has not unbridled, but certainly wide discretion as far as the order of proof is concerned. I will allow Mr. Matheson to testify to these matters subject to a motion to strike if Mr. Paradas is not called as a witness. All right, let's proceed.
Just for the record, is the court rejecting the people's argument about Detective Van Adder being an eyewitness to the drawing and transmittal of the blood?
I'm saying, no, I'm not rejecting that as testimony, but there are other things that perhaps are missing in the foundation. Medically approved method, use of a particular file, who knows? I haven't examined Detective Van Adder's testimony from months ago.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the court wasn't ruling on that issue.
All right, let's have the jury, please.
Happens.
Mr. Goldberg, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. We were talking about EDTA vials and not refrigerating them. Can you give a simple explanation as to what happens if a vial were not refrigerated for a lengthy period of time and the material degraded? What happens?
Isn't that question kind of vague, a lengthy period of time?
Okay, well, let's say that it's not refrigerated for a long enough period of time so that the material degrades, however long that is. What happens?
Well, as far as an analogy or an explanation, it's similar to the degradation of any form of biological evidence or sample. I like to use as an example when it comes to field evidence, which could then, I suppose, be carried through over to a blood vial that was improperly stored. It's just like having a piece of meat or any other sort of biological entity. If you leave it sitting out on your counter, eventually it's going to rot to the point where it's going to be unusable or go bad. In the case of biological evidence or blood in a blood vial, eventually under improper storage conditions, the components within it are going to rot and break down and become unusable for forensic purposes.
Okay, when you say unusable, what do you mean?
That when we use those items in our testing, we will get no results.
But does the degradation that takes place or can take place in a blood vial, is it going to change the nature of the blood so that it appears to be someone else's?
Well, as a rule, it won't change. It'll just go to the point where you cannot get any sort of result. There is one exception to that, but as a rule, it will not.
Okay. And when you say one exception, I don't want to go into this in detail right now, but are you talking about one particular genetic marker?
Yes.
Okay. Now, excuse me. When you ship biological material out to an outside laboratory, is it shipped in a frozen condition?
No, not at this time. We place them into like a Federal Express or something like that, overnight pack, and ship it.
So there may be as much as a 24-hour period of time that it is not frozen as it's being transmitted?
That's correct.
And what is the effect of that?
It doesn't appear to have any. We originally, when we started submitting evidence for DNA analysis, used to package them in cold packs and created very large containers. And we got away from that and have not noticed any change in the results or the quantity of positive typing results that we've obtained.
All right. And were you in fact able to perform conventional testing to determine the genetic markers on the reference sample, item 17, in this case?
Yes, I was.
Now, Going back, continuing on with our evidence collection questions, when evidence is being collected at a crime scene, do you use clean instruments or sterile instruments?
They're clean, not sterile.
And is it sufficient to use clean instruments?
Yes, it is.
What's the distinction between clean and sterile?
Well, in the case of a sterile instrument or something, it's been autoclaved at a high temperature to remove absolutely every little bit of any form of biological material, or to render it useless in essence. They're sterile. It'd be like in surgical instruments and that type of thing. Clean is a matter of wiping them down using what we call a Kim wipe, which is a kind of a scientific tissue, and a little bit of water or something, wiping off all the residue that's on it.
And is it accepted forensic practice to use clean instruments as opposed to sterile in the field when you're collecting biological samples?
Yes, it is.
Have you ever noticed any problems with that in the years that you've been in serology?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have any problems been encountered as a result of using clean instruments in terms of contaminating samples?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Sir, when you use clean instruments, do you use the clean instruments to pick up the control and the swatch?
Yes.
And if there were a problem in using a clean instrument, would you expect that to show up somewhere in the testing?
Well, that's one of the reasons you take a control, is you're handling it in the same way as you are the evidentiary blood stain or whatever biological stain it happens to be. And if there was a problem in using clean rather than sterile, I would expect to see an ongoing problem with results showing up in our controls.
And have you noticed any such problem in the years that you've been in serology?
No.
What about changing gloves between the collection of biological specimens? Is that something that's necessary?
Not between everyone, just as a matter of course. I would expect somebody to change them if the gloves got particularly dirty or bloody from handling something, but just to say you have to change it between every item, that's not necessary.
Why?
Well, for one thing, you want to be using techniques that limit as much handling as possible with that item. Whether you're wearing gloves or not wearing gloves doesn't mean that you're going to be grabbing the item in inappropriate ways. You are trying to limit the amount of contact that you have with it. And as a rule, even with gloves on, your gloves never come in contact, particularly when you're talking about swatching blood stains or something like that, come in direct contact with the evidence item itself. So there would be no need to change your gloves in between.
Would it be possible to collect stains from a crime scene? Well, of course it would be possible, but could you collect stains from a crime scene without using gloves?
If you use good practice and not handle the evidence or not allow it to come in contact with your skin, sure, you could do it without gloves.
Would there be some health concerns in doing it that way?
That's true. I mean, that's one of the major reasons for wearing gloves and a lot of this protective equipment is to protect the operator from the evidence as opposed to the other way around.
And if there were some problem at the crime scene where a person were collecting the evidence by touching the swatches with their hands instead of using tweezers, could the controls detect whether that had caused contamination?
If somebody chose to collect blood stains by just using their fingers and then chose to use the exact same technique on the controls, that's one of the reasons for the control, like I mentioned before. If the technique is the same and you're transferring information or biological material from your own hands onto the evidence, you'll also then be transferring it onto the control, and I would expect the control to show that.
Okay. And let's say that you decided to use this technique, if you want to call it that, of just collecting the evidence with your hands as opposed to tweezers. Would that be an improper technique in your judgment?
Yes, it would be improper.
But would that improper technique cause the blood at a crime scene to somehow change into someone else's blood?
No, it's not going to change it anyway. You may be adding additional information to it from your own biological material, but it wouldn't change what's already there.
Okay, and similarly, on the tweezers example, where we were talking about clean versus sterile, is there any way that using clean tweezers could change the biological information in the blood?
No.
And why is that?
Well, it's actually, we've touched on it off and on before, in that the only thing that's going to happen to a blood stain is through degradation. You're going to get no result as opposed to a changing of the type, or the addition, if the tweezers happen to be not as clean as you think, or have become contaminated in some way, you're going to have the addition of information to it rather than the changing of the existing type that's there.
And if you were collecting a series of stains using one of these improper techniques, or the improper technique of not changing gloves and using the glove itself to collect the stain as opposed to the instrument, would you expect it to somehow change the biological information in all of the stains consistently?
I'm not sure I
In other words,
understand the question.
if you had 5 stains at a crime scene, would you expect the same changes to occur to all 5 stains?
If your gloves are dirty to the point where you are adding information to it and continuously doing this, then you're going to see, if I understand the question right, you will then see this additional or contaminant showing up in all of the samples. Potentially, if you start off with a contaminant from your first sample and don't recontaminate it, so to speak, eventually you would use it up, and I guess your last sample may not show as much, but I don't know.
Okay. When you say contaminant, what do you mean by that?
Well, contaminant is really anything that doesn't belong in its original situation. Example being a blood stain that is left at the scene of a crime is a contaminant to that scene. Anything that's added to that blood after the fact is a contaminant to that blood. It's something that doesn't belong.
So is there any more precise definition of contaminant that's used in the forensic science community to discuss when information is being added to a stain or to a piece of biological evidence that didn't originate in that evidence?
As far as, a contaminant is what I described before. I'm not aware of any particular definitions when it comes to biological evidence. It's just the addition of something that didn't belong there to begin with.
So it's a fairly ambiguous term. Somewhat ambiguous.
I don't know if it's ambiguous so much as there is not a forensic definition of contamination versus any other definition of contamination.
So using the definition that you gave, could you consider the blood drops themselves of a suspect deposited at a crime scene as being a contaminant?
They would be a contaminant to that location, right?
Now, as to the collection techniques that were used in this particular case, did you view a videotape of Andrea Mazzola demonstrating the collection process of a stain?
Yes, I did.
And did you see any problems that arose in the collection of the mock items in that case?
Objection made.
That could affect the collection?
I didn't see anything in the way that she handled the swatches, the tweezers, that type of thing that would affect the ultimate integrity of the evidence.
Well, I want to show you that video, but apparently they don't have it right here. let me ask you a few more questions about collecting biological evidence. Is biological evidence, can it be deposited both through direct and indirect forms?
Yes.
And what is the distinction?
So if I understand the question, a direct deposit would be if I cut myself and then proceed to drip it, excuse me, at a scene or a location. A indirect, was that the other?
Yeah.
I believe an indirect or potentially secondary transfer of that evidence or stain would be if I was to drip some of my blood onto a piece of cloth or something like that, then that piece of cloth came in contact with something else, thus transferring it a second time.
And do you as a serologist type both kinds of evidence that was deposited as a result of a direct transfer as opposed to indirect transfer?
Yes.
If you had a situation where a suspect leaving a crime scene stepped in a pool of blood and then went into a vehicle and transferred that blood into the vehicle, would that be direct transfer or indirect transfer?
By the definition given earlier, I'd call it indirect.
And does your laboratory type that kind of a stain?
Yes.
Now, if you view the suspect's action as a collection procedure, in terms of collecting the evidence in the pool of blood from the crime scene, would that be a forensically accepted collection technique?
No, it would not be acceptable to collect a blood stain on the bottom of a shoe.
So why is it that in cases where evidence is collected on the bottom of a shoe, you can still go ahead and test it?
Well, the blood is still the blood. I mean, it's a situation where regardless of whether it was dropped directly from a person or transferred from one to another, it still has some significance. You're aware of the fact that it was not dripped there, particularly when you see a smear or something along that line, but there's still information that can be derived from that sample as far as the genetic types that are present.
Does the fact that the evidence is collected on the bottom of a shoe change the genetic markers in the evidence?
No, it doesn't.
So can it change the blood from the victim's blood into someone else's blood?
No, it doesn't.
Let me give you another hypothetical situation. Let's say you had a situation at a crime scene where a cat walked into the crime scene and collected some of the blood by stepping in it with its paw. Could you collect the evidence off the cat's paw and still test that?
Yes, we could. I'd want a control collected from a clean paw to see if the cat contributed anything to it, but you could test it.
Okay. So if evidence at a crime scene could be collected by a house cat, do you think that the criminalists, Andrea Mazzola and Dennis Fung, were qualified to collect the evidence in this case? Is silly an objection? I didn't know it.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
That's okay. I'll withdraw that question. I'd like to show you the video that's been marked as 1117 for identification.
Noting that we have seen this several times, Mr. Goldberg.
I know, Your Honor, but I'm not going to stop it. We'll just run it all the way through. Mr. Matheson, did you notice that she did touch the ground with her right hand, gloved hand?
Yes, I did.
Does that present a problem?
No.
Why not?
I would be concerned if her hand touched the ground and then she took, with the glove on, and then she took her gloved finger or something and smeared it around in the blood stain. But with the process of using the forceps or the tweezers, the glove never comes in contact with the evidence itself.
And now she is laying down the control by card number 5.
Yes.
Assuming, sir, that the water in this control eventually migrated over to the stain, would that present a problem?
No.
Why?
Well, the water is the exact same water that is being used to dampen the control swatch and dampen eventually the swatch that you use to collect the blood stain. And the fact that, as you notice, she takes her control very close to the stain, so the substrate or the concrete that it's sitting on is going to be, basically the same under the stain as is under the control. The worst it's going to do is maybe slightly dilute the blood stain, and it may actually start moistening it up, making it easier to collect. No, that's not a problem.
Would it change the result in any way, the migration of the water?
No, it would not.
Now, if you look closely, it appears that some swatches fell out of the cap.
Yes.
Does that present a problem?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't believe that at any point does she take any of those swatches and use them to collect any of the sample. They're left sitting down there. Actually, they're brushed aside at some point. You're going to drop them occasionally. I mean, that's just the nature of it. There's a lot of swatches in that vial. You shake them out, a few are going to fall on the ground. I suppose it could be a minor littering problem if they didn't pick them up when they were done, but as far as the evidence goes, no, it doesn't affect it.
Now she's collecting the stain from the item that was labeled number 5 in this demonstration.
That's correct.
Now she appears to be putting stain 5 into one of the plastic bags.
Yes.
Are those the kinds of plastic bags that you use at the crime lab when you're collecting stains?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now we've gotten up to the point where she's already collected the control and the stain from card number 5.
Yes.
Have you seen anything up to this point that would cause the results that you obtained to change into someone else's blood?
No, I have not.
Or that would present a problem in terms of the analysis of the blood?
No.
Has her collection procedure been in accordance with the way that you're training people at the crime laboratory to collect evidence?
Yes, it is.
Now, Mr. Matheson, she appears to be working on the second stain at this time.
That's correct.
And is there any problem with not changing tweezers or gloves between stain 5 and stain 6?
No, there isn't.
Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier about the gloves are not coming into direct contact with the evidence. That's not a problem. If you'll notice, she has cleaned the tweezers several times between each of the steps using dampening, the Kim wipe that I mentioned before, the tissue, with what appears to be water, and then wiping the tips of the tweezers or forceps off very carefully.
And is this collected in such a way so that the swatch itself does not come into contact with the gloved hands of the criminalist?
That's correct.
Now, she appears to just have written something on the plastic bag. What do you write on the plastic bag when you're collecting a stain?
Actually, it depends. Obviously, within one envelope, eventually, when you're collecting a stain off of something like concrete or off of a surface, you're going to end up with a coin envelope or the manila envelope containing two separate plastic bags with the samples in it. Usually, I like to mark either the item number on it, or if I don't do that, at least a C on the control plastic bag. However, there have been times where it was very obvious which was my control and which was the stain. The stain was blood colored and very heavy, and the control was either relatively clean or kind of a grayish, so it didn't matter whether I marked them or not because it was obvious which was which.
Now, just before this, she dropped a few more swatches. Again, did that present any problem in terms of the collection of stain 6?
No.
She's just placed the swatch of number 6, the blood swatch, into the envelope.
That's correct.
Have you seen any problems in the collection procedure to this point?
No problems with the collection procedure. The only thing that I would, if this was a training issue or something for us, or we were looking at it, I would suggest that maybe it would be worth going back with another swatch on the evidence sample and collecting up a little bit more blood.
Okay.
But as far as the collection technique itself, it's just fine.
So if it were a real stain, you'd want to use more swatches on both 5 and 6?
Yes, yeah, to get as much of the sample as possible.
Okay. All right, thank you. And why is it that you use multiple swatches on a single stain?
Well, we teach the people to select a swatch size that's appropriate for a stain. If you have an extremely small drip, you don't want to use a real large swatch because then the blood stain gets kind of diluted out over the swatch itself. If you have a large stain, theoretically she could have gone with a larger swatch on that than she had in, that she'd chosen, but odds are that was among the largest one that was in that vial. So instead of going to a much larger one that isn't available, just use multiple smaller ones.
Is that typical that multiple swatches are used in collecting a stain?
Yes.
And when multiple swatches are used, is the criminalist supposed to notate how many swatches they used at the crime scene?
There's no rule to that effect, no.
Okay. Why is it that you don't have a rule in place that you should notate exactly how many swatches you used on a particular stain?
Because we've never found it to be important to know exactly how much is there. You've got your photograph of the stain, the evidence is the stain that's down there, and the swatches are immediate to collect it on.
Okay. Now, let's say that someone at a crime scene, a police officer who didn't know how to collect a stain, had used a completely improper technique, such as taking out a handkerchief and spitting on it to dampen it, and then collected the stain using that technique, submitted it to you for analysis. Would it still be possible to type even in that extreme situation?
Yes, you could still do an analysis on that stain.
Wouldn't the police officer have arguably introduced some contaminant that could be tested as a result of spitting in the handkerchief?
Definitely. It'd be an improper way to do it, but it could still be typed.
So what would you do in order to resolve that problem?
Well, in a situation like that, if that was the only evidence that we had available to us, we would be able to run the particular stain. I would want to run a control area from the Kleenex and also get some saliva from the particular officer.
Well, what could you do if you had some saliva from the particular officer in order to sort out what the genetic markers were in the person who deposited the stain?
Well, if you had saliva from the person and that particular marker appeared in the saliva, you'd know the type of the individual who spit onto the handkerchief. How that affects your ultimate interpretation will depend an awful lot on the types that were found in the stain and the types in the person. It obviously is going to lessen some of the value of that stain, but there's still information there.
Could you still determine whether the genetic markers of the stain were consistent with the suspect, even though this collection procedure had been used?
It's possible. It would depend on the types of the people and how the results came out, but it's possible.
Okay. But would the spitting in it actually cause the genetic markers of the suspect in the stain of blood to somehow change, or would they still be there?
No, they'd still be there. You'd just be introducing additional information to it in the form of the types of the person with the saliva.
And does the Los Angeles Police Department serology section in fact type cases routinely where there are mixtures, where there's more than one donor to a particular stain or a particular item of biological evidence?
Yes. Every sexual assault case we do, by nature, if there's semen present on a sexual assault kit that's collected from a victim, you are dealing with a mixture of body fluids.
And in those kinds of cases, are you still able to test that mixture to determine whether it contains genetic markers that are consistent with the suspect?
We're able to do the tests. However, because of the fact that it's a mixture, our chances of giving a very definitive answer as to what's coming from the victim and what's coming from the suspect is less than when you're dealing with just a blood stain. But there is still information to be derived.
And are there still instances where you're able to find that there are certain markers that are consistent with the suspect but inconsistent with the victim?
Yes, we do on occasion include suspects based on what we find that's foreign to the victim and could have come from that suspect.
So in these sexual assault type cases, do you usually get evidence of a mixture from two people?
Many times, yes.
And then if you get a mixture from two people, what do you have to do in order to figure out which part of the mixture belongs to the suspect and which part of the mixture belongs to the victim?
Yeah, I would object to this line of questioning. It's irrelevant as to mixed blood stains.
Close. I think this is just let's wind this up.
Okay, I'll withdraw that question then.
All right.
Now, sir, if bloodstains can be collected by people who are not criminalists, why does the Los Angeles Police Department use criminalists or try to use criminalists in collecting these stains?
Well, a criminalist is not just performing the function of collecting a stain. What we have in our laboratory is what's called a generalist philosophy, where we try and teach a criminalist about all aspects of forensic science. They may specialize in one particular area like toxicology or firearms or serology, but through experience and involvement with other criminalists, we try and get them to have a sense of the whole concept of forensics. So by having somebody out there at the scene that works in the laboratory and is acquainted with all the different possibilities that exist when it comes to analyzing physical evidence, it just enhances the possibility of collecting the best possible evidence.
Now, at crime scenes, does the police department use both criminalist 1s and criminalist 2s and 3s for the purposes of investigating a crime scene?
We send all those out. As a matter of fact, we send out at times supervisors, and lab directors go also.
And when you send a criminalist 1 to a crime scene, are they paired with someone?
Yes, as long as they're a criminalist 1, which is for the first 18 months of their employment, they will always go with either a crim 2 or a crim 3, preferably a criminalist 3.
What is the purpose of sending the criminalist 1 with the criminalist 3?
Well, it's all part of the learning process. We're always learning new things when we're out there, and for that first 18 months or so, we try and get them out as to as many scenes as possible, exposed to a lot of different conditions and types of scenes, to the variety of techniques that different criminalists have as they go through their career, and allow them to then establish their own, mindset or experience to collecting evidence, so that when time comes that they are doing one on their own or potentially training somebody else, they have all the experience that is afforded to them.
So what is it that the criminalist 1 is learning in this first 18 months? Are they learning the physical mechanics of how to pick up evidence, or are they learning the mental processes that a criminalist goes through?
Well, they're learning both. It depends on the background of the individual. If we have somebody start in the laboratory that has some sort of forensic background or experience, odds are they've picked up the mechanics. We're going to confirm that the first couple of times they go out, but they're not difficult techniques. After that, it's a matter of just getting exposed to an awful lot of different ways of looking at a scene, the way of thinking about how to go about processing it, and just constantly picking up experience. I still go on crime scenes myself where I learn something from somebody else on either a better way to do it, or thinking about something that I hadn't thought of.
So after the criminalist 1 already knows the mechanical techniques of how to pick up, say, biological evidence and shoe prints, lifts, and the like, why is it that you just don't set them loose and let them go to the crime scenes themselves for the remainder of their probationary period?
Well, it's kind of like we were talking about before. We want them to get as much experience as possible when it comes to how to evaluate a scene. We can teach anybody to go out there and do some of the mechanics, but there's this buffer, this 18 months from the time somebody starts until they are considered crime scene ready, or that's a target that we shoot for, where you are learning. You're just being exposed to new situations, new things, taking in as much information as you can about the mindset of investigating a crime scene.
When you say mindset of investigating a crime scene, what are you talking about?
The different philosophies of what type of evidence exists, how to approach the evidence, how to think through and use selectivity that we were talking about earlier, as far as trying to find the evidence that's most important to the questions at hand.
Which part of being a criminalist, in your experience, in terms of investigating crime scenes, is more difficult? The mechanical part of how to pick up a piece of evidence, or the mental component of what type of evidence to pick up?
Well, it's definitely the mental component, because, like I just said, I've been doing it for almost 17 years, and I'm still learning stuff out there. I go out to a crime scene and almost always get a little more insight in how to handle a scene.
Now, when the criminalist is at the crime scene, do they have an obligation to investigate whether there have been any alterations in the crime scene?
Their primary function there is the collection of the evidence. The information as to whether or not something has been altered is really not very deep. We sometimes record if like a rescue unit had been in prior and dealt with the scene or something along that line. But normally we have our hands pretty full just looking for the evidence and collecting it, documenting and collecting it, so that when it comes to searching down every little bit of information as to whether something was touched or something was moved, no, that's not our duty.
Here we can see Defense 1081. This is this a portion of the crime scene identification checklist form?
Yes, it is.
And here there's a little section that says, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? How is that portion of the checklist supposed to be used?
I have always used it and taught other people to use it, that it is for gross information. Like I just mentioned, if the rescue unit had arrived prior to our being there, because they many times leave things behind that we don't want to collect as evidence if it was brought in after the fact. Such things as if an area was washed down prior to our arrival, which does happen sometimes. More of that gross type of information.
And is the criminalist ever supposed to do formal witness interviews of people to determine whether the scene's been altered so that this area can be filled out?
No, they're not.
Now, what about crime scene security? What does the criminalist have to do with providing for security or seeing that security is provided for at the crime scene?
Our major concern when it comes to crime scene security is just like wearing gloves or other protective equipment. I want to make sure that the scene is secure for my own safety and protection. I'm going to arrive, I'm going to make sure that there are officers at the scene or detectives or somebody else that's present. The fact that we're a civilian, that's important. As far as making sure that there is tape up or officers present to keep out people that may alter the scene, it's not our responsibility to do that. There have been instances where I have been working a scene and somebody has walked through the tape and is like heading into the crime scene or something, and I will see it before the officer and I'll point it out and say, hey, we need to get this person out of here. But that is not my prime focus. My prime focus is in on the evidence and the evidence collection.
Now, at a crime scene, is it typical that photographs are taken both before the body is removed and then after the body is removed?
Normally, yes.
Why is that done?
Well, to properly process a crime scene, you want the photographer in there as early as possible before, obviously there are certain things that must occur. If you have a victim, there's going to be an initial responding officer, somebody going in to clear the scene or whatever. That's prior to our arrival. But as far as processing a scene, we want a photographer to go in even before the criminalist to document everything exactly how it is before we get in there and start, moving things around or taking measurements or walking through the scene. We then have after the overalls or the general shots are taken, have our individual evidence items photographed, and that could be happening either before or after the body's present.
How often is it that a piece of evidence is moved between the before photographs and the after photographs?
It happens occasionally.
And in what context does it happen?
Well, there are times where a particular piece of evidence may have some information on it that is needed at the moment, a piece of paper with some writing on it, an item that we want checked for blood or something like that. If the photographer isn't available, there will be times, knowing that the overalls were taken, knowing that the general scene has been placed with photography, we may pick that item up, run a presumptive test on it, or, like I said, look at a piece of paper for some writing or something, and then try and place it back for the close-up picture just prior to collection, sometimes it's not going to be placed back in the exact same location. And it does occasionally happen, too, that during the course of your processing, you may accidentally bump something or you may kick it. You try real hard to watch for your stepping, but sometimes you do get focused on other things that you're doing, and evidence does get moved. That's one reason why it's so important to get the photographer in there first, because those are the pictures that place the evidence items where they belong or where they were originally. And then the subsequent photography is mainly to identify that item, to get good close-up pictures of it, so at a later time you can compare it to what you have in front of you.
So part of the reason for taking the before photographs is so that if an item of evidence is moved, you can determine exactly where it was initially?
That's correct.
Now, in the testimony that you heard, did you hear some evidence as to a phenolphthalein test being performed on the glove at the Rockingham location?
Yes, I did.
And is that acceptable from a forensic standpoint and from a crime scene investigation standpoint?
You mean as far as running a presumptive test in the field?
Yes.
It is, however, it depends on the particular item. If there was a evidence item or a extremely small spot of blood or a extremely small stain that you thought might be blood, and that by running your presumptive test was going to consume either all or a major portion of that stain, I would not want the criminalist to run it. I wouldn't run it myself. I would just collect it, where you can then do that same test in the laboratory but on a much more micro scale. However, many times in the field we do test objects and bloodstains for the presence of blood, and if you have a large stain, you can see a area that's discolored. In this case, the glove that was showing, because it was a black glove, you didn't necessarily see what was obviously red blood on it.
We've gone beyond the original question. Proceed.
Sir, would you have done a phenolphthalein test had you been asked by one of the officers there to perform one in the field?
Objection.
Sustained.
In this particular case, based upon your understanding of the evidence, would doing a phenolphthalein test harm or somehow interfere with the ability to do future testing on that glove?
Objection. In this particular case.
Overruled. I take it we're talking about the...
Phenolphthalein.
Which glove?
We're talking about the Rockingham glove.
All right.
The only thing it would do would be to remove a small amount of the blood that was present. It would not alter the type in any.
Do the criminalists comply with reasonable requests that are asked of them at the officers at the scene?
Yes, they do.
Overruled.
And would it be reasonable, in your estimation, under the facts and circumstances of this case as you know them, to have requested a criminalist to do a phenolphthalein test on the Rockingham glove?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
It's vague. Or, reasonable in a scientific sense? Is that what we're interested in?
In a scientific sense, from a forensic science standpoint.
Do you understand the question?
Yes. Yes, I believe it would be reasonable.
Generally speaking, at a crime scene, how do criminalists interact with the detective?
Objection.
It's vague.
What is the relationship in terms of the collection of the evidence between the detective and the criminalist?
As far as the collection of the evidence, that's the domain of the criminalist. Normally when we arrive, the detectives have already been there. They do the walkthrough with us. We interact with them, get their opinion as to what they have found, what evidence they are interested in collecting, and we note those items either mentally or on paper, depending on the person, and do a search ourselves. So we try and interact with them, working as a team regarding that aspect of the crime, and that is the scene and the collection of physical evidence.
Now, did you also hear some testimony about a blanket that was at one point brought out for the purposes of covering Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of problem would that blanket present, if any, in terms of the biological evidence at the Bundy location?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Sir, if a blanket were brought out into a crime scene, are you familiar with the layout of the crime scene?
Yes, I am.
Into the area where the body of Nicole Brown had been laying for the purposes of covering her, and then the blanket remained there after she was removed. Would that present a problem in terms of the biological evidence that was collected from the Bundy location?
Objection, vague and no foundation.
I'll sustain the vague. The question's unintelligible.
Would that present a problem in terms of contaminating any of the biological evidence?
If it would depend on what the blanket had on it to begin with. If the blanket had large quantities of blood or had blood on it, and then that blood came into contact with something that we eventually ended up collecting, then we would have contamination occurring at that point. If it was a clean blanket, as far as the biological evidence is concerned, and it does not come in contact with the collected evidence item, it should have no effect.
Okay, well, let's assume hypothetically that the blanket had some saliva from the defendant in this case on it that had dried and did not come into contact with the stains that were collected along the trail. Would the blanket present a problem in terms of contaminating those stains?
No, it would not.
What would you have to do in order for the blanket to contaminate the stains?
The biological stain on the blanket would have to somehow come into direct contact with the biological sample that was being collected, and even then, unless there was some moisture present, you would not have significant transfer. If one or both of them was damp and they came in direct contact with each other, then that would be a problem. You would have potential transfer of one body fluid into the other, thus contaminating it. But beyond that, it should not have a problem.
Okay, so even in the case of direct contact, you're saying that the biological material on the blanket would probably have to be wet in order for there to be a transfer?
For there to be significant transfer, yet I would not like to see that happen, and I would be concerned about any sample that happened to. But the transfer would be significantly less than if one or both were damp.
Okay. And if it did not come into direct contact, then you're saying that if we were to assume that the only biological evidence were the hypothetical dried saliva, it would not present a problem?
That's correct.
Now, does DNA tend to fly around in the air at a crime scene and deposit itself wherever it happens to land?
Just randomly floating around a scene?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't expect that to happen.
And if you have a crime scene where biological evidence has been deposited by a suspect who was bleeding on a trail of stains, do you expect biological evidence from one stain to migrate to the other stain? If we assume that these are discrete drops.
I don't see any way that if they're discrete drops, how you'd get one transferring to the other unless there was something carrying it from one to the other.
But it doesn't just like hopscotch from one stain to another in some fashion?
No.
Now, did you also hear some evidence to the effect that the glove from the Rockingham location was in a brown paper bag and was brought into the caged-off area where the body of Ron Goldman was located?
Yes, I have.
And what problem, if any, does that present in terms of contaminating the crime scene?
Well, merely bringing an item in a paper bag should have no effect whatsoever on the evidence at that location.
What about on the glove?
You mean evidence from the scene getting onto the glove?
Yes.
The same thing. It's inside of a paper bag. It's not coming in direct contact with any of the evidence at the scene. I don't see where it would be a problem.
Now, there was also some evidence of some socks being recovered at the Rockingham location. Are you generally familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And you took a look at those socks yourself?
That's correct, a couple times.
Now, would you expect there to have been flaking from blood encrusted on those socks at the time that they were taken off, based upon what you saw?
Sustained.
Did you do an analysis on the socks yourself?
Yes, I did.
All right. And were you familiar with the extent to which blood was visible on the socks from the naked eye?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, was there sufficient quantity of blood that you would expect flaking off the socks at the time that they were taking off?
Sustained. Expertise.
Okay. Under what conditions, sir, will blood flake off of clothing, if you know?
Well, if you have, it kind of depends on the quantity. If you have a, let me take a step back again on that. By flaking off, I mean, you are going to have the potential of very small, minute quantities of blood falling off, which could be called flaking. Or if you have a very heavily stained item that has crusts of blood on it, then flaking could be visible chunks of the blood falling off.
Well, when you saw the socks, were there any visible chunks of blood of the kind that you just described that might fall off?
Objection to that foundation is proper.
Sustained.
When did you see the socks, sir?
The first time I saw the socks was on June 29th, 1994.
Okay, and what did they have that kind of blood that was in sufficient chunks that you would expect it to flake off at that time?
No, they did not.
Now, when an item such as the socks is collected in the field, is the criminalist supposed to do a close physical examination of it prior to collection?
There's no rule that says that they have to do a close examination of any of the items they collect at the scene.
Would there be any reason to?
None other than maybe personal curiosity. If you have an item that you are collecting anyway, there would be no particular good reason to do a very minute examination of that item at the scene.
After you've already made a decision to collect the item, is there any reason from a forensic standpoint to inspect it any further in the scene?
Not in general. If there was some particular piece of information somebody was interested in deriving from them, maybe it would require a closer look. But once it's been decided to collect them, you're going to do that back at the laboratory.
Now, in terms of the removal of the bodies from the Bundy location, do you feel that a decision should have been made to wait until the criminalists had the opportunity to look at the area where the bodies were removed before they were removed?
Yes.
And how do you go about making that decision as to whether to allow the coroner in first or the criminalist in first?
Well, normally we like to get in and do our search, get our overall photos, do our search, and collect at least all the evidence right around the body or bodies prior to the coroner's arrival. Our concern is the total scene where theirs is the victim. And we like to get done as much as our work as possible so as to limit the amount of activity in and out around that evidence until it's collected.
So how are you balancing the need for them to do their work against the need for you to do your work?
Well, I'm looking at it from my perspective. From my perspective, the information that we get and the evidence that's surrounding the area is just as important or more so than what they may derive from the bodies at the scene. And I'm going to be protective of that and want to get my work done first before there's any chance of any sort of disruption or contamination caused by, there's a lot of handling involved when the coroner's office arrives.
So from your perspective, would it have been desirable to have waited even longer before allowing the coroner's people to have access to the bodies?
From my perspective, yes.
Now, we've had a lot of discussion about what Andrea Mazzola's exact job description and title is. Can you tell us what her title is?
She's a criminalist 1.
And is there such a category as a criminalist trainee?
No, there is not.
Do you use that term officially to designate a criminalist 1?
No, we do not.
And also there was a description of a mini academy. Are you familiar with that term?
The first time I heard mini academy was in this court. There is an SID academy, yes.
So you just refer to it as the academy?
Well, we refer to it as SID academy. It's a simple way of talking about training courses we have for new people.
Okay, but in terms of an academy, it's not a thing where you sleep in a dormitory style housing for a period of time, is it?
No, it's much more informal than that.
And at the mini academy, are the criminalists trained in how to do the physical collection techniques at a crime scene?
That's one of the things that are discussed.
And what other kinds of things come up at that mini academy, just in general? I'm sorry, academy.
Part of that set of training courses is to acquaint new people with what criminalistics is all about. The people that we hire many times are not fully acquainted with forensics, do not have prior forensic experience. So part of that process is teaching them what the other units are about, giving them an overall concept of what criminalistics is.
When you say that they all are not acquainted with criminalistics or forensics, does that mean that you're hiring some people that don't have degrees in criminalistics?
That's correct.
So what are their degrees in?
Well, the requirement for the position is a baccalaureate degree in a natural science. And we have many people that have degrees in chemistry, biology, biochemistry. I believe we have one in zoology, one in oceanography. We want people that, or we require that people have a degree in a science so that they've learned, basic scientific principles, the scientific method, and that type of thing. And then we train them within the laboratory about forensics.
Were you aware that Andrea Mazzola did have a degree in criminalistics?
Yes, I was.
And on the 13th of June, were you aware that Andrea Mazzola and Dennis Fung were processing the crime scenes at the Rockingham and Bundy locations?
Yes, I was.
Is it generally desirable to have more than 2 criminalists handling a given case in terms of collecting the evidence on a single day?
Haven't we covered this already?
Not with this witness.
We talked about having teams and the advantages and listing documents.
More than 2. I haven't discussed that.
All right.
That's an issue that came up. I'll be very brief, and then I'm moving on to another area, Your Honor.
We'll be brief, and then we're going to take a break.
Thank you.
2 is actually a fairly optimal number. I have done many scenes by myself, and I feel that that is not the best way to do it. I've done many scenes with 2 people, and that is great because you've got somebody working with you, you can bounce ideas off of each other, get assistance when it comes to taking notes, collecting the items. You actually do it quicker and I think better with 2. When you get past that into 3 and even 4, which would be excessive, you just have too many people in the scene. Many times the scenes of the crime that we go out to, the location of them is very limited, and you just start getting too many bodies in there, you start bumping into each other, and it's not as easy. So 2 is probably the best number to handle as a crime search team.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I was now going to get into another area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this point for 15 minutes. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't allow anybody to communicate with you, do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Mr. Matheson, you can step down. Your return in 15 minutes. We'll stand in recess for 15. Mr. Byrne, my research attorney, gave each party a photocopy of the handwritten 11-page list of evidence items in this matter. I did have Mrs. Robertson get the exhibits from the August Griffin hearing and August 94 Griffin hearing, and it does include a copy of this as item K. So the defense did mark that they did have access to it at that early time, so the record should be clear. And Mr. Blazer, you have a copy of that now before you?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Do you feel you need any additional time before we move into this item?
No.
All right. As to the second item, the board that the prosecution proposes to use regarding the defense testing of evidence items or taking those matters out of the prosecution's custody for their testing purposes, I'm going to ask the prosecution not to use that board this afternoon because I'm not comfortable with the state of my research at this point. All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, there was one other issue that I wanted to bring up, and that was I wanted to make, I guess it would be a 402 type motion as to what extent Mr. Matheson will be allowed to discuss the issues of PCR typing and PCR type issues, which he is not testifying to in direct, except only extremely tangentially to the extent that evidence collection has some overlap to the issue of how a sample can be contaminated, but subsequently going to be tested both conventionally and genetically. Specifically, there was an issue regarding some a lot, not a lot in number, but a lot as in a discrete identifiable number of test kits that were provided to the Los Angeles Police Department by Roche Pharmaceutical some time before this case. I believe it was many months, in which there was a problem that was identified with the kits that I'm sure counsel probably intends to get into with perhaps other witnesses. But Mr. Matheson does not have any personal knowledge of that, nor has he read any documents, to my understanding, pertaining to that. So we would ask that they be precluded from getting into that area on cross-examination of the witness.
Well, having not heard anything about it yet, I'm loath to make any kind of a ruling on a basis that this is prematurely brought before the court.
Well,
if it exceeds the scope of the direct examination,
I'm sure the defense will come up with some reason that it's within the scope or necessary to cross-examine Mr. Matheson about it. I don't know.
I haven't heard it yet, so.
Your Honor, there's been plenty of questions about contamination, and that's directly on point in terms of contamination for later DNA testing, so I think it's already been raised.
Perhaps, but within the specifics of this witness's knowledge regarding PCR testing and the exquisitely sensitive nature of that test, I don't know if he has the expertise to testify to that.
He's in charge of the lab.
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see. It's not here yet, guys. All right? Let's have the jurors. Goldberg. Good afternoon again, Mr. Matheson.
Good afternoon.
You were reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Goldberg, you may continue with your direct examination.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Matheson, I wanted to ask you some questions about the Scientific Investigations Division facility. Where is that located?
It's located in a city building called the C. Irwin Piper Technical Building, or Piper Tech for short.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to mark as people's next in order 206 for identification, which is a board that contains photographs and a map of the SID facility.
All right, People's 206. All right, Mr. Bancroft, I'm going to need you to help me with this. All right, proceed.
Sir, can I pay attention to People's 206 for identification? Do you recognize this exhibit and the photographs on it?
Yes, I do.
Is there any sort of accreditation agency that covers crime laboratories in the United States?
Yes, there is.
And is that a public entity or a private entity, or?
Well, it's a association made up of crime laboratories that have been accredited. It's called the ASCLD, or American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors Laboratory.
But I mean, is that a governmental agency, or is it a private agency outside the government?
Well, it's not. My understanding is it's not a agency in and of itself. Most of the members of it are accredited laboratories, which are government.
Is it mandatory under state or federal law that you have that accreditation from this organization?
No, it is not. It's a voluntary process.
Does it cost money to become accredited?
Yes, it does.
How much?
Depends on the laboratory. The cost is associated with, it's actually associated with a couple of things. One of them is if there are any sort of facility changes or something, obviously the agency has to come up with the money to meet the accreditation standards, but just to apply, there is a fee associated with the inspection process. And my understanding is for an agency of our size, it could be anywhere from, say, $10,000 to $30,000.
So you would have to pay $10,000 to $30,000 to get this accreditation?
Yes.
And does it allow you to do anything that you can't do now?
No, it's just a review by this outside agency of whether or not we meet the standards that they've established.
Has the city come up with the $10,000 to $30,000 for you to be able to buy this accreditation?
Well, it's not a matter of buying the accreditation. It's paying for an inspection to see whether or not you pass. No, to this date, we have not received the funding to do that.
Now, turning your attention to this map that's 206 for identification, does this depict the Piper Tech portion of the SID, Scientific Investigations Division? The map.
Yes, the map itself covers the area that's part of SID at Piper Tech, yes.
And are there facilities that SID has that are outside of Piper Tech?
Yes, there is.
And are there photographs of the facilities that are outside of Piper Tech over here, if you look in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes, there's actually two photographs that depict part of our laboratory that's located inside of the Police Administrative Building, or Parker Center.
That was where the old Dragnet series was filmed.
That's correct. At least it looks like that, yes.
Okay. Now, what is done, if you know, in the facility that's located at Parker Center?
The suite of 3 or 4 rooms that we have over there are part of our PCR laboratory.
And PCR is?
It's a technique used to identify DNA markers that are present in body fluids
now, you
and
said
biological samples.
you said that you did conventional testing on some of the evidence in this case.
That's correct.
And what facility did that take place in?
That testing all occurred in Piper Tech in the serology unit.
So that would represent, when we're talking about Piper Tech, the area that's depicted on the SID Piper Tech map on this Exhibit 206.
That's correct.
Now, how old is the Los Angeles Police Department Scientific Investigations Division?
What about the crime laboratory has been in existence since 1923, I believe.
Was it the first crime laboratory that was set up in the country, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Even before the FBI?
Yes.
And how old is this physical plant?
I believe we moved here in February of 1990, I think, or 91. 90.
Okay. Now, do you have certain security procedures that are in place in terms of the physical plant located at the Piper Tech facility?
Yes, we do.
And who's in charge of that?
I'm the security manager of that facility.
All right. And specifically, do you have a card key system to get in and out of the facility?
Yes, we have. It's an electronic tracking system that you have to use a electronic card. It reads your card, determines whether or not you have access to a particular door at that time of day and that day of the week. If you do, then it unlocks the door for you and allows you to enter the facility or into the individual labs at that point. If you don't, the door remains locked.
And we can see the photograph up on the Elmo that says card key entry. No. Can that be turned around?
I think we're upside down there. All right, Mr. Matheson, why don't you grab the pointer that's right there?
Well, I see it's a little lopsided as oriented up here on the Elmo, but why don't you just tell us, using the photograph that's actually on the hard copy, 206, what's depicted in that photograph?
What we have here is a photograph that shows this is a door frame. Alongside here, somebody's hand that's holding one of our access cards in it, and there's an antenna inside of the wall. If you hold your card up in the vicinity of that antenna, it reads your card, reads the code that's on the card, checks the computer to determine whether or not you have access to that door that time of day, that day of the week.
And who has access to the crime laboratory?
The people that work in the facility, the access levels vary. It depends on whether we're talking about the outside entrance or the interior one or the variety of different labs. It's limited to the people that work in the facility or the other members of our crime laboratory that happen to work in some of the outside locations.
Okay, well, let's start with just, if you want to get into the portion of the facility, maybe we can see the outside of the crime lab photograph. It says SID Piper Tech. We had it up there a little while ago. Okay. Is this the outside of the facility?
Yes, it's the outside wall of the laboratory, which is within the larger building called Piper Tech.
Okay, now do you need a card key entry to get through this door?
Not during normal working hours, which are Monday through Friday, from the morning until the evening. On weekends and at nights and in the very early morning, that door remains locked, and the only way you can get in is by having one of the card keys and having access to the facility at that time.
So who has the authority through these card keys to get into the facility, either in the evening or off hours?
Well, we do have some light-duty police officers that work as couriers. They work in the AM hours, so they have access on getting in there. All of the criminalists can enter in the facility during through this outside door any time of the day and night, and we also have the opportunity to make temporary changes. Like sometimes our administrative staff or our support staff needs to get in to do some work on a weekend or something like that, and we'll do a temporary change on their access so they can get into work.
And does the call-out line from that photograph indicate where this facade is located, the tiles.
Yeah, this particular wall is along this area here on the near where it says entrance. That's that door right there.
Okay. Now, after you get into the entrance, if you can see the area that says lobby,
Yes, right in this area here.
can we see that photograph? Okay, then there's another door on the right side of the photograph and a window on the left. What is the door?
Okay, the door that's depicted on the right side of the photograph here is the door that actually goes into the hallway area of the laboratory. Like I mentioned before, this outside door unlocks and stays unlocked during what we consider our normal business hours, so anybody can come and go during that door. However, to get actually into the laboratory, you need to, again, show your card to an area so that the antenna can pick up the code, and then it will allow you in if you have access to it.
And can the couriers go in there?
Yes, they can.
And what about the criminalists?
Yes.
All right. Now, after you're through that door, if we could see the picture that says entry corridor, does that show the view that you have after you've entered through that door?
That's correct. Right after walking through this door, that's your view down the hallway. You're looking down now in this direction.
And the hall's kind of in a square that goes around the facility?
Right. There, the hallway, once you get past here, anybody, once they pass through that door, has access to this hallway area, then back over.
Okay, so when you're saying that door on the diagram, are you pointing to the door that's next to the call-out, or that's just to the left of the call-out line that's adjacent to photograph number 21 that says entry corridor?
That's correct. It's the door that's directly opposite the entrance into the lobby.
And when you said here, there's what appears to be a corridor, and it has various red crosses in it.
That's correct. There's a corridor that runs basically around the not the perimeter, but through the middle of the laboratory. You can walk all the way around without going back to this one point. Yes.
Okay. Now, other than the couriers, do any uniformed police officers have access to the corridor, the area past in the corridor that you just described?
The only other uniform officers that have a card key that gives them access into the laboratories, we do have one officer that works as a narcotics analyst within the laboratory. That would be it, plus the couriers.
Does he have a degree in criminalistics?
No, I believe his degree is in chemical engineering.
So he's actually working essentially as a criminalist in one of the laboratories?
That's correct.
So he is the only officer that has access to the corridor area other than the couriers?
That's correct.
What about detectives?
No, detectives would have to be escorted in or allowed into that corridor area.
With a criminalist?
With the criminal or with other personnel that happen to have access to it.
Now, are there any windows in any part of this facility?
Not looking to the outside. The only windows that we have are from some of the laboratories into the hallway.
Now, let's take a look at the evidence processing room up in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph on the left side. What does that depict?
Okay, this picture marked SID EPR, EPR stands for Evidence Processing Room, points to an area in the upper right-hand corner of the map here that's marked Evidence Room. This is the area where, when evidence is collected out in the field, it's brought into this room to be dried and then eventually identified, marked, and stored or prepared for storage.
And there appears to be a roll-up door in this photograph on the right-hand side. What's that?
That's correct. In the right-hand side of the photograph here is a door that pulls up, rolls up here, rolls up towards the top, and it is this thinner line to the right of the evidence processing room 29B.
And the call-out line on that photograph depicts where the photograph is showing.
That's correct.
Now, that roll-out door, do you have to roll it up by going inside the evidence processing room?
Yes. The only way to roll it up is On the inside of the wall, next to the door between the storeroom and the evidence processing room, is a control button that says, I think, up, down, and stop, or something like that. That's the only way that door can be opened.
And does the door to the evidence processing room itself, I guess it would be the door that is between the storeroom and the evidence processing room, is that also card key controlled?
Yes.
Now, who has access to this room?
The door that exists between the storeroom and the evidence processing room, all criminalists have access to that room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that they can bring evidence in there. Other personnel, such as our lab technician that we have in the laboratory and some of our student workers, have access to that room during normal working hours during the day, Monday through Friday. The support staff, clerical staff, do not have access to that area.
So that the support staff do have access to the corridor area, don't they?
Yes, they do.
But they can't get into the evidence processing room through their card keys.
That's correct.
And what are the student workers?
Student worker, that's a position that we have. I believe we currently have 3 of them. They are people that have an interest in forensics or working towards their degree for eventually becoming a criminalist. The positions we currently have for them is we have 1 in toxicology, 1 in our trace unit, and 1 in serology. They assist the criminalists with like preparing some of the chemicals, whatever needs to be done that can free up the criminalist to do casework.
Now, in terms of the evidence processing room, can someone who has a card, well, with respect to any of the card key entry areas, can someone who has a card bring in someone who doesn't?
Yes.
And in the case of police officers, are police officers allowed into the evidence processing room?
Yes.
And if they were allowed in there, would they have to be accompanied by someone?
That's correct.
So they do not have a card to get into that portion of the facility either?
No, they would not be able to get in there without being escorted by somebody.
Other than the one gentleman who's working as a chemist in the toxicology, did you say? Or?
In our narcotics.
All right. Let's take a look at the evidence control unit now. Okay, this is showing what? ECU lobby, the photograph.
The photograph that's marked ECU lobby, ECU stands for Evidence Control Unit. That is a property storage room that is actually run from within SID. The Los Angeles Police Department has property officers and we have a property division, but SID has our own property room of items that will probably be eventually analyzed, so they're very nearby and under our control. The picture that's depicted in marked ECU lobby is an area that is just off of the laboratory lobby. It's marked lobby on the map here. The only way to get to it is from the outside entrance through the criminalistics lobby and into the ECU lobby.
So when a police officer is coming to the laboratory to pick up evidence for court, where does he or she go?
They go into the ECU lobby. The front door is unlocked, so they can come in there. They pass through the criminalistics lobby into the ECU lobby, and there's a couple of windows where our property officers can interact with them, find out what evidence they need, and then they go back and get them and bring it forward to them.
And is that what they would do if they wanted to check out evidence that needed to be brought to court to be introduced?
Yes.
Now, let's take a look at the inside the ECU. Let's see if we have a good photograph of that. There's something that says ECU freezer. What does that depict?
Okay, the picture down here that's marked ECU freezer is a shot taken approximately what would be in this, on the map, it's marked Evidence Control Unit, room 36, partway between the lobby and what's marked as freezer, looking in the direction towards the freezer. It shows the door, a very large freezer area where we store our biological evidence.
Now, who can actually come into the evidence control unit?
The access through the door that goes from the ECU lobby into the evidence control unit itself is limited to our property officers that actually work in that facility can come and go through there. The administrative staff of the crime laboratory, in other words, the captain that we have, and then the 3 directors have access to that, plus a couple of our supervisors also have access into it, such as the narcotics supervisor who has to check in and out narcotics a lot for analysis. It simplifies life for everybody for him to be able to get access to that area.
What about the criminalists?
The criminalists do not have access through that door unless somebody from that does have access allows them in.
Okay. Now, if a criminalist has brought back wet stains from a crime scene in the plastic bags and then has dried them, they do that in the evidence processing room that we saw earlier with the roll-up door?
That's correct.
And after those are dried and the paperwork is filled out and they're ready to be booked, what do they do with them?
Well, once all the paperwork is done and they're packaged and all the seals are in place on the packages, they're taken from the evidence processing room to the lobby of the evidence control unit, at which point they're turned over to a property officer for storage. If it's a biological, it's stored in the freezer. If it's a liquid blood or urine sample, it would be stored in some refrigeration units we have. Everything else goes on just shelves that are room temperature storage.
So when the criminalist brings items into the evidence control unit window for the purposes of booking them, they are in a sealed condition at that time?
They're supposed to be, yes.
Are there any circumstances in which they can't be sealed?
Well, if the item is so large that it doesn't fit into an envelope or a box, example again being a shopping cart, I had to book the shopping cart myself about 4 or 5 months ago. Obviously that is not going to be sealed into a big box, there's no reason to, so a tag is placed on it and it is stored back in the evidence control unit.
But items such as the coin envelopes with the biological evidence in this case, those kinds of items, or the packages containing the reference files, those would be sealed before being booked?
Yes.
Now, and if they're freezers, if they go into the freezer, they're going into the freezer that's depicted here in photograph number 26?
That's correct.
All right. Now, what about the reference vials? Where do those go?
The reference blood vials, because you do not want to freeze liquid blood that are in the vials, we just want to refrigerate them. There are units that, with a bit, it's a motorized type of unit that holds bins that is refrigerated. The blood vial in its sealed envelope is placed into a bin, placed into this unit, and then can be rotated up and out of sight or out of the way if you need to look for another one.
Why don't we take a look at the photograph that says ECU rotomats. It's photograph number 27. Is this part of the evidence control unit that we're looking at now?
Yes, it is. The picture that's marked ECU rotomats is of these units that I was describing that have the bins in them that can be rotated up and down, are located mostly all along the wall that's on the bottom of the map on the chart.
Why don't we take a look at the photograph that says ECU rotomat refrigerator. It's 29. Is this one of the types of refrigerators into which the reference files are placed?
Yes, it works in exactly the same way as the regular rotomats, but it's refrigerated, so we can keep the items cool in there.
So then, do these bins go all the way up to the ceiling and then in a circle, kind of on a conveyor belt type mechanism?
That's probably the best way to explain. There's shelves that can be rotated up and around, allowing us to get a large amount of storage in that area, and then being able to bring down a particular bin that you're interested in, remove your evidence item.
Now, when reference files are stored in the rotomat refrigerator, are they stored in alphabetical order, numerical order, or in some particular kind of order?
No.
So how does anyone ever find a reference file?
There's a evidence tracking system that we use in ECU and in the laboratory that allows us to use barcodes, and when for example, a reference blood sample inside of its sealed envelope, when it's first booked in by a criminalist or whoever, it's given a barcode. That package then is taken back to one of, and I think we have 3 that are refrigerated, placed into an open bin. The package is scanned, barcode is scanned, the location is scanned. They just put it wherever there's space for it, and then that information is loaded into the computer. So if you wanted to, at a later time, to find that blood sample, you would have to access the computer, enter in the DR number, find out what the item number is, and it would tell you in which bin it's located in which unit.
So if you tried to look for it manually, how difficult would that be?
It would be horrendous, because we have probably a couple thousand at least blood samples stored in there. You'd have to go through every one of them and manually look at each one of them.
Now, with respect to the items that just have require shelf storage, that don't require being placed in either the refrigerator or the freezer, where do those go?
Well, looking again at the diagram, we have shelf storage units that start down in the evidence control unit about where the word room is, and run down the middle of this corridor past where it says evidence control. There's bins that are along the walls next to the freezer, along the walls next to what's marked flammable storage. And then there's also, if those are for the larger box items, there's also shelf storage in the rotomats.
And does all of the evidence that LAPD has in its possession, is all of it placed into this room, the evidence control unit?
No.
What evidence is?
We want to only have evidence in the ECU that may someday be analyzed by the crime laboratory. The department receives very large quantities of evidence every day, and most of it we will never see within SID, within the laboratory. So we limit it to those things that will eventually be analyzed.
And are these security procedures that are set up in, well, let me ask you this first. In the evidence control unit, is there any evidence that's inherently valuable that's kept?
Well, we have narcotics in there.
And do you have anything else of inherent value?
We've got long guns, handguns. I believe there is some money. I don't know where that is stored, but there are things that have value in and of themselves.
So are the security procedures that are in place designed to deal with the inherently valuable evidence, such as the narcotics and the firearms?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, has this facility ever had any problems with that kind of evidence being misplaced or stolen?
No, not to my knowledge.
Now, let's go to the serology lab and take a look at that. A photograph that says inside serology. Mr. Matheson, what does this photograph depict?
This is a photograph that's taken inside the serology unit. Depicted on the map here says serology 25. The 25 is the room number. That particular photograph would have been taken probably about where the Z is in the zone 6 to 7, looking towards the right.
And towards the end of it is what appears to be a metal door. It's somewhat obscured towards the end of the room. It appears to be to the left of the clock.
Yes.
What is that?
That's a door that goes into a combination refrigerator and freezer within the serology unit. It's located, they're both located down the right side here of the unit itself. You'd enter through that middle door into the refrigerator and then walk through another door into a freezer.
What is the purpose of the freezer in that room?
Serology deals exclusively with body fluids, and they're biologicals, as mentioned earlier, that needs to be stored in such a condition so that they won't degrade. And the best way to do that is to keep it frozen. So while a case is in progress, it may be quite a while from beginning to end that evidence is within the laboratory, and we want to have freezer storage immediately accessible to the criminals that work in that unit.
Now, how does the evidence get from the evidence control unit into serology so that a criminalist can start working on it?
Well, at some point a request is made by a detective to do an analysis. They take the request, the criminalist receives a request takes it over to the evidence control unit, and in the lobby hands this request to one of our property officers. The property officer looks in the computer to find out where the locations are for the evidence, retrieves it from the freezer, the refrigerator, rotomats, or wherever else it happens to be located. It is then released to the criminalist, who has, like I mentioned, there's barcodes. The evidence packages are barcoded or scanned. The criminalist's barcode is scanned. Then they carry it back to the unit where they work. Use serology as an example. Back in the serology unit, then the criminalist is supposed to scan again, now that it's in the serology unit, scan the packages, scan their ID, so that the evidence tracking computer knows where it is at that moment.
And while you were working on the evidence in this case, where was it stored?
It was all stored, all the biological items that I worked on was stored in the serology freezer.
In the serology, the freezer in the serology lab.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to getting into the serology lab, what is required there in terms of access?
Well, the door into the serology lab, which is located in the top part of the room here that's marked Serology 25, is a card access door, just like I described before. Anybody wanting to go through that door has to display their access card to the area where the antenna is in the wall. And if they have access to that room that time of day, that day of the week, you'll hear the door unlock and you can walk through it.
And who has access to serology?
Well, all the criminalists do during normal working hours. Any one of them can get into that area. The student worker that works for serology and trace can get into that area during normal working hours. And we have a photographer and some latent print experts that work in our laboratory. They also have access to it during normal working hours. Off watch and on weekends, the serology criminalists are the ones who have access to it. The other criminalists do not, along with management.
So if someone wants to work on evidence on the weekend, who can get into serology to work on evidence?
The criminalists that work that unit.
And what about access by police officers to serology? How does that work?
For a police officer to get into that unit, they would have to be escorted by somebody that has access to it.
Now let's take a look at the instrument lab just quickly. What is this part of the laboratory?
This photograph depicts an area of the instrument laboratory, which is room number 21, located actually on this diagram below serology. The photograph is being taken about where this blue diagram here is, looking towards the right.
Now, did you do any of your work in this case in the instrument lab?
No, I did not.
And let's take a quick look at the SID Parker Center amplification room. We discussed that briefly. Did you do any of your work in the SID Parker Center amplification room?
No, I did not.
And let's take a quick look at the Parker Center preparation room. And did you do any of your work in this room?
No, I did not.
Thank you. All right. In 1994, approximately how many cases did the serology laboratory process?
Orwell.
I would have to refer to some notes I made of those statistics.
Is this that same sheet you were referring to earlier, or different?
I'll have to check.
All right, Mr. Blazier, do you want to see that? Sure. Do you need it now, Mr. Blazier, or at the conclusion of the court day?
At the end of the day.
All right. Just remind me to do that.
That figure sheet doesn't have the data as far as that goes.
All right, Mr. Mathis, I want you to mark that with a Post-it just so that...
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, at the moment, I can't locate the page that I had that information on.
You can just give us an approximation.
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
I would say conservatively, we did between 400 and 500 cases.
And how does that break down just roughly in terms of the type of cases? Are they rape cases or homicide cases?
They're split pretty closely, 50-50. We do a lot of both.
And what percentage of the homicide cases in Los Angeles, well, how many homicide cases in Los Angeles did the crime laboratory criminalists respond to for purposes of crime scene identification? Do you have that?
For what time
in
period?
94. Do you have that statistic?
I believe we did in the low 200s was the total number of cases that we responded to.
And what percentage of the total number of homicides do you respond to?
Oh, it would be approximately in the area of 10 to 20%.
And who is doing the crime scene investigation on the other 80 to 90%?
The detective.
Now, did you remove some stains or collect some stains from a console that was in the serology laboratory for this case?
Yes, I did.
And perhaps we could see People's 172 for identification. Step down for a second, Mr. Madison.
All right, People's 172, which is a board that we previously described as the Bronco evidence. Mr. Goldberg.
Sir, direct your attention to the photograph that has the call-out lines 303, 304, and 305 on it. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is what's been described as a console that was removed from the Bronco.
And did you remove some stains from that?
Yes, I did.
Which stain numbers?
303, 304, and 305.
Does the call-out line depict the approximate location that those stains would be oriented on the console?
Yes, it does.
And when you saw the console, where was it?
Objection, vagueness is not.
Overruled.
It was in the serology laboratory at the crime lab.
Okay. What date was this when you removed the stains?
On September 1st, 1994.
Was anyone else
I'm sorry. We object to this line of questioning. Change custody and arguments reserved.
All right, noted. Overruled.
Was anyone else present?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe that I know that Mr. Regal was present and Mark Taylor, and there were a number of other people, including members of the defense team that were present. I don't have the list in front of me right now.
And when you removed those items from the console, 303, 304, and 305, how did you do it? Using what technique?
The same technique that was demonstrated by Ms. Mazzola in the videotape and on the board, dampening a small cotton swatch with distilled water, applying it to the stain, allowing it to absorb onto the swatch, and then placing it in a plastic bag for later drying, and following that with a control.
Now, on this particular item, the console, did you see anything, any marks or indication that it had been swatched previously?
There were 2 of the 3 areas that I collected items off of that appeared to have already been sampled.
And which areas were those?
That would be the ones that are marked 303 and 304.
And do those correspond to any photographs that we have on this diagram, the Bronco?
Yes, it does.
Which ones?
That would the area that I collected evidence as 303 is roughly the same area as marked in the upper right-hand photograph as item 30, and the area where I collected as 304 is in the same area as what was marked as 31.
What evidence did you see that indicated previously that they had previously been swatched?
Well, you could see where a portion of the blood appeared to have been removed.
In terms of what? I mean, was there no blood there, or was it spread around? What did it look like?
This is oral. What did it look like?
Just looked like a portion had been removed. There's a lighter area that is consistent with how I've seen stains after I've removed blood from them.
Well, when you remove a stain from an object like this, is it totally gone as if it had been cleaned, or is there something still left afterwards?
Normally there's a little bit still left.
Okay, so there was a portion that you said was lighter, as if parts of that stain had been removed?
Yes.
Right. And did you remove more portions of the stains in the areas that were in the vicinity of 31 and 30?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with those items after you removed them?
Eventually they were opened up, allowed to air dry, packaged in bindles and coin envelopes, and booked into our evidence control unit.
Or were they booked in a sealed condition?
Yes.
I wanted to show you People's 200 for identification. Sir, when criminalists go out to a crime scene, you said that they make a vehicle search, a crime scene identification checklist.
That's correct.
And when they go out to a vehicle search, is there a form that's used for that?
Yes.
And does the form indicate the date and time that they see certain items?
Yes, it's supposed to.
And have you seen a, let me show you People's 200 for identification. Is that a vehicle identification search pertaining to the Bronco?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate that what date the console was removed from the Bronco?
Yes, it does.
What was that?
August 26, 1994.
Now, after it was removed from the Bronco and brought to SID, do you know where it was stored?
Yes, I do.
Where was it stored?
In the serology unit, we have a large layout table that's in the middle of the room, and most of the items were sitting on that table.
Okay, thank you. You can resume the witness now. Actually, you don't have to move. Well, we'll probably be using that again in about 5 minutes. Sir, directing your attention to the date of October the 30th of 1994, did you take some cuttings from a item of evidence number 81?
Okay, I'm referring to a serology case summary sheet blood analysis that indicates that, yes, on October 30th, 94, I did remove some cuttings.
All right, Mr. Blazer, do you have that?
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
All right, why don't you show that to him?
Maybe you can just give us the L number if it's on
It's L number 408.
All right, Mr. Blazer, you have that?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I wanted to mark as next in order L number 409 as People's 201.
208. 208. Is this a single page, Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. And, sir, did the shirt bear the DR number? The packaging that the shirt was contained in bear the DR number in this case?
Yes, it did.
Can you tell us what the DR number is?
9408-17431.
409 up on the Elmo in a second. You may want to look at it on your notes. So showing you the page that's entitled Serology Item Description Notes, People's 408, 208 in this case. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a page that's called Serology Item Description Notes. It is where I made notes in a sketch indicating the areas where I sampled item number 81, a shirt.
And on these, how are these serology item description notes used in the ordinary course of the crime lab's business?
Normally, they're used in conjunction with what's called a summary sheet. The summary sheet does that. It just summarizes the information that's found for a particular item. Attached to that would be a serology item description notes, which allows a more complete description of the item that you're working with.
And in this particular case, what does your sketch indicate?